want to talk about will probably fall in the purview of the big agenda that we have before us today. So just at a high level, I want to start by thanking our city manager, our city staff, Beckett in particular, for organizing the strategic planning meeting. I want to thank my colleagues for showing up today. And I want to thank our community members as well for joining us. I think, as I said in December when I became mayor, we have an exciting opportunity in front of us. 2027 marks our 100-year birthday in the city of Laguna Beach. And I think that sort of demands some reflection on some of the many challenges that we have in front of us, but also the opportunities for how we shape the next 100 years. I've also been thinking a lot and have had many conversations with our city manager and many of my council colleagues up here about how can we become the most effective organization that we can be. And I think it's a two-way street. To be effective and to actually implement all the many things that we want to do, it starts with clear policy direction from the city council. And that includes clear prioritization on the many projects that we want to pursue. There are so many different things that we want to do, and what I've learned is that when you try to do everything, you end up doing nothing. So for us to be effective, we need to, as a city council, provide clear policy direction, but also prioritize which projects we want to work on in which years, and ensure that we have the resources to actually be planning for projects that we can ultimately fund. At the same time, we have to have a shared set of expectations with our city staff, where once we have that clear policy direction and clear prioritization, staff has to be accountable to implementing it in a timely and cost-effective manner. So I really think this is an opportunity today to have those discussions and provide policy direction, which ultimately will be ratified at a later date. And so I'm looking forward to that. Finally, it's going to be a freewheeling discussion where, our mayor pro tem's wearing a tie, but the goal is not to be formal, and it's for us to have conversations about the many issues that'll take place over the next year. Finally, the city manager and I have also talked about perhaps having a quarterly update on our strategic planning efforts, so that whenever there's a project that we want to add to the list, we have to take something else away from the list. Because again, if we try to do everything, we'll end up doing nothing. So with that being said, I could not be more excited about the year ahead. There's so many opportunities for Laguna Beach. We have a great city council, great city manager, great staff, and a great community, and looking forward to that. So at this time, we're going to take public comments on the agenda items. This will be the only time today to provide public comments. But like I said earlier, all of the actions, there will be no formal actions taken today. Actions will be taken at later dates, but this is more of a discussion. So please come to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes each. So thank you.
Oh, 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for having this discussion today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Barbara McMurray. As a resident, I'm talking about affordable housing opportunities. On the agenda, this caught my eye, the agenda that you put out. We're a sustainable community economically and environmentally. When a city plans for and encourages the production of affordable housing, it encourages, one, an economically sustainable community, because workers living in the town where their jobs are become contributive community members. They send their children to school here. They spend their money locally. These are positives that lend vibrancy and a cohesive village vibe, and of course, make it more, too, environmentally sustainable, because we are not importing as many people in our workforce from other cities from which they drive each morning between 6:30 and 9 a.m., and then exporting them back between 2:30 and 6 p.m. So if you don't like the canyon traffic at those hours, remember, part of the reason is because Laguna doesn't have many housing options. Also, as a reminder, it's not other cities' obligation to house Laguna's workforce. We should be doing that. It's our duty. I also noticed on the agenda, becoming a more effective organization with performance metrics at the top of the list, as Mayor Alex said. When it comes to housing, we already have performance metrics in place in the form of our 6-cycle housing element, which ends in just 4 years, 2029, it's coming up fast, and states we must plan for 198 low-income units. When we set out to create opportunities for X number of affordable housing units, we are being specific and giving city staff clear, achievable direction, which makes it easier for them to do their jobs. Here's a problem we can address, and we have a clear path to do it. brought to you by a sincere church organization and a respected development team who are ready, willing, and able to make it happen. This is a golden opportunity on a silver platter. Please, let's set a metric that the city will make every effort to approve at least 50 low and very low income living units this year. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Cindy Shelpoff. And by the way, Happy New Year. I'm here this morning to speak on something that I've been intimately involved with for over 30 years of my life, and that's housing. Something that I believe should be a simple idea, but it never does play out that way, especially in California. But there is a way for this idea to become a reality by making it a priority. Specifically today, I want to talk about affordable housing. Affordable housing, especially for the workers that work for the city even, is something that I could support and I feel like you should support so that we have a place where, as Barbara said, we don't have to have environmental impact by people coming and going. As a part of the strategic plan that you're going to work on today, I'd like to also see you have a metric that commits to 50 units of affordable housing in the next year. In the next year, in the next few months, I believe that we will have a project that's going to be coming before you, the Neighborhood Congregational Church, which has been a good neighbor and has worked diligently towards having their idea about housing come to life, I hope. And I know there will be a financial gap, and I hope that we can help to fill that. As many of you know, last year my company entitled the largest tract of land in the coastal zone in the last 25 years. And the reason I bring this up is because I was struck by a comment of one of the speakers during the meeting. And he's in the building trades. And he said, I come to these meetings and they say, yes, we want affordable housing, but not here and not now. And he said, why not? Why not here? And why not now? We have the opportunity. We have the resources, I hope. And I'll echo him. Who else is going to do it? So I urge you to make this a priority this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Sue Cross, and I'm the president of the Board of Directors of Neighborhood Congregational Church. I think you know better than I do that the city is under a state mandate to create affordable housing. And when you created your housing element, you identified our site as a possible one for affordable housing. And it just so happens that that aligns perfectly with our values and our vision for our future. I'd like to present a copy of the research we've done on affordable housing. And I won't take up my little bit of time with a lot of statistics that you probably already know, but it's all right there. What I'd like you to do, in the spirit that Mayor Renagi established of reflection for this morning as you conduct your strategic planning, think about what it is really that gives this town the character it has. And when I think about that, I think about the original plein air painters who were here when it was called Tent City and Laguna Beach hadn't even incorporated yet. They're the ones who gave this town its character. Are any of those tents they lived in still here? Of course not. But what is still here is the creative spirit of people who loved this place so much that they left their homes and camped out here in order to paint it. That creative spirit is alive and thriving today in Laguna Beach. And you all have the beautiful, sacred opportunity and duty to figure out how that spirit is going to be carried forward. So what are we going to leave for the people after us? I think we should leave something beautiful and something that elevates the human spirit, just as the plein air paintings did. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Council and Mayor Renagi. Ed Almanza with Laguna Ocean Foundation. I just want to share a few thoughts and thank staff for the well-organized agenda report, which shows a lot of organization and thought. The Marine Safety Department tells us that there are 9 million visitors to our beaches each year. That's more than twice what Yosemite National Park gets. That's more than what Yosemite and Grand Canyon National Parks get. Our little 7.5 miles of coast has become a de facto super regional park. Data from our programs show that the ratio of out-of-town to local visitors is 10-1. We have the most fragile and exposed coastal ecosystems in Southern California. The job of keeping boots on the ground to safeguard those ecosystems is challenging, and we're grateful for staff's recommendation to keep us going and to put us in the lineup for stewardship. In addition to growing our capacity in the short term, we'd like to build a rigorous case statement to seek outside funding at the county and state levels to support local natural resources stewardship. And we'd like to work with the stewardship subcommittee this coming year to do that. Laguna Ocean Foundation has been focused on stewardship for 21 years. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the city to do a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Morning, Mayor, City Council, Manager Kiff, Attorney Garibaldi. My name is Slade Carlton. I'm a resident of Laguna Beach. Wanted to support the work that NCC is doing and how much affordable housing is needed in our town. We had a moment last night that was really a Laguna Beach moment. We had our 7th cold weather shelter open. We had 7 women and 8 men stay there at NCC at the same time that their board meeting was happening. And so we were able to share hamburgers and really be in community and viscerally feel what makes Laguna Beach such a special place to live. Appreciate the work that you guys are doing on that front. Really appreciate the expertise that our city manager brings to our city, the perspective. I would encourage in reading your letters that are so thoughtfully written, the legal review that you talk about, in addition to looking for loopholes and looking for ways not to support housing, we can also use that legal review to support housing for our community. So thank you for that. And thank you, BBK, for all the expertise that you bring.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Ann Christoph. I'd like to ask you to please consider finishing some of the commitments that you've made over the years, and I just want to give you a couple of them that seem to be stalled and not happening, even though we've been working on them for a long time. One of them is to complete the Caltrans, the sidewalks, the city's portion of the sidewalks that the city is supposed to be doing in South Laguna. There's 3 important gaps in the sidewalk on the inland side. One of them is just north of Ruby's, where someone was killed walking along the edge of the highway. And the city had committed their resources to finish those 3 gaps. And they were supposed to be done at the same time as the Caltrans work that's going on right now. But somehow those drawings were not finished. I don't know where they are, but I'm hoping that you will move very quickly to finish the other side of the highway that was supposed to be part of this project in the first place. Secondly, Ruby's removed their trees in 2017 without a permit. And it's been all these years and somehow our city hasn't managed to get them to put the trees back. I mean, these are things that need to be handled routinely and taken care of and not postponed for years. The next item is the fire station in South Laguna. I remember about 1.5 years ago, it was before you, and everybody was saying the station needed to be done yesterday and that public input might hold it up. And we committed to not hold it up and to have meetings immediately. And yet the meetings took over 1 year to happen, one meeting. And we haven't had, this was last Labor Day. Very short notice. We had the meeting. It was productive. We haven't heard anything more. Where is the fire station process right now? We're hoping that they would respond to our comments to make the station in a better location on the lot that would fit in and not block views. And we haven't heard anything more. Next is the lots at Catalina Street near the South Laguna Village Green. There's an opportunity there to purchase additional property that'll supplement what's going on at the Village Green. These opportunities don't come up very often, and if this is sold to build something else, it will never be a possibility again. So I urge you to proceed on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Johnny Geiger, lifelong resident. I'm here to ask the city council for some clarity on the pool. Mayor, I saw your interview yesterday. I thought you had a great perspective. There's a lot of misinformation circulating around the pool. Some people are simply uninformed, but there are others who are actively spreading misinformation. So would like to ask you for clarity on your intentions with the city-owned pool or your intentions to lease a lease agreement with the district. The worst possible outcome is that we delay based on confusion and cause more costly delays and costly construction costs by adding senseless delays to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Carrie Reynolds, good morning. Three things. One is pole undergrounding. I'm sadly well read in on the subject, 7 years into it, 6 years into it. I'd say that staff investment more than just one guy might help you. The timeline's really long, even when it comes to the city's movement of the project moving forward. So take a look at that and how the process could be streamlined on our side. I know we have subs who make it tougher, but there's definitely opportunities for making the process better. On that same vein, because of the fires in Palisades, it's more important than ever. And we have neighborhoods sitting on $5 and $10 million willing to spend money, and it's 6 years. So let's try to make it go faster. The system for a neighbor to have to do that work, I couldn't even tell you the amount of hours I've had. So there's some learning that happened in the Palisades about communication systems in neighborhoods. And I think they're using WhatsApp channels to create sub-communities of communication. We might look at doing that preemptively so that it would help someone in a neighborhood who wanted to get their neighborhood to underground, but would also, at a time of fire risk, I could talk to my 91 houses quickly. And so that's just one idea, but there's something there. The second is, solve the pool problem, stop the rumor mills. And the third is to Barbara's point about affordable housing. I'm a marketing consultant for restaurants. We're at 9%, per Alex's number, of vacancies in our retail. That's a huge number, 10's the warning bell that goes off in the community of retail. So young people spend more time socializing and dining out. We're a very old community. We index, I think, at 70% in the young people category to Dana Point and San Juan. So some of our problem in retail and restaurant is that we're all in bed by 6, 30 here with our slippers on. So the affordable housing, it's not just rents and the 100-year-old problem of buildings. It's partly that it's so expensive to open a retail space here. And there are lots of hurdles, but it's also that our affordability is driving out the diners. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers? This will be the... Okay. And just to, before you start, just to clarify, we're only going to have one... This will be the only opportunity to provide public comment. So that, so speak now or wait till the next meeting. Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Anne Marie McKay, speaking as a resident. Regarding the fire strategic plan, I just want to encourage everyone to not forget our animal companions. We have things we currently do, but I would like to see it documented in our plan, such as ensuring any emergency shelters will be set up here in Laguna, that people are allowed to bring their animals, ensuring that those that have kennel permits, meaning they have more than 5 animals on their premises, that they have an evacuation plan, and ensuring people, if an emergency happens and they're not home, they're at work, that they're able to get into their house if it's safe, into their neighborhood to evacuate their animals, or at least there's a clear, logical way of having emergency personnel do that for them, because I'm sure we've seen the stories, if you saw the Fire Aid concert last night or whatever, that people weren't home and then they're just seeing their house getting close to burning down and they know they have their 3 dogs there or whatever and no way to save them. So we need to make sure to keep that in mind. So please include that in your strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good morning. I actually wanted to infuse probably a longer thought process, but as you're addressing some of these issues with affordable housing, with strategic fire plans, one of the things that might factor into all this is if there were to be an emergency, we have a lot of second homes that are not occupied. So if we have some kind of an evacuation situation, how do we know what homes are vacant, what homes are occupied? Where are we using our resources to protect those that are living here and those that are just second homes? So that would be one factor to kind of think about as you're trying to develop plans, and how do we, focus on the occupied homes versus not. Speaking to the other point of the youth in our town, affordable housing, how that kind of enlivens our towns, fills our shops, fills our restaurants. It's an excellent point. And I'm wondering, as you look at this bigger picture, if we need to start thinking more outside of the box in all of our solutions, whether it's shared space, joint use, and if it's not the city partnering out, if it's somebody partnering in, private funding, but also with some of the second homes, we have the benefit of the property tax that comes from these homes, and their homes aren't occupied. And so it becomes, on one hand, a silent funding partner to our community, but they're not bringing the livelihood of their energy and their vitality, their money as far as spending in the community. So, and I'm not an economist. I'm going to leave this to the experts. It's way out of my pay grade, but maybe there's something that needs to be looked at as far as some kind of an agreement with some of these second home owners. Could they get some kind of a tax credit if they were to then have their home as part of a executive rental program where we have people that live in town, whether it's city staffers or administration for the school or teachers, where that could be part of that program where we're incentivizing people here to live here and bring their dollars back here, because it's those same tax dollars that are paying these people and then they're living here. It's a very broader idea, but we really need to start finding some solutions that are outside of the box where we're not building more, but when we can count those things into our solutions and then help rebuild some of the community that's here, and also have people have a little bit more vested interest in our town as well if they're working here. So just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. I'm Laura Giummani. I'm a parent of a high school water polo athlete who is also on the swim team. She's been in the program for 9 years with age group water polo, started with swim lessons when she was itty bitty. And our family is just a big supporter of our high school and community pool. I wanted to thank board member Sherry Morgan for coming to our high school senior night on Monday. We had a huge crowd, a nail biter, double overtime sudden death game for our senior night for our high school athletes. It was really a great community event. There were alumni there, our age group water polo, high school students, just overpacked crowd. I'm just mentioning this to show the love that we have for our pool, and we're also applauding LBUSD for their approval of the 45-meter pool and the speedy momentum forward. We appreciate the school district's obligation to the students, and we also applaud their enthusiasm to allow the city to partake in this beautiful new pool. So we encourage you to please update your guidance that the city is not currently planning or budgeting to build its own pool. And we also encourage you to partner with the school district to show support for the community use of the pool. I think that would help to quell some misinformation that's out in the community, that people assume the city's building its own pool and therefore not supporting what the district is doing. And we just all want to work together and do what's best for our kids, our community, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I came late. Sorry, I didn't hear all the comments. Hey, I have two thoughts on fire mitigation that are a little bit out of the box. I'll go with the shortest one first. I think that some of these very combustible trees, some of these really tall pine trees in town, I think the city needs, the fire department needs to have the power to condemn just a few trees, not all the trees, not all the big trees, but some of these trees are in a firestorm, particularly dangerous. Alex, when you came, you knocked on my door when you were campaigning. I pointed out a tree that I had in mind. I have a picture of a tree. If anybody wants to see it, there's a tree that lips right over the Crescent Bay Inn, towers over it. And if that tree ever got lit in, it could kill people. Anyways, that's the first idea. The second idea is a little bit more out of the box. Bob, I reached out to you. I left you a message. I wanted to sort of go over this with you, but I'm a big backer of your proposal to underground the poles. All the poles need to be undergrounded, period, full stop. It's a safety issue, and it adds value to the community. How do we pay for it? That's the big deal. Taxpayers don't want to pay for it. The Dartmoor Trail is owned by the Laguna Beach City Water District. A lot of that hillside has been graded. When they came in and put the water reservoirs up there, they completely changed the landscape of the hill. So you have drainage swales. It's not environmentally pristine, let's just say. It's been graded. You need to take that land back and parcel it out, sell it. You could get $2-3 million per lot. There's probably 100 lots up there, easy. You could, anyway, so you could take back that land. I'm sure there would have to be a lot of approvals, but anyway, there's a pay for there. You could raise, I don't know, a couple $100 million. You could designate it to pay for the undergrounding. The environmentalists wouldn't have a big problem with it because it's not pristine. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ilana, and I have a daughter who she's in her 5th year of club water polo. She's only 11, but she's been asking me since she was little, how come we never have tournaments at our pool, Mama? I said, well, we don't have the space and we don't really have the facilities to support it. And she says, but how do we get Aria Fisher? How do we get these players that I meet at other tournaments who come and coach and mentor us? I said, it's a really good question. I'd like to point everybody to a fair game interview that was just done with the mayor. And I know that after watching that interview on several issues, we've got our man here that's going to, from what I can tell, it's going to really kind of straighten out some things with revitalizing our downtown and getting the school facilities up to par. And I really urge all of the city council to listen to that interview and take it into consideration. And I think if people, because what I heard in that interview was based on fact, and it was very well put, and I think it's a very succinct way to end the gaslighting that's been going on at the school board meetings and probably elsewhere, like on Nextdoor. And I think that people need to get really involved and roll up their sleeves and put an end to the gaslighting because it's wasting all of our time. I'm exhausted going to these meetings. That first meeting was 4.5 hours for a school board meeting. One of you should be in attendance to see what goes on because it's a circus there. And I hope that it's put to a stop quickly. And I think that everything that I heard about the businesses and bringing our ordinances forward to meet the demands of our current situation, current times, is brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. I'll bring it to the city manager to provide us a roadmap for the day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. So for the next period of time, it's broken up in the agenda. We'll go through a lot of issues, as the mayor mentioned, along with the fiscal forecast. Eric and I will give that. I had proposed this concept of just strategic themes that we try to align ourselves with. I'll talk about those briefly. Then we'll go into some deeper dives. They're not the deepest dives, they're deeper. We'll talk about the fire strategic plan. We'll talk about a downtown and economic development effort. We'll talk about stewardship, including some of our guests, like with Karen Phillipson. A lot of the efforts, you'll be briefed on what's going on there. Gavin will talk about the facilities master plan. We'll touch on environmental sustainability with Jeremy. Mark McAvoy will talk about our CIP projects, including Fire Station 4. And then I'll close at least before lunch, before some efforts to try to become a more effective, excellent organization. And then depending on how long that takes, lunch break. And then we'll touch on what the mayor asked for, which I think is smart, is just kind of some quick direction. Again, it would be heads nodding today rather than a vote. We'd bring that back for a vote at the next regular meeting, just a ratification, including on the community pool, village entrance parking structure, Lang Park. There are a number of them mentioned in the agenda. And then close at the end. I had proposed kind of 5 key initiatives that reflect the themes. A lot of what I've heard from the council, from the residents, from the business owners, to try to reflect what our staff team would follow. And those are presented for consideration and discussion. I like them. That doesn't mean the council will like them. And so that's what this kind of workshop is for, is to talk about those. I'm going to go next just to really quickly. There's a workbook. This is all online. So if you have your computer with you and you're watching from home, you can find out all the details. There's a lot in here, and I acknowledge that we gave the council a lot of paperwork, just hours, a short day before the meeting today. But I made a commitment to them. They don't have to read all of this because it's a lot to read. But it's, again, today is not an action day, so it's a chance to talk about the documents. And they're the strategic plan, they're the Raftellus report. They're kind of a long white paper on on coastal resource stewardship, like Ed mentioned. So that's all in this packet. It's all online. I also have a fairly detailed fiscal forecast discussion, and again, Eric and I are going to go through that in just a moment. I gave notes as to what I think are headwinds and tailwinds. We won't talk about all those today, but we certainly welcome the council's input in that section. And then the next part of the packet is kind of an issue by issue summary of most of the things I hear people ping us about. What's the latest with, for instance, Fire Station 4, or what's the latest with a couple of private sector projects like Hotel Laguna, like the Pacific Edge's remodel. So that's in there. I know there are things that we missed. So if there are things that we missed and the council says, I'd love an update on X subject, I would be happy to give that to them. We might be able to give that to them today. The next tab in the binder is all of last year's priorities. We didn't want to ignore those. A lot of those are underway. Some of those are complete. Some of them have had to be tabled just because of workload. But if anyone has a question about where last year's priorities went, that's summarized too. And then, and that's kind of the rest of the binder. There's the strategic themes I talked about and the proposed key initiatives. So unless you have any questions about that, council will roll to the fiscal forecast section.
Any questions? Good.
All good? Okay. So Erica is going to join me, and Eric and I didn't practice this. We'll do the best we can. It's informal and unstructured. I'm going to start by, actually, I'll let you start, Erica, because I think the tables tell a lot. So let's roll through the PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Wait for the mic to warm up there.
Thank you, Dave.
There we go. Perfect.
Mayor and City Council. So today's financial presentation focuses on our 5-year projection of the general fund. We're still early in the fiscal year 2026 budget process, and we'll be refining this forecast as more variables are identified. And also the outcomes of today's strategic plan will also change that forecast based on initiatives the city will undertake over the next year. Next slide, please. So just taking a step back and looking at the city's fiscal year 2025 composition of revenues and expenditures for the general fund. For the revenues perspective, our 3 largest sources of revenues, as you can see by the pie chart on the left, is property taxes, transient occupancy taxes, and sales tax, which make up about 75% of our total general fund revenue. While on the expenditure side, so the right side of the chart, we can see that salaries and wages, inclusive of benefits, and maintenance and operations compose about 88% of our total budget. Next slide, please. In developing our 5-year projection of the general fund, we used assumptions at different levels of expenditures, which are shown here. The 2 largest categories, as we previously noted, are salaries and wages, whose primary increase projection is driven by the cost of living increase between 3 to 4%, as stipulated in the city's various MOUs, and a step increase for eligible employees. As a reminder, a step increase is about 5%, and about 75% of employees are eligible for that step increase, culminating in about 7.3% projected increase. The second largest category, maintenance and operations, as we saw on the previous chart, we're projecting about a 6.9% increase heading into fiscal year 2026, which is the continuance of the curtailing of the pandemic inflationary increases that we saw. And as you can see on the outer years, we decreased that projection down to 4% and then followed by 3% in the last 2 years. Other key areas include capital outlay. This is not construction in progress. It's for small capital and for vehicles and other types of equipment. That's driven by our projections, driven by the inflationary growth, by the trend in the California Construction Index. And to echo Dave's comments that are written in the packet before you today, we expect to see changes, and this is a moving target, but we did want to present some of the expenses and some of the key drivers for our expenses. Next slide, please. Now, taking a look at our revenues, property taxes continue to be our stronghold, and we've projected at a growth of 4% per year. We don't have expected fluctuations over the next 5 years at this moment, but of course, as economic changes happen, we'll be updating this. As Dave mentioned in our discussion, we've had a lot of hotel closures in the past year, being longer than expected and also continuing into the next year. So we're projecting transient occupancy tax to stay or remain low growth in the first 2 years, fiscal year 26 and 27, and then grow at a more moderate pace once all hotels are open in fiscal years 28 to fiscal year 2030. For sales tax, HDL has presented City of Laguna Beach with a 2-year projection, so fiscal years 26 and 27 with the 2% growth and 2% 6 growth on the second year. And then, of course, we have, as Dave discussed in the package, we're continue to anticipate sales tax to remain flat. Vacancies of some of the areas that drive sales tax is one of the factors, and it's discussed by the members of the public that we've seen. So I did want to highlight that third largest revenue for the city. I'm happy to discuss some of these other revenue categories, but investment earnings at the moment continue to remain high, but are headed towards the long-term projected growth of 2%. Over a 20-year average, and that's what we've seen in the past. So we've held fiscal year 2026 at 3%, but again, curtailing to the more normal what we've seen over the last 30 years in municipal investment growth of 2% per year. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, these are preliminary projections, things that we're going to look out for and continue to assess, and also change the projections are changes in economic conditions. Our financial model can include forecasts for anything that happens like a pandemic, natural disaster, changes in the interest rates, et cetera. So we are constantly monitoring for those. Also changes in policy and regulatory changes that may affect, so grant revenues, for example, may go down over the next year from what we've heard. Parking will also be impacted. So we're looking at those impacts as we go forward. And of course, as I mentioned, changes in city priorities is another factor that will impact the 5-year projection. Next slide, please. So from a total perspective, we used our fiscal year 2025 budget as a starting point, and we mapped out what our projection percentage increases would look like. The line represents our revenues, and the bar graphs represent our expenses, broken out by major category. And as you can see, as we start in our balanced fiscal year 2025 budget, as we head out to the outer years, we see a deficit in our revenues being able to cover our expenses. Of course, the city would do necessary cuts and adjustments as necessary to ensure that we have a balanced budget, but this is based on what our budget and our increases that we just discussed, where we would be over the course of the next 5 years. Next slide, please. And again, this shows it in the dollar figure format, and you can see that by the last year projected fiscal year 2030, we have a significant gap where our revenues are 114 million and our expenses are about 128 million. So significant adjustments would be made in order to balance the budgets going forward. Next slide. One thing I do want to note, though, and these are actual true-up projections. Now, while a budget is our best forecast of what we're going to get done and what, as far as expenses and what we're going to receive as far as revenues, It's not always 100%. We don't always spend 100% of what we budget, as is with any budget. So what we wanted to show is the city's actual expenditure spend rate is about 93% of what we budget over the last, and that's the average of the last 3 years. And our revenues are about 102% of what we budget. So we receive a little bit more than we budget, and then we spend a little bit less. And that helps with the gap, and it narrows the gap. So and this bar graph essentially shows our revenues being at that 102% level and our expenses being at the 93% level. And as you can see here, we do have a little bit more runway over the course of the next 5 years where we're not running out of money immediately. And then again, this is based on what we actually have spent over the last 3 years. So this hopefully provides some comfort that we're not in a dire situation tomorrow. Next slide. And as Dave, and as we continue to mention here, you can see in dollar figures where our revenues are and where our expenses are. And as you can see, where the year that they really start to narrow is in fiscal year 2030. And as it's pointed out in the slide, revenues historically come in about 1 to 2% above projection, and we expend within 5 to 7% below projection. And that is very standard. If you spend about 95% of your budget, you've hit your target in the finance world. So just wanted to explain that as well. And I believe that concludes my piece of the presentation. Dave had a great narrative in the book, but I'm happy to answer questions. We're both happy to answer questions.
Let me put a little bit of a fence around what Erica said. I really appreciate the work that she put into this, as well as Gavin, as well as our revenue projection consultant. And I also acknowledging that when we talk about the budget and we talk about the actual true-up budget, what we're saying is that if you look at the true-up budget, it's like we're adopting a budget that isn't balanced, which is why we always want to adopt a budget that's balanced. But I would love to get to a point where we're more accurate about both of those figures. In other words, both the revenues and the expenses, rather than always counting on a gap, because it can be a little bit troublesome if, let's say, the revenues don't come in at 102% or the expenses come in at 97. Then, so we need to continue to refine that. But that is typical for our city, typical for many cities to do it that way. Really briefly on some of the headwinds that Erica spoke about too. We talked about we would really like to see more of our hotel rooms come online, be offline less. There are things we can do to help that, things in our community development department we can do to help that. When they do come back online, like the surf and sand, they're coming in at really high room rates with as I understand it, good reservation levels. So the future, I think, is bright for our hotel community. That's a tailwind. The headwind is we've also have to make sure that Laguna Beach is still a great place to come and visit. And that's part of our stewardship discussion coming up. So when I look at each one of the headwinds that's listed in the report, I think there's a solution to almost every one of them. And it involves what we're talking about at strategic planning today. Again, being more nimble with our permitting, having an economic development function that really powers through that, having a better stewardship program for the community. This isn't something that I look at pessimistically. I think Laguna Beach has a great future ahead, but we need to be cautious and diligent about how we pursue that. With that, I'd welcome comments.
So question, thank you for the presentation, Erica.
Yes.
Question about, when we look at the salary increases in expenditures, 7.3% a year, does that assume that we have the current level of full-time employees, or does that account for
That's essentially the difference between the first bar graph against the revenues versus the second. So the assumption is based on solely the sum of the cost of living increase plus the eligibility for a merit increase. So we applied that one to the budget, which assumes 100% capacity, which was the first bar graph. And then the second bar graph does not assume full capacity. So you can see that that's part of what the difference is. So
But Erica, did it assume a growth of employee count?
no,
Headcount?
no, it does not include employee growth, like hiring more bodies or
If-
adding to the FTEs.
If we wanted to say like add 5 police officers, that would substantially increase.
Correct.
Right. And so have we, I have to say that I'm kind of concerned by this because I think as a community, with the amount of revenues we have, we should not be in a position to be even close to a budget deficit. And I appreciate what we're saying about how we don't spend our whole budget, but has there been any thought, and as part of the upcoming budget process, are you working with the department heads to figure out
Correct.
ways to find savings and reduce certain expenditures? Because I imagine with
Yes.
technology and with different approaches and maybe looking at like when a position becomes vacant, do we need that position? Are there
Yeah.
strategies like that will be employed to look at
Yes,
reducing?
through the fiscal year 2026 budget process, which we just kicked off this month with the
Okay.
departments, we're going to be combing through the expenses and the FTEs to ensure that we have an accurate projection of what we're going to be able to accomplish the next year too. Not just what we plan on doing, but what we realistically can accomplish. And from a head count, is that the right size?
Okay.
So we will, as part of the budget process, bring back the 5-year projection revised after our discussions with the departments, what that would look like, not just for the general fund, but for all funds.
Got it. And then do we know what the subsidy is for community development right now in terms of fees?
The last time we looked at it, it's $3 to $4 million.
So
Which is a lot.
when can that be corrected? Because that seems like we should if we could get that corrected this, over the next 11 months, that would be a game changer for this
It'd
whole
be a game changer,
projection.
yes. And I think correcting it is 2 things. One is increasing the fees, but as you folks have articulated and many in the design community and the applicant community have articulated, why should I be paying more for a system that I view as dysfunctional? So I think we need to improve the system, and I know Megan and I will be talking with you about ways to improve the system using objective design criteria, making it simpler. And then I think you can indeed have a faster process and correctly charge the amount of fees that you charge.
Other questions, Sue?
Yeah, Erica, what's the inflation assumptions in here?
Inflationary, well, they're all included as part. Some of the basic inflationary assumption is 3% for some of the categories that don't have better assessments. But as I mentioned, like HDL, we have a 2% for sales tax and 2.6 in the second year. For the expenses, we did our best. If we had an index that we could refer to, we used that index. So as I mentioned, for one of the categories, maintenance and operations, we saw that after the pandemic, there was a high inflation. So we took that trend of the bell curve, essentially, that right after the pandemic, the inflation went up, and then now it's coming back down. So as you could see, we used over 6% for maintenance and operations because we're still coming back down from that inflationary period of the pandemic. But on the outer years, we do expect to flatten out to a more normal 3% inflationary growth in maintenance and operations.
Okay. The other thing is, so this is my 7th year on council, and, every year the budget goes up in terms of our fixed costs, essentially. And I always say this, but we should be using lean. We should be using lean on every department because it's really hard for a department to look down on their own department and figure out where they need to save money, what they can do better. I've been doing this in business for a long time. It'd be very successful, and I'm getting very frustrated that we're not doing that here. I'm not talking to you particularly, but I just think that's the approach that we need to take. It's a process-driven, data-driven process, and it saves you a ton of money and would probably help us on the revenue side. So, I mean, that continues to be my frustration with city government in general. City governments are not very effective, and we could be like the model for effective government here. And I'd really like to see us get to that. So we started this in 2020, and we were ready to present to the city council on the day that we had the pandemic, and we never got any farther. And we had a brilliant start, and it got dropped. We lost people and all the associated pandemic, impacts affected us like everybody else. So, I would really like us to look at that. I know Dave and I've talked about that, and I gave him a presentation to look at. I was thinking about doing a presentation on it here, but I'm not going to do that, maybe in one of the other meetings. But I am looking for efficiencies. So that's my
Thank you.
comment. Thanks.
I think Councilmember Kempf, I think we're all really appreciative of those comments and know that that's the way forward, is to do what we have better with the resources that we have, because we can't always rely on the outside sector to perform well so that we can just accept the money. I was joking with the folks about that chart, with the revenues here and the expenditures here. By the time you get a little bit into that chart, that's your fire the city manager chart. So it's on us as a team to make sure that doesn't happen.
We're starting to get ourselves in a hole here because our town's run down.
Mhm.
It doesn't look good. I hear this all the time. We all do. The hotels are not full. Our sales tax flat.
Mhm.
And so when we start trending the wrong way, that's what starts to really worry me. And when I see budget numbers like this and then the trend going the other way,
Yeah.
that makes me think that the council, city manager, we need to do some real thinking here and make sure that the actions we take here contribute either to revenue or cost reductions. That's
Yep.
basically it. Our service levels, I think, in general, besides community development, are pretty good, my opinion.
Agree. Other questions?
Yeah, quick question. And to your point, Sue, briefly, we need to be cautious that because of these trends with the declining occupancy and the sales tax, that we are careful that we don't cut areas that are going to further exacerbate that. Dave, I had a quick question on the gap that you spoke of, and you think that we can, the budget gap, and you think that can be improved over the years. I'm just curious how you see that would be improved, and what do you think the result of it is? And I guess what I'm wondering is if the council has a role in that, the cause of it.
In the cause or the solutions, or
Well,
both?
maybe are there costs associated with us changing our mind midway, or, putting more expenses into the?
I really appreciate the question, Mayor Pro Tem. I think if Mark McAvoy would probably nod and say that improving our capital improvement program process by making it a little bit more streamlined, design input early versus design input 2 more times, I think would make it go faster. And anytime, as Eric is mentioning, we're doing a capital improvement project in an inflationary environment, we're just chasing the costs. And then I got to come back to you again and say, I need another $1 million for this because it took so long. So I think better diligence about that would be helpful. We just talked about community development, a better way to improve that process. So I think you folks can look at the community in the eye and say, we have a better process, and now we're charging 100% full cost recovery. That's a big part of the shortfall that we're struggling with. I think we could also have a smaller community development department too. I love all those folks and I want them to stay. But through attrition, if we improve the process, we could reduce the costs there if we had a simpler process. We've all talked about how much complexity goes into an analysis of a simple home. It's not a simple home, but one home. So there are ways that the council can help, yes. And certainly being out there like you're all doing and helping us improve the downtown, helping us improve the retail environment, giving us the encouragement as a staff to improve our processes is all really vital.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Bob?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think one of the things that, when you look at these kind of projections and you take the starting point and then you look forward 5 years and you say, oh, we're going upside down, we're going in the wrong direction. I think one of the things that would be helpful to do that we haven't done or that isn't reflected here, I think we all know it, but maybe it could be pulled together, is, the service levels that we've enhanced over the last 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, if you come to mind, and I think the council, when you think about them, you'd say, these are things we need to do, but add to cost. So, park rangers, ambulance service, 6 more positions in the community development department. So we've deliberately added a number of things along the way to provide levels of service that we think the community wants and we've responded to. So I think it would be helpful to create that list of why have we added the staff and what have we added to staff and what service levels has that provided to our community. Now, that's not to say we can go on endlessly, because at some point, as you say, Dave, you always have to balance the budget. But I think that would be helpful and informative to look at. Now, having said that, I think every department manager should be asked every year, and I expect they are, but maybe we all need to try harder on it, is can I deliver the same level of service with fewer costs? Is there a way I can do that? Or at least fewer, increasing costs? Can I, if my costs are increasing like this, is there a way I can more level the costs and deliver the same level of service? And, that probably goes to your point, Sue. There's tools and ways to figure that out, but I think we should do that. One of the other conversations we've had up here, and I don't know where it stands, and this is really not as much in the general fund budget, but we've talked the CIP, the capital improvement budget, right? And I sat down with Gavin one day, and there's difference between fund balance and cash, and there's like $35 million on the books for capital improvement stuff, right? And has that been scrubbed? Is that really all still on the books? Can we realize some dollars here? So I think this municipal accounting tends to carry you year to year with this, fund balance kind of thing. And if you really get inside some of these, carryovers, you're going to find, there really is some money there that we could redeploy. And I'd like to understand that better. I don't think I understand it fully, but I'd like to understand that better. And I hope that's happening with all of our funds. I think, I'm not, you'd like to not see these trends like they are, but I'm not worried about it. I think we have lots of tools to control it, and I know we will control it, and I think we can do a better job of both on the revenue side, which, Mark and I have been spending some time on, and then the cost management side. We're gonna be okay, but I guess the message is we need to work hard on both sides of that, because we're not, again, I don't think it's dire, but we need to all sort of buckle down and make it, get it going in the right direction.
Agreed.
Follow up on Bob's comment too about the CIP scrubbing. We're Erica and Mark and I have been doing that. We're going to talk about it a little bit in an hour or so. We don't have final numbers, but it's a pretty fruitful exercise to do exactly what you're doing. So, yeah.
Holly, do you have anything to add?
Thank you for that presentation, Erica. That was really helpful. And I do think it really brings to my mind the importance of, that the responsibility that we all have to accomplish what we've committed to accomplishing with as few dollars as we possibly can. We've got to be really fiscally responsible as we consider everything today.
So Dave, I want to make sort of 2 high-level questions and suggestions. One, following up on Sue's point, do you feel like you have the resources that you need to implement something like Lean Six Sigma? And if not, what do you need from us to make something like that happen? I've told you about how San Marcos, they just did a sales tax increase, and the mayor, she's basically said, look, we don't want to just have this money replicate the existing services and just add to the, to the expenditure side without an increase in services. So they'd have a director of lean government that they're hiring. I don't know if they've hired the person. Is there something like that we need here? And I guess my question is, do you have the resources to implement something like Lean Six Sigma? And if not, what do you need from us to make it happen?
I don't know yet is the answer. And I can commit to bringing that back to you within a month when we bring this back. Because I think I'd like to talk with the department directors about that. I'd like to see, solicit some tools and individuals that might be able to help us with it. what capacity we could do that on our own with process mapping versus what might require a lean certified instructor. So I'm open, very open to that, obviously, given what we're seeing.
So we'll hear something about what the next steps would be in a month.
Yes.
Okay, and then following up on Bob's point, I'm wondering about the increases in services and everything. I'm wondering if there'd be value in, we have these council study sessions ahead of the budget adoption. I'm wondering what if we had a study session for each department had to come in, go over their budget, go over increases in services, and just give us a comprehensive overview, which could provide an opportunity for input about policy decisions. Maybe we say we can make cuts here and increases here. Is that something that you think would provide value ahead of the budget adoption?
I think, given that I don't know Laguna's done that in recent years, I think it'd probably be good to do again.
Okay.
So, yes.
Sounds good. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, one, I'm going to just state the obvious, and I sound like a broken record, and I apologize, Dave. But as you go through this process, I think it's important to all of us that we really set the expectations and then work up to that as far as, how we plan and everything financially. I just think it's clear. So in other words, service levels aren't falling as a result of budgeting. And I'm not sure if we are there where we want. I know that we're still having problems in community development and some other areas that we just want to make sure that none of the budgeting affects and lowers any of where I hope we're going. And
Talk
I know
to me
that
a
you
little bit
know
more
that.
about that to make sure it's clear. You mean level of service on the street sorry.
So if I submit an application,
Yeah.
we want to make sure that it's done effectively and
Yeah.
efficiently as possible in a timely manner. We've talked about some improvements in the downtown, making sure we can maintain that.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it sounds like is there consensus on this idea of doing deep dives on each of these departments as part of the study sessions?
I think that's a good idea, though I would defer to you, Dave, about the degree to which we as a council are
Agreed.
getting involved in some of that nitty gritty. I really want to respect, your role and our role. There's a true separation there. So I would defer to you as to what degree you need our involvement.
Thank you.
Well, just focusing on the budget, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
That's our main job are basically two things, the budget and the city manager, right? So
Right. Right.
that's,
We already saw the
yeah,
chart.
extensive knowledge about the budget is a good thing. So, and about services and costs and all those things is a good thing for the council. And then you as a body can direct whether or not something is a priority over something else based on, in part on my input and the department head's input. You guys are still the bosses.
okay.
Thanks.
Anything else on this?
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Erica.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Erica.
That was a good report, Erica.
Strategic themes for 2025.
Yes. Okay, so this is a fairly brief little section where if you want to turn to the tab that says strategic themes. And I will admit, I shortchanged having a consultant come in and do a whole strategic planning effort with us. So these are target level or this is strategic planning on the inexpensive. I won't say on the cheap. And I welcome your comments on them. And then I built the day based around these. And the first theme is that we're a community that prioritizes safety. And we've talked about that a lot, especially with wildfires. So that's a top priority. And along with our fire department, our EMS response, our police department, what Chief Calvert works on, that we're a place that addresses both crime and quality of life issues and homelessness, and we do that well. So, and then also that Kai Bond's department, marine safety, that we're always top notch and providing the right services to our residents and our visitors, that we have a utility infrastructure that is resilient and safe so that we're not having sewer spills, that we're funding generators to help our pump stations during power outages, all kinds of things like that. And then finally, while it's not entirely under control, it means maintaining a community hospital presence. So when people think of Laguna Beach, they think we're a safe community in all of those ways. So that's kind of theme one. Theme 2 is that we're a sustainable community, and this applies environmentally with all the work the community has done. We'll talk about that with stewardship, the open space preservation, the Blue Belt, we prioritize that. We prioritize climate action, including the work that's been done in the past, even though it's likely that funding for that is going to change. It's going to go down based, I think, in large part on the Trump administration's approach to that. So environmentally sustainable, we're also economically sustainable, and we've just talked about that. How does the downtown look? How do our processes foster businesses to succeed here, our internal city processes? And what are we doing with our downtown infrastructure to help it stay shining, stay looking good? And then sustainability to me also means that the city government is sustainable and that we use long-term financial projections and we adjust to them similar to what we just talked about with Erica. So that's theme 2. Theme 3, that we're a place that preserves our culture and our heritage. And you folks have talked about this. It's part of the stewardship effort, but that we provide adequate financial and staff support for arts and cultural activities and programs, that we provide support for arts infrastructure. So the Playhouse, the festival grounds, the other places that we support or could support with capital, and that we support our artist community, including the live, work, places, and housing effort that's going on in the Canyon right now. And that also that we're more diligent and robust about the way we protect our historic properties. And that means having the appropriate staffing and community development and training and having individuals who have expertise in historic property preservations. Because as you know, we haven't met the bar on that in recent times. And I hate the fact that residents have to tell us that something's going on with a historic property rather than us knowing that. So that's theme 3. Theme 4, the last theme, is that we're a place that strives to be excellent as a city government. We're transparent about our budget, including our conversation that we just had in the last 20 minutes, that we're communicative, that with our public information staff, we have multiple ways to inform residents so that nobody can say, I didn't know about it, or I didn't hear back, so that we're good about responding to inquiries, that we keep people posted. And then part of this category is that we're effective and we're efficient. We use performance measurements. We avoid in the finance unit, we avoid the errors that we've had with our audit findings, that we improve troubled processes. That's where lean comes in. We're a place that works on that continuously. We work from timelines and regular updates so that Councilmember Whalen tells this to me, and I don't want to tell tales out of school, but he says, I shouldn't be the one that has to remind you that something is on or off schedule. And he's absolutely right, because we should be the one who stick to our schedule and talk about it and provide things when we promised, or we give you a darn good reason why we didn't. And that we follow master plans, including IT, that we're a place where if you're an employee here, you know you're not going to be shifted off to a sidetrack because our technology is not as good as everybody else's. I still want to be a place where you can work for Laguna Beach and do a good job and be exposed to the technology that you would in any other place. That helps our customers too. That's theme 4. So a city government strives for excellence. So I welcome your comments on that. That's about as much as I wanted to delve into it, but hoping you'll kind of bless or be okay with those themes.
And Dave, are you looking for comments on the high level themes or the bullet points under the themes, or both?
Both.
Both. Okay. Questions or comments, Bob?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I think, I think in terms of the themes, it's a great framework. I like it. But I will have some comments that, when we, maybe later on, when we look back at the 2024 initiatives and you make a point later on in here to say, just because we're focusing on these 4 or 5 areas, we're not forgetting the other stuff. But I think we need to probably say out loud where some of these ongoing priorities or ongoing initiatives fold into these themes, just so we're all clear. I mean, to one of your final points, and, you know, you're not telling stories out of school, but I think it would be beneficial to all of us if, with respect to all these projects that we approve all the time, we have a timeline. You know, when we approve something at council, we talk generally about a timeline and a delivery schedule. But, you know, to have almost a notebook or a, you know, or an online place of timelines for projects, right? That once we authorize them, this is the timeline. And I'm not saying we have to create unrealistic timelines. We just need to create realistic timelines on the front end, you know, with steps along the way. And then, as you say, you know, people have to be held accountable to the timelines they've agreed to on the front end. Now, if external factors come into play, there's going to be things that happen, right? But they should be good reasons for getting off track. I mean, I come back to sort of one of Ann Christoph's comments this morning, the fire station. I mean, I think, I can't remember, but I know when that got approved the first time through, we were talking about 2025, and now we're into 2026. So, and that would just be one example of things. I think we could do a much better job of creating and holding all of us accountable to timelines once we approve projects. The other comment on theme 2, private sector economic, we've got references to the downtown. I think we need to expand that out. We've got a lot more commercial stuff that's not in the downtown. We've got North Laguna, we've got the HIP district, we've got South Laguna. I think we need a more, if we're going to talk about private sector economic, it's got to focus beyond the downtown. Because I think those are important contributors to our economic viability, and a lot of the hotels aren't actually downtown. So and that second bullet point there applies, I know, to all of them, which I think is key: help businesses prosper and get going faster. So that would be a couple of comments, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Other comments or questions? So maybe let's to Bob's point is, Dave, what do you think about the what mechanism could we implement, have those clear timelines? Could that be a quarterly strategic planning update, or what would the best mechanism be?
I think quarterly would be very appropriate. I'd like to design it so you don't get lost in it.
Yeah.
Certainly with to me, there's a smaller number of projects that everyone's really focused on. I don't want to discount the other ones, but we'd put those up front and then the others behind it. But I think that'd be appropriate.
And I think it also goes to the point of, if we have it quarterly, then if there's something that we want to, you know, because things change, maybe there's something that we want to add to the list, that means we have to take probably something off the list. So it forces us to make decisions too. So
right.
I'm very supportive of what Bob's saying on that. Other questions or comments? Mark?
So Dave, as we work our way through this, and I've talked to Gavin about this several times, and I think he might be working on it. And I'm going to speak to the, as an example, to the stewardship, because that's what I'm most heavily involved with. There's common threads that run through a lot of what we're doing, and part of the stewardship, I'll use as an example, is what Ed is working on with the Laguna Ocean Foundation and his resource management document. In my view, that effort, you know, that being put into the general plan one of these days, will help expand our communications with the Coastal Commission, which will then, I'm hoping, help us expand our conversation with, you know, parking opportunities and meter rates and things of that nature. So that's just an example, but I think that we have a lot of common threads here that kind of interlink some of what we're working on. And I just wanted, and I know you're cognizant of it, I'm just bringing it up again, so we're all kind of in tune with it.
Hallie?
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
One thing that I think is probably a component of theme 4 already, but I don't see it articulated very specifically here, is recruitment and retention of staff. I think that that's something that is going to contribute to not only a sustainable city, but a city government that really operates at an excellent level. Is if we can recruit the strongest employees, you know, in PD, in fire, and then actually retain those employees as well.
Agree. Sue?
Yeah, just to comment on Chief Calvert released the crime statistics. But we got them yesterday or the day before, so we're doing quite well. So I think our money spent on park rangers and our police department is definitely paying off. So I just want to make that point. And, on this, I know we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about some of these initiatives, but I think we need to define what the downtown action plan is going to actually work on. So we always have it down there as a placeholder. We don't, what does it actually mean in terms of, what we're going to spend money on? And that's it.
I'll just make some brief comments. I agree with Sue about the great news from the police department. I don't think the community understands the extent to which we've also leveraged technology through our, essentially we have a real-time crime center. I think we could maybe formally call it that in the future with all the cameras that we have that are going after license plate. The good thing is the community might not know, but the criminals do, and so they're avoiding Laguna Beach because of that. And that's so we appreciate the police department's work there. Totally agree about maintaining a community hospital. I think that's critical to public safety. On sustainable community, the one thing that the two suggestions that I'd be interested in seeing what my colleagues are open to is I see sustainability as, I think walkability and sustainability kind of go hand in hand, and we have an opportunity over the next few years, and Christoph was alluding to Coast Highway, completing the sidewalks there. I'd be interested in going in figuring out how we could complete all of our sidewalks and have a really walkable community. So that's something I'd be supportive of. And then we're already doing this, but as part of sustainable community, what we're going to be, the investments in our 100-year-old sewer system, as well as our, what Bob and to some extent I have been working on with the coastal treatment plant of upgrading that and reducing our effluent going into the ocean. And then the final thing is it's with the water district, but over the next, in the next few years, we could potentially go from 100% imported water to having a majority of our water come locally through the well that we're hoping to build in Fountain Valley, and then with the desal project, which is a big deal. So I think that's something that we should be communicating to the community, because you can't have sustainability without local water reliability. Those are my comments. So I don't know if there'd be support for the walkability and then looking at our water resources.
Yeah, I forgot to make another comment. So Alex and I, on this topic on theme 3, where we're talking about, support for the arts and infrastructure and stuff. When we had that discussion about the retail survey that we had from Cosmot the other day, and the survey from the community, people are saying they want to have more outdoor events. And Alex and I are working with we're on the Irvine Bowl Policy Committee. We're trying to get better use of the bowl. But I think, we need to really work on that, because there's an opportunity for us to bring a lot of, people who will pay in this community and spend money here. And that's a huge resource. It just sits there pretty much
Agreed.
Essentially for the community unused. They have weddings and stuff like that in the off season, and a few nonprofits. But I think that's an opportunity to bring some life to the town when it's not summertime. Yeah, so we
Totally agree.
need to work on that.
So Alex, you had walkability, and what was the other one?
Walkability, and then basically what we're going to do with our sewer system, our coastal treatment plant, and then local water reliability, which I kind of see it could be an integrated water resource management or something like along those lines.
Yeah.
Which I think they're already in motion, but
I'd be supportive of that. And just, listing them so we don't lose focus on them.
yeah. Okay. Good. Any other questions? Dave, are you looking for any specific
That direction you've been giving me is helpful.
clear direction?
Yep.
Okay, good. Should we take a break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. It's behind schedule, so if we get seated quickly, we can get back on track.
Mr. Mayor, as the council is coming back, I wanted to let the council know, sometimes I would text you about this stuff, but there was a bluff top collapse between 9th and 10th Street this morning on the beach. It's a fairly big collapse. We don't think anybody's hurt or were near it, but could you share that slide, Jeremy, so our folks know where it is? So this is a picture of what it looks like from this morning. Sorry, not that. Yeah, you can see the stairwell way at the top there and then the collapsed stairs. So we're out there, the Orange County Fire Authority and our teams are out there now.
That's a
So-
private staircase, huh?
Yeah, so saying our best thoughts that nobody is,
Yes.
Yeah.
nobody's there. Yeah. Okay, sorry to start on that note, but I didn't want you to not know about it. Okay, thanks, Jeremy.
And you'll keep us updated.
Yep. Yeah, we'll keep you updated. Okay, the next section, I'd have Fire Chief King come up. These are called deeper dives. They're not the deepest dives. So we're trying to do like 10 to 15 minutes on each thing so you can feel informed when folks in the community ask you about them. So first one is,
Dave, just a clarifying question. So is this something that we're going to give high level input on and then it's going to come back to us to be formally ratified? Or is this our opportunity for any feedback and any?
each of these things would come back for later discussion, but it is a great opportunity to provide
Yes,
high-level
good.
feedback.
Okay, but not the end of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Mayor Council, Chief King, happy to be here. In June of last year, we presented to you our standards of cover study that was recommended and supported by all of you, which showed our performance of the fire department and where we could be doing better. And then immediately following that presentation, we received direction to jump into strategic planning. So happy to present the first high-level review of that strategic plan with you today. And I will note that, you can go to the next slide. I'll note that, of course, in the last few weeks, we've had a lot of conversation about our programs and pivoting and focusing direction. But of course, I've looked through our strategic plan and I see it coinciding very well with the new direction. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the themes that you're going to see with evacuation, preparedness, the fuel mod, taking a closer look, of course, our communications, public education, and our continuation and efforts to work with our regional partners and stakeholders. It's all in the strategic plan. So I think any new efforts are just going to complement the direction of the fire department. So next slide. Of course, we start any strategic planning session with our mission statement, and I think they're nice to put up on the wall and frame them. But I just wanted to bring and start off the attention with our mission statement because the words in our mission statement they're not only very meaningful, but they're in order as far as priority, and they're aligned. So to make Laguna Beach a safer community by protecting the lives. Of course, the lives are more important than anything. The value of life is always going to be a first priority for any responders. Then the property. And I think we were just reminded of what it's like for individuals to lose their homes, all the things that are irreplaceable in it, their memories. And of course, it's all usually someone's largest investment. And then the environment. And we try to take good care of the environment in this place that we live that makes it so beautiful here in Laguna Beach. And we carry that out through active prevention. And that's through our codes and making sure that we're doing everything that we can to prevent emergencies from happening, through public education, which I think we can focus and enhance, for training and making sure that our responders are ready. And then, of course, when the incident occurs, it's making sure that we can respond effectively. Next slide. So the plan has 7 goals in it. And to start off with our emergency operations, this fiscal year, the fire department was able to add the 3 additional firefighters. And that is my goal of making sure that our busiest company, Fire Station 1, is going to be more available to respond by having that additional firefighter. And that's just the moving parts of that is whenever they're going on a medical call. Right now, they're having to go out of service if it's an advanced life support care with that engine following the ambulance to the hospital. But with that 4th firefighter, they'll be able to send that firefighter, the paramedic with the ambulance, and they'll be able to go back into service. So it leaves our resources here in town and available for the next call. We're obviously going to continue to monitor trends in deployment and take the community's ideas, take your ideas, and continue to work on how we deploy our resources. And then we're always going to be looking, which was already brought up, at our transporting program with our ambulance and what we could be doing different and better with that program. The next slide is training, goal number 2. And again, high level, there's a lot in this section, but standardizing and having better records of our training. Our firefighters are training every single day and they put a lot of hours into it, but the benefit of documenting that training is it can help us in our ISO grade. So we just need to better track what we're doing. And then we listed in there also the adequate facilities that we need to continue looking for areas where we can sufficiently train our firefighters here in town. Right now, we're using other training facilities that are in Newport Beach and Huntington Beach, which brings our firefighters, of course, out of our city so they can get their mandated training in. And when they're out in other cities, they're obviously not available here to respond. Goal number 3 is the admin services and information technology. And listed in this section, I wanted to highlight, we're working towards increasing the operational readiness, which is, again, looking at the resources that we have and making sure that we can properly equip maybe some smaller resources to respond to our medical aids, again, keeping our suppression apparatus in service. And also listed in there is to work on our IT solutions and our platforms that we have. There's a lot, and everything is leading towards new software and the management of our records. I know we're working with the other public safety agencies right now and enhancing our dispatch center, which is going to be incredibly beneficial. Our CAD system in particular. But our platforms, they run, the software is 24/7, and we need them to run 24/7. So we need to continue looking at how we keep those systems up and running and talking to each other effectively.
Chief,
Yep.
can I interrupt for a minute?
Sure.
On that first bullet point there, I'm particularly interested in that. So what would that take to make sure that we have relief apparatus that are functional and can upstaff if we need, if we have a big event?
Yeah.
Is that a big ticket item or is that
So
something?
it's not, and thank you for asking. It's just making sure that we have the equipment that is on the apparatus so that I can call back the firefighters and then go back into service with an apparatus that's equipped and waiting for them. Right now, have 4 engines, and for us to add an additional engine right now, it's tough. If one goes out because it has mechanical maintenance, we're moving equipment off of the frontline engine and putting it onto the reserve. So my goal is to make sure that our reserve apparatus is fully equipped. In the case of a large event, we can call back personnel and have them jump into service in our reserve apparatus.
Is that something that's going to come to us as a budget item?
It is. It'll be a mid-year ask, actually. And
Thank you.
if we can't make it, I'll put it in the fiscal year ask as well. Thank you. Goal number 4. Of course, I want to continue working on the leadership and culture of our organization. We have a very young workforce, and I always continue to encourage all of our responders to further their education and training. And every single one of them are looked to providing solutions to complex problems in our community. And so I want to make sure that they're supported in their development. I'm looking at some of our young captains that we've just promoted, and I remind them that I'm not going to be here forever. The deputy chief, even our battalion chiefs, and the level of training and education for fire chiefs, it takes about 10 years for the certifications and degrees. So I'm trying to get them on a track so that we have good succession planning internally for our department. And goal number 5 is our internal communications. I think it's paramount in any organization, but it fosters trust. And I truly believe that our first responders have the best ideas. They're the boots on the ground, and they're the ones that are delivering services. So first and foremost, I make sure that we're listening to them, to make sure that they have what they need, and to listen to them for what they don't have, so we can fully support them. And then moving forward with some of our new programs, I think that are coming, and I shouldn't say new programs, but emphasis in specific areas when it comes to home hardening, to make sure that they know about our fuel modification and they can speak to it, to make sure that they're familiar with evacuation plans and whatever changes we might have, that they're able to speak to that. So my emphasis is to continue with those internal communications and make sure that it's not left behind. Goal 6 is, of course, the external communications. And I know that looking forward in the short term, we're going to already have some community engagement set up by some of the discussions we've had, by some of the upcoming workshops that we're planning. I think we're going to hear a lot of good ideas from our community. We'll have a lot of our experts from the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee help vet those ideas. I want to make sure that our staff is included in making sure that we're prioritizing the ideas that come to us. And then I know we're going to be increasing our messaging once we have landed on some those programs, the home hardening, the evacuation. Once we get those refined, we'll have to make sure that we have the tools and the support to push those out to the public. And then goal 7, which is the big one. There's a lot in here, but to mention 2 big ones that we've had our eye on probably for the last year: the FireWise community, which is that grassroots effort. It's the National Fire Protection Association supported program that a neighborhood can start. It's a minimum of 8 homes, up to 1,500 homes, and we just guide them, but they essentially are policing themselves in their efforts to make sure that they have the plans and they have their homes hardened and they're ready. They're ready for an emergency to approach. The second one is the California Fire Risk Reduction Community, and that's the work on the fire department. That is codifying all of the regulations that we need to be in place, and it is for cities that are in the very high fire hazard severity zone that meets best practices for local fire planning. Those 2 programs in particular we've had our eye on, because after going and speaking with other fire chiefs across the state and listening to the community about their fire insurance being dropped, these two programs have been both recognized as being very beneficial to making sure the homeowners are able to keep their insurance. And of course, the fuel modification. There's a lot of work to still be done. There's a lot of navigating the very long processes, and I think there's an opportunity for us to streamline some of those processes right now. The conversations are already started. So there's a lot of work that we could still be doing with our fuel mod here. And to continue on to community risk, is to assess our code compliance in the community, non-compliance. We hear a lot, we've heard some this morning about some of the hazards that exist in our community, about the trees, about some of the brush clearing. And the fire department is very limited on what's in the fire code and what we can actually enforce. So a good review and a focused effort on enhancing that and having conversation and education behind what we're able to do, I think would benefit the community. And the CERT team, we need to continue to promote that. Just in the last few weeks, when we were experiencing the red flag days, we activated them a handful of times, and there are eyes and ears and public educators that are up in the open space talking to folks to make sure that if any signs of smoke started, they would be the first ones to report. And also noted in our strategic plan was the bullet point to complete the remaining work associated with the 2019 Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report, which of course we just stood up the subcommittee again, and we look forward to finishing that work and of course coming up with some new goals. And then that's the final slide, but I know I get to sit here as your fire chief and talk about the fire problems a lot, but in closing, all of our staff that's sitting right here behind me, they also have a ton on their plates when it comes to fire safety. When we have those red flag days, I work hand in hand with Chief Calvert, Chief Bond. We communicate. Public Works, Mark McAvoy, he's the one staging the equipment and making sure the generators are working. Michael Litchie is making sure he has staff to open up care and reception centers. Erica lets me spend money in case of emergencies. Cassie's working 24/7 for every text message that I send out. She's preparing our community to move if they need to. And of course, Aggie, she's the one that was able to turn around and replace our emergency operation coordinator. And we have a great person that's going to start in just a couple of weeks, thanks to her team and her effort on making sure we had an excellent recruitment process. And we're able to replace that vacancy, which is really important to us. So I get to sit here and talk about the fire issues, but it's really the whole team that's sitting behind me that works on this stuff every day as well. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Sue.
Thank you, Chief. That was a good report. Question, on the Firewise community. I think Bob mentioned at our last meeting, and David Horn said the same thing. They're a Firewise community in Emerald Bay. So how do you think we should get that going here? I think the insurance companies are going to force the issue, but we might as well get a head start.
I'm going to look into seeing if I can get a representative from CAL FIRE who's the one that comes in and is a liaison for the process. But maybe for one of our upcoming community workshops, we can make that the theme and have someone representing them to actually walk our community members that are interested into the steps.
Maybe we could find some people in the community that live near each other willing to do it as a demo.
Yeah. I had a great conversation with the Irvine Cove group the other night, and they seem pretty focused on that. So they might be one of our first to jump in. I'm hopeful.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mark.
that there was going to be a analysis done, just to evaluate the circumstances that led to the catastrophe in Pacific Palisades, and that they were going to share that information with the various departments. Do you know when that's going to be?
We haven't scheduled it yet, but I'll continue to work with the city manager, and I'd like to make sure that that team is available once. It's tiresome for them to relive that and to come back and do several meetings and walk through all their experiences. But there's been a request from the EDPC to have them present as well. But I think we'll get something on the calendar, and we'll make sure that they're able to share all their steps and maybe some of the pictures and their experiences of what worked and what didn't work from their deployment.
So that was one of the things brought up, is just the experience of our guys. And then I believe that somebody alluded to that it was going to be studied on a larger level, by the state.
Yeah, their after action reports after these large incidents, they usually come out a year or so afterwards, just because of the litigation that could be tied up in what they're saying or not saying.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, Chief King, when we were working on this draft report with Mark, so the ISO rating, we're level 3 right now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when we were playing around with the numbers, with our added positions, and I think we were working with the water districts and getting them to update some things. Aren't we able to probably be eligible for level 2 as is? Am I remembering
We
that
believe
right?
we could reach the level 2.
So when can we apply for that?
Whenever we want, but we want to make sure that we continue to enhance a few things, like our training records, like I mentioned, would be one, just to make sure that we come across as a strong 2.
Yeah.
And possibly looking towards a 1. So we're continuing to evaluate, but I think we can probably get there this year.
So we can try to get to the 2 this year, because the 1 seemed hard unless we added a lot more positions, which we should look at down the line.
Road.
But it seems like there. So from a timing perspective, we can apply this year for level 2.
Yeah.
Okay. And then as it relates to our because I think more than 80% of our calls are ambulance, right? Medical related calls.
It's around 55%.
Oh,
yeah.
55%.
Yeah.
Okay. Totally got that off. Where are we with the cost recovery on our ambulance program?
When we did the annual check, the recovery was 100%.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good.
And I just received some updated letters for some legislation that went into effect, and it actually helps our recovery.
Great.
With the public provider ground emergency medical transport reimbursement process, the price of reimbursement, it went up. So
Got it. And this isn't in this report, but I think it's related to our medical response program. But our contract with BeWell ends at the end of this fiscal year, I think, and that's when we don't have that was funded by grants. So maybe this could be an offline conversation, but ahead of the end of that contract, it seems like we need to evaluate whether we want to continue with it, or are there other ways? And that would be probably a conversation with our police department as well as your department about next steps. So I don't know, Dave, if you have any thoughts about how we should go about evaluating that, so that we can have the time to make an informed decision about the best way to deal with mental health issues and that contract.
Yeah, we did summarize it a little bit in here, but we'll be coming back with you the next couple of months with
Okay.
steps.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I have a few comments. First off, Chief King, thank you for that. I really appreciate your partnership with other departments, with Chief Bond, with Chief Calvert, and our communications department, especially just making sure that people are aware of what's going on. I think, obviously you're the expert, not me, but I think we're seeing a lot of these wildfires spreading through wind-blown embers, right? So it seems to me, and I appreciate you bringing this up here, that home hardening needs to be a huge focus of the city and of our community. And quite frankly, a lot of that responsibility falls on us as residents. My instinct is that's what we're going to see coming out of the Palisades, is that, you know, many of these homes were not adjacent to open space. They were not anticipated to burn. I live in Woods Cove. I've never thought of myself as being particularly prone to wildfire, and that paradigm, I think, is really shifting. So that is really my only comment, is just really continuing to focus on home hardening in addition to managing that wildland urban interface.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with those comments, and it's really a shift in the mindset of the community of not what are you guys going to do for us, but it's truly what they can do for themselves. Because again, it's outside of our authority to enforce many of the things that they can do. But we can definitely help facilitate the process and guide them through the many steps. But there's commitment in there too, right? It's removing your vegetation and replacing wooden decks and changing some of your construction to harden your house. So, you know, there's a cost to that as well.
Good. Thank you, Chief King. I appreciate it. And final thing, I really like how the hospital is mentioned in here, because if the emergency room goes away, that'll literally, like, lives will be lost, because we know that the distance between having to go to another emergency room, especially if you have a stroke, can be between life and death. So appreciate all the work on this. Dave, anything to add?
All good. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Let's move to the next one. Thank you, Chief. Jeremy, I'm going to try to move quickly on this one because we're going to talk about it again. So the next one is, there it is, sustaining and improving downtown economic development. We have talked about this a lot in the past couple of meetings. I have a picture of the old Aereo, and thinking this was just January of 23 when it was closed and it's still vacant. So they're higher than places around us. What's the best way to address them? We need to be competing better. So the strategy that you'll look at later today is to identify more parking opportunities, spruce up the infrastructure, have a more robust cleaning schedule and inspection. Next slide for me. Thanks. Consider a retail consultant to help recruit appropriate tenants, have more direct conversations with the business owners, landlords, and commercial brokers all together. Keep up with our commercial property ordinance. This is new. We're in the initial enforcement phase. Luis showed me how we've got at least 3 letters out that are all properties that I thought, yeah, they should get letters. Make it easier to process if you need to get a business upgrade or a new CUP, and then ways to encourage more use by locals of the downtown. Next slide. So that's it in a very short nutshell. Again, you'll see that in key initiative number 2, I think, with more detail. I just wanted to make sure that if you had a question about that before this afternoon, are we going to be targeting a certain type of process or area, noting, as Bob mentioned, as Councilmember Whalen mentioned, this should apply everywhere. But I just welcome brief questions about that if you had any.
Questions? We're good.
Okay, I'm going to roll next to stewardship. Save a little bit, maybe this will take a little bit more time. I think Karen Phillipson is going to join us. And go to the next slide to see how.
What page are we on?
Oh, sorry. We're not in a page.
Okay.
But if you wanted to thumb through where some of this exists, it's page 64. Is it 64? Now let's see. Go to page 73 of 187 is the big white paper. But I'll talk about that next. I'm going to have Karen and Mayor Pro Tem Orgill lead the start. There's 2 sides to stewardship, but they're not siloed sides. The one side is how does Visit Laguna Beach market and the approach to that Karen will talk about. And then there's the other side is what is the city government doing to help? So we're going to start with Karen, if you're ready to go. Thank you, Karen.
Now I have double green. Thank you, Ken. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you for this wonderful report. It's been wonderful seeing how this is all going to weave together in a very beautiful way. And we're at Visit Laguna Beach, very excited to be part of this and embracing this new philosophy. And stewardship for Laguna Beach is a new philosophy. It's aligning everybody so that they're happy. And back in July, when I came and approached City Council, I said, if the residents aren't happy, the guests aren't happy. And believe me, that's the root of everything that tourism means, not only to our hoteliers, but I'm sure to our financial future here in the city. So what is stewardship about? And how are we going about it? It's a big job. It's the transition of a culture and a philosophy for an actual industry. And tourism is an industry. Tourism and hospitality is an industry. So we're changing the way we think as an organization, but we're delighted that we're doing that during the time that we're aligning with the city and other groups within the community, because we want the residents to be part of this also. And that is laying a foundation to say, how are we different? What makes us special? How do we make sure that the guests that come here already have an idea of how special we are as a community and help respect it during their visit? That also starts with us setting the example as a community and as individual residents. I was in a conversation the other day and it came up that, gee, how do we train people to do that? Well, you don't necessarily train them, but you do set a good example. You do it regularly, and eventually that becomes a consistent habit. And that service, that hospitality attitude is exactly what we want to have in this community for tourism. So when we put together everything for stewardship and compared it to what other cities did, we realized we didn't want to copy other cities. We wanted to pull elements from them. And those elements would be directly set up for Laguna Beach to fit our environment and what we do. And there are 3 pillars. You've heard us mention these before: culture, environment, and heritage. Those are 3 magnificent long-term terms that we want to hold on to and cling to. Aligning ourselves with other organizations and understanding what they want to do. Again, the protection of the community, how we align with different organizations to protect the pristine beauty that we have here. That's what we're laying out. And we've never before in our culture or in our time as an organization that now is going close to 45 years, we've never really partnered with the city and joined the communication effort, not only within the city, but also for those people coming. So we're laying all of those out, visions, goals. We're very proud that we just are embracing with, excuse me, with the Cal Poly program for the Cal Poly students that are going to be here for 3 days, actually evaluating opportunities where improvements can occur and we can adapt and embrace new ideas. We're doing that with SWA, with the Ocean Foundation, and the college. We're all coming together to understand from students who are outside of our community but have the wisdom to help us look at ways that we can embrace and do things together. So that's stewardship in a nutshell. I think I'll leave it for some questions here, but it's visions and goals aligning in a way that we've really never done before. And just from a statistical point of view, we all want to do things quickly, but I happen to do a little study here, and habits, if you really want to change a habit, it can take anywhere from 18 to 254 days. We're changing a habit. And we've got 23,000 residents also, almost, that have to change their habits too. And we all have to embrace the same vision and goal. So that's what stewardship's going to mean to us and how we align together. So I'll open that up to any questions at the moment.
Can I jump in? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to just follow up on a few things that Karen had said. This summer, a couple of things came to a head. I think that we all felt the surge of the tourism seemed to be more dramatic last summer than usual. And this is a global phenomenon. And we didn't, Visit Laguna did not start the notion of stewardship. It actually started in Europe. And to better manage the influx and the destructive tourism that was actually happening there. Now, where I don't think that that has taken place in Laguna yet to the extent that it has in some areas, I just think that this is wise for us to get ahead of the curve. And what happened to a lot of these communities, they became, they lost their sense of identity through over-tourism, and they also, their environmental resources were degraded. So the gentleman who put together the plan for the Outer Banks said it best, in my opinion. He said that tourism is an industry where they spend all of their time and energy and money, resources marketing themselves, and none of their efforts went into nurturing themselves. And that's really was the catalyst that started this movement. So these destination management organizations globally now are transitioning and realizing that if they just spend their time taking care of themselves, everything else falls into place. And so this is exactly what Karen is talking about. And it's a big lift. It's a big effort. There's a lot of moving pieces to it. And if you can imagine, when you think of places like Sedona, we kind of already have this notion that it's a sacred place and you want to respect it when you're visiting there. And it attracts people of like-minded. So I think that when Karen talks about vocabulary and the way we use the vocabulary and how we speak of it, and it will take time, but I think that we will get there working alongside the Ocean Foundation and Laguna Canyon Foundation and some of the other organizations that are responsible for protecting our resources. And of course, our artist community, part of our heritage and our culture. And so there's, again, what I mentioned to Dave earlier, there is truly a common thread that runs through all of these initiatives that we have going. But I believe in the process. There's plenty of examples now out there in the world that where there are results that show that it has worked and helped some communities. So I'm really looking forward to the effort.
May I ask a question? I think of you, Mark. I'm going to anyways. What it sounds to me like we're describing is a paradigm shift from telling visitors that this is an amazing place to visit to putting our energy towards protecting the things we love about this community, with the understanding that it is going to enhance our lives as residents as well as the lives and experiences of our visitors.
Yes. So you can imagine, instead of I'll just use Ed because I work with him quite a bit. Instead of promoting tide pools as an example, right? So instead of promoting them, because they don't really need any more exposure, we're helping nurture and preserve them. Same with that I'm on the Coastal Greenbelt Authority, and when the various land managers came to us at the end of the summer to give us their summer report, they all discussed, all of them literally were discussing that the trail systems were overburdened and that it was tough for them to keep up with the surge of guests that were visiting. And we certainly want to make these assets available to the public, but at the same time, they need to be managed. And so they don't get degraded, and then we lose it and it's gone for everybody. So that's the environmental kind of part of it. But the same, if you can imagine some of these cities or destinations globally where they have deep cultural roots, a lot of that, they become a cheap version of what they once were. And so I think that culturally, with our foundation in the arts and where we kind of came from, I think that can still be a part of who we are moving forward. It's not going to be the same, but it can still be a part of who we are.
So you know, as a concept, stewardship, it's got a nice ring to it, and it makes, you know, I think it's sort of a supportive, nurturing kind of concept. But I'm sitting here kind of wondering, and maybe this will be some of the concepts that Dave gets into, you know, how does one get there? I mean, is the objective in the big picture, you just said, all of the land managers said, you know, there's too many people, right? There's too many people. And we heard that from a lot of the public here, residents here in town, there's too many people. I mean, does stewardship mean fewer people come to town? Or you manage them differently? What does it mean?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question because I live so close to this conversation right now. I know it becomes, you know, it's easy for me to get. But so, for instance, we would work with the various trail managers and possibly look for a solution. And I'll give you an example. It might be a reservation system, right, that we might work with them on. Working with the Laguna Ocean Foundation on helping them find more resources to increase the number of tide pool docents that they have. And I've talked to Dave and, you know, working on a training program so the docents are better trained along with our rangers, police department, and lifeguards. So there's communication between each one of those entities. So if there is a problem happening and the tide pools become overran, that they can immediately call and ask for assistance. And if we take it a step further, I believe that there can be some management to the, I'm trying to think, the number of people that come. So we might be able to eventually put some signage up around certain tide pools that need some immediate attention, just saying restricted use or closed for a period of time until they start to rebound. So there's a lot of management tools that we hope that we can start to develop to literally have a impact. And one of the things that is happening immediately is literally social media and the way as far as we can control it, is completely going to be shut down. So there'll be no more broadcasting of any of these resources. And we are going to work with other organizations as well to see if we can't influence them and how they speak about these resources, and we can influence them to pull away from their over advertising them. Does that help?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I'm going to go briefly then into the public side of this and a couple slides ahead. Stop at the tide pool protection, that's fine. Because this, as Mayor Pro Tem Orgel was mentioning, there's a concept that we'd work more closely with the foundation on. And these are some kind of cool things that are going on. One is these research-based plans that Ed and the team are coordinating with Cal Poly Pomona. But it could involve, just as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, some additional resource from the city. Next slide, please. Next slide. And I will provide copies to the public and to the council of all these slides. But on the city side, then there's the effort is supposed to complement what Mark and Karen and John Zigowitz have been working on. We're looking at trying to potentially increase the frequency of trash collection on the beach. This is all very nuts and bolts. Increase trash cans and frequency. We're looking at our day porter services and our sidewalk cleaning, different options there, including just expanding our eyes on the ground to make sure that the contractor's doing what they're supposed to be doing. We talked to the police chief about maybe expanding the nighttime security system vendor. I think the council should consider some additional nuisance code enforcement updates that they're in the packet. They're in the back of, I think, the tab that says issue by issue. But these are things that to help us maybe get there's three of them in that packet. Let me give you the page number. Starts on page 25 of 187. And then there's other ones that are not included here, like updating our littering code, updating how we enforce easy ups. Just again, these are very nuts and bolts things. We talked about maintaining and the significant surging we did with traffic enforcement, including our motor officers enforcing on loud exhaust. other traffic nuisance kinds of things that happen. We talked about starting the the traffic aid system employees earlier, like June 1st. Next slide. Had extensive discussions with Michael Litchie and Chief Calvert about parking. What can we do to increase our parking enforcement? And I just want to note, this is why sometimes Megan and I will talk about becoming a charter city. There's a general law prohibition against the way that, the general law generally says that cities have to have a city employee physically put the ticket on underneath the windshield. So there are other cities around us that do this differently. They have it contracted out. It's more automated. Because our parking control officers, as dedicated as they have other things to look at. They can be up in the neighborhoods looking at someone who's complaining that the car has been there for 72 hours or more. They'll have to respond when an accident occurs to help with the officers to address the accident. So it would help to have those separated, but I don't know that we can afford to have financially to have that fully have a whole new crew of people who just do tickets. So anyway, just know that we're looking at that, looking at better ways to do it. We've talked about, as a couple of you know, expanding the parking designations in South Laguna. There's opportunities down there. That does take coastal review. We're having fairly good conversations with property owners about additional lots. One could be in front of Laguna Terrace. We've even reached out to Gelson's to see if Gelson's would be interested in their ground level, their underground parking, and leasing that to us for a while. We will see us updating our parking rates this year. Remember, it's a 5-year window. We're at the 5th year, so we've got to have our 2026 rates approved by the Coastal Commission. And then Michael is appropriately on top of the many different technologies that help us do parking even better. So there's revenue here, and there's also more sanity to our public who I think gets really frustrated with the craziness of parking each summertime. Next slide. Here are the 2 lot additions again, maybe Gelson's, maybe at Laguna Terrace. Next slide. Just to remind the public, transit will be expanding in springtime, coming up here right away. Laguna Local will be expanding to the Canyon and El Toro Road. That's thanks to the new OCTA grant that Michael's team worked on. And the trolley program will see last year's services plus more frequent service on federal holidays, more service during winter and spring break, and the expansion of the summer breeze. All good things that I think are going to help in terms of at least traffic. And I just remind any resident that if you're ever concerned about parking downtown and you're nervous about, if you don't want to come downtown to battle parking, use Laguna Local. It's a great tool. I wish more people should use it. So next slide. So what's next for us? We will talk internally based on the document in your workbook and be presenting strategies for within the budget and maybe in advance of the budget. I do think we need to have a couple more town halls on this issue. We had one at the end of summer, early fall. We need to do that again for our residents. And then, as I noted, consider what we can do in terms of the budget. So welcome any questions on that part, the city side.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. That was a good overview, Dave. So a couple things. One is, when we did that windshield, or we did that virtual drive-through South Laguna to add spaces, and we have had a conversation with Coastal about it already, about adding those spaces.
Michael, can you help me out on that one? I think we raised it at least initially. Michael, no more.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, Michael Litchie, Director of Transit Community Services. So yeah, as Dave mentioned, we did have an initial conversation with Coastal Commission just to kind of get their temperature on the proposal. And I think it was a positive response overall. I mean, definitely some things we'll have to look at. I do know separately, and if Mark is in the audience, PTC did take an action recently in the last couple of months to direct staff to move forward with working with Caltrans to mark parking tees on Coast Highway where there's currently on-street parking but no marked parking tees. So I think that effort will help us in the interim identify exactly how many spaces we can safely put along Coast Highway, and then expand that effort to some of the side streets near Coast Highway. So we have a good count of exactly how many spaces, and then can put a proposal together to Coastal and making those spaces paid parking.
So it sounds like maybe we don't have enough time to get paid parking in for the summer. Do you think we could make it or no?
I think at this point it would be difficult to get everything approved before this coming summer. One other thing I'll raise that just came up, I was at a parking forum earlier this week in Los Angeles that had cities from all over Southern California. One of the topics raised was the daylighting issue, the no parking 20 feet from corners. Another issue that was raised that I wasn't aware of, that I haven't even had a chance to talk to you about, but I know in the past there have been some questions about, can we just have people pay only using a mobile device? And currently state law prohibits that. We have to have a meter, pay station, some physical way for people to pay for parking. I learned at this conference that there is legislation that's being drafted right now that would allow cities to have mobile only payment. And there's, I think San Francisco is doing a test of that. So we'll be following that. That could be another option for some of these areas where it's difficult to put in a pay station or meter because there's no sidewalks, or there's just a lack of access. That could open up some other opportunities for us to be able to add paid parking in different areas of the city.
You know, I think, excuse me, thank you, Michael, that was good. I think what we should do is, you know, we talked about doing so we have two parts. We have the stewardship thing that Mark's working, then we have the surge, right, for the summer. So I think we should, prior to summer, we should have a workshop to let residents know what we're planning to do with the influx of visitors and what we cannot do yet. So, because, you know, it's a lot about enforcement on parking. So if we have limited ability to ticket people, we need to let them know what's holding it up. Because we're just going to get the same thing over and over again. Like, well, you know, this person never got a ticket and they've been sitting here for, 8 hours and that kind of thing. So
Yeah, I share that concern. I mean, it's frustrating to hear. And I'm just wondering whether we've thought about all the ways that we could enhance the parking enforcement. I mean, I understand that the individuals have, but it has to be a city employee. Well, there are others who could do it, right? I mean, I'll do it, you know? I'm serious about that. I'm joking a little bit, but I mean, are there others who are not, trained parking enforcement folks? And can we concentrate in South Laguna? Can the park rangers do some of it? I know they're called on to do a lot of things, but are there other bodies we can throw at it that don't get into this charter city stuff, which isn't going to happen anytime soon? That's number one. And secondly, and I know we're getting this kind of granular, but somewhere in here it talks about, the dentist, the fire station, the fire site down there, the dental office is closed, parking lot's empty. We're going to knock down the building sometime this year, sometime this summer, I think. Can we deploy all those parking spaces to public parking? Can we put bathrooms in there? Let's not just have our lot, which we own now, and the dental office is closed, just sitting there idle.
Good ideas. No, I'll kick those around with the staff.
Yeah, and to follow up on Dave or on Bob's point, I had a conversation with Michael about parking enforcement. And one of the things that, and you've alluded to this, is it seems like when a lot of the time is spent on, like, a neighbor will call and say, okay, there's someone illegally parked here, and then they're going to spend their time driving across town to deal with that issue. And I think that's important, but at the same time, when they're doing that, they can't be doing parking enforcement on a regular basis. So maybe there's some, strategic prioritization of how that could be managed better so that we're more efficient in doing that. And then what's the downside? So if let's say we did have a contract park, are there any general law cities that have contract parking enforcement? And what's the worst case scenario if we do it and then would we not get the money from the tickets, or what's like the worst case scenario here?
The worst case scenario is probably a class action lawsuit against the city, because for the recovery of the funds paid for being the tickets being illegally written. And so if the tickets are illegally written, no one's going to be incentivized, or some people maybe, but not a lot of people will be incentivized to sue the city over their relatively small citation. But that's what lends itself to a class action.
Got it. And then Dave, do you think there's it seems like we have a lot of things with coastal, I mean, even beyond this, but we have increasing the rates, but then also looking at South Lagoon, would there be value in bringing in, I know in the past we hired a coastal facilitator, Susan McCabe, to come work for the city. I don't think that ended up working out, but would there be value in something like that so that we could get this going? Because when you look at the amount of revenue that we make from parking, you know, even just a couple months, shortening that process by a couple months would make that, you know, spending that money for a consultant
Yeah,
worthwhile.
There might be. I'll talk to the staff about that.
Okay.
Come back with you. It's a good thought.
Any other questions or comments on this? And Karen, when is the reauthorization for Visit Laguna will be coming to us later this year?
The TMD will expire on June the 29th, and
Okay.
we are set, I believe, for council on the 25th or 28th of February for the first presentation.
Oh, good. So then we can have a ongoing, or not an ongoing conversation, but we can provide feedback well in advance of that.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. And thanks for all your work. Any
I'd
other
like to
que-
thank Karen and
Yes.
for her work, and John as well. This, as far as the organization is concerned, it's really had to be rebuilt from the ground up. Policies, procedures, job descriptions. It's a lot of work. And I want to also thank Ed Almanza. You know, so much of this wouldn't be possible without him and his information, his environmental information, and his knowledge of the city documents, you know, the general plan and whatnot. He's been a very valuable source for us to help move this forward. So thank you, Ed.
And then there's all the time you spent,
Yeah.
which is an immense amount of time. I know because I've been working with you on other things.
Well, that's my job. That's how I get my $800 a month.
But, yeah, thank you.
I'll take this opportunity to remind you that those students will be guests of ours the Monday of the 10th, 11th, and 12th. They're here for 3 days, and they're looking forward to it, and we're looking forward to all of the work and effort that they're going to provide back with their research. So
Good.
if you see them in town, companies in town.
I'd like to just reiterate or support what Sue said, that I think it would be really important for us to effectively communicate with the community what our plan is for this coming summer prior to that influx of visitors, whether that's a workshop or some other tool of community engagement. I think it's really important.
Yeah, maybe even like a letter to everyone or something that's very intentional so people see that we're responding. Agreed. Okay. Other questions on this? We're a little bit behind. What's next, Dave? Facilities master plan?
Yeah. Gavin, you want to go next? And
I will go quickly.
Okay. Well, because we could push to 11:45
Sure.
instead of 11:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So good afternoon, Council. Gavin Kern, Assistant City Manager. Just to go briefly over the Facilities Master Plan. Next slide, please. So the Facilities Master Plan, as we go to the next slide, kind of plans for the long-term kind of infrastructure, maintenance, really the operational needs of the city facilities. It just provides that roadmap for, you know, deferred maintenance, future improvements, and it does incorporate, and it has incorporated the facility assessments, which I'll talk about a little bit. A lot of community input. I want the community wants to see in a lot of these, our city facilities, space planning, and then of course we get into financial strategies. And I just wanted to note that Mayor Renagi and Mayor Pro Tem Orgill serve as the ad hoc committee and really have been assisting staff all throughout this process. Excellent. And so in the Facilities Master Plan, we studied 18 facilities, and they're all listed here. Of course, I'll go through them all, but it's from City Hall to the Public Works Building across the street, to the library, to the Playhouse, to the Festival Grounds, Lang Park, and the fire stations. Next slide. And so for the Facilities Master Plan, we did break it down into 4 phases. Phase 1 began last year in March, ended in September, and it was that facilities assessment, which identified critical repairs, accessibility upgrades, deferred maintenance, and you kind of we had a workshop on it back in October, I believe. So that phase is completed. Phase 2 is also completed. It looks at space utilization and reviews kind of a 20-year projection. So Griffin came out, met with both all the city departments and then those that are in these other leased city facilities, and really tried to look at over 20 years, how would these services grow and how would it impact those facilities themselves? Can those facilities handle the growth that's projected over that period of time? Phase 3 really is evaluating renovation versus replacement and maybe optimal service locations. So in some sense, if the facility is too small, is it better to replace it at a time, or can we renovate it to kind of maintain the services and the growth of those services and the services the community expects and wants at those facilities? And then phase 4, really we're coming back with developing cost estimates, how we pay for all these things and all the recommendations that the council approves through the facilities master plan. And then the final report will come back to the council in June of 2025. I'm going to go through just a little kind of refresher what was talked about at the workshop. And it really was bringing back that first phase 1, the assessments. And it really looked at 2 things. It had the seismic improvements and that FCI rating. And the FCI rating is kind of a theoretical indication of kind of what's the facility's overall condition. And so really red is bad and green is good. And so Griffin came up with these kind of circles. So the outside circle in the facility is the seismic, so red, it needs to be done. The interior circle is that FCI rating. And I think you'll see on the next slide, most of the city facilities got a fair rating, which is good. So there's time to do some of these repairs. And on the seismic, you'll see that some of the facilities got obviously the poor rating. So this next slide kind of walks through a little bit of that. You can see the higher priorities. I know it's probably hard to read a little bit, but those first high priorities are the fire station, City Hall, Fire Station 3, Fire Station 2. And so really you get the red circle, that's the seismic study that was done that needs to be repaired. But the same facilities, again, the FCI rating is kind of in a fair, which is good, but still a higher priority to get those done. In the medium range, which is a priority, is the Playhouse, the Courtyard, Library, the CRC, and the Animal Shelter. And I won't go through the rest, but this kind of highlighted kind of how on these different facilities where the need was. This next slide, just real quickly, just shows where these facilities are, how they're studied kind of throughout the city and where our city facilities are. I'll give the councilman to look at that. That's okay. So they're spread out throughout the city facilities, so what's the city owns. And so part of that phase, we did try to put a cost to this. We looked out. And so when we look at it, we looked at immediate needs, short-term needs, near-term needs, midterm and long-term, and kind of each one's immediate 0 to 1 year, short-term is that 1 to 2 years, near-term is 2 to 5, and so on. And so in the immediate need, it's 17 million. Obviously, those are urgent repairs. And really the bulk of that is that seismic improvement. That's the bulk of that cost for that 17 million. But it does include structure repairs, plumbing, HVACs, and electrical. The short term, which is 6 million, it's really priority maintenance, minor renovations, roofing, electrical upgrades, just maintenance things that need to be done. And of course, when you look at these dollars, these are across all the city facilities we studied. And then when you get out to the more midterm and the long term, we're looking at some more major renovations, some expansions, kind of you have major roof replacements, just some major site work. All the things Griffin, when they did their inspection, kind of estimated out for us. I think the total is around 313 million when you add it all together, but these break those things down in those different categories and timeframes. The council did identify, as part of the workshop, some breakaway projects for Griffin to study a little bit further. One was Fire Station 1, and it's prioritizing replacement and evaluate moving it to the village entrance or Lot 11, and then conduct a feasibility and community impact analysis on what the community feels about that, moving the fire station to that area. The other was the library restoration. We did get 4.2 million from the county. We have to make, at least work with the county, a decision on what that improvement is going to look like. So it's for 4.2 million for the restoration, preservation of the historic facade, and then collaborate with historians to modernize the interior of the library as well. And I just point out that 4.2 million is something we don't have to spend by August, but we need to work with the county to identify the project that we will be using for that money. On number 3 was the Community and Recreation Center. It just talked about expanding programming, really studying parking solutions, including maybe some undergrounding options. If your council recalls, there's a field there, so there may be some opportunities for some underground options of parking, and then some revenue generating options, which means leasing some of the property out to generate revenue at that property. Arts and cultural support, partner with local groups, with Forum Theater, which was a big topic from the arts and cultural groups about using that theater, and then repurposing space. If there's space that we can have for studios and such, we want to look for that, and then look for some private funding maybe to help pay for some of these improvements. And the village entrance itself, I know that we talked about later today, but assess parking and space use and really gather community input on a fire station there, a museum at the property, and maybe a cultural center as well. So those were kind of the breakout projects the council had identified during the workshop. And so the timeline for next steps, so we'll be coming back to the council for a study session on March 25th. And this is going to be talking about all what happened in phase 2. So if you recall, that's that growth, how we see services growing over the next 20 years and how it impacts the city facilities. And then talk about that phase 3, replacement versus refurbishment, is that kind of conversation. And Griffin will come back with some recommendations on that as well, and some of the breakaway projects and the recommendations on what you could foresee maybe at the village entrance area, for example. We come back in April with another workshop, really incorporating what the council's feedback is on all of those the studies, and really bringing back kind of that all those comments back and what the community input we get as well. So coming back and showing what that would look like. Also, on April 22nd, we'll be coming forward with recommendations on the library. So what improvements Griffin kind of is recommending based on all the community input we received, kind of what the community wants to see in that library, and then how we spend that $4.2 million. We come back in May with kind of the funding strategies. And I should have mentioned this in April, we do kind of begin to talk about it a little bit, but in May, we really come back with the robust funding strategies review, just letting the council know how we expect to pay for all of the things in the facilities master plan. And then in June, it would be just the final approval of the report.
Thank you, Gavin. Any questions or any input or direction on this? Comments?
So
No?
Gavin, on the library, this 4.2 million, we just have to plan for it. We don't have to spend it, right?
Correct. That's correct. We just have to have a plan in place of how we're going to spend the 4.2. We don't actually have to spend it.
So
at
it's
that
going to
time.
come to us on April 22nd. They're going to give us their ideas. We'll give them input, and the council will give input in terms of what they'd like to see.
Correct.
Is the community outreach on the library done?
I don't think community outreach is ever done, but we did do we did take a lot of feedback from during the initial community outreach on what the community wanted to see in the library. And even at the workshop, we got a lot of feedback, but I know we'll try to do more as we get closer to that April 22nd date, just to give the community an understanding of what is the proposal. So we get a lot of feedback on the 22nd. And I do want to also say that we will try to get, I know I talked about that March workshop, we'll try to get the reports out, weeks before, so the community has time to review it, understand it, and prepare questions for that workshop. We won't release it just 3 days. It'll be weeks ahead of time, just to give everyone time to kind of take a look, because it's going to be quite, they have some interesting ideas, Griffin does, so it'll be a lot to take in.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Mark?
I'm just, at some point, Gavin, I was, and it doesn't, I noticed the Playhouse is on one of them, and we don't have anything to do with the museum. But what was not listed, and I know that they recently evaluated the festival grounds, but I'm wondering if it would be worth having a conversation at some point with a couple of these boards or organizations. Let me just use the Playhouse as an example and see where they see themselves in 5, 10, 15 years, just to get an idea of, I mean, if there are going to be improvements planned, what are we planning for? And I think it'd also be just as a good idea to also talk to the Cultural Arts Department and see how they fit into this and where they're headed and how they see that part of Laguna evolving over the next 5, 10, 15 years.
Well, and to clarify, that's part of the plan, right? Just not a breakaway project. Right. But I agree with that feedback. Any other questions or comments, Bob?
Well, you know, the highest priority ones were the ones where we've done the seismic analysis, but there's a lot of facilities where we haven't done seismic analysis because, you know, we started with those, came out of EDPC. So I suspect if we did seismic analysis on a lot of them, there'd be a lot more red circles.
Yeah.
So how are we going to address the seismic analysis?
I know there are, and I think they'll talk about it later today. I think there are more seismic analysis they're going to be doing on other facilities, but I think to answer your question, Bob, is we just need to do those and then and just to get an assessment, but we can add it to a list of things to do as part of the assessment itself and talk to Griffin and who does the seismic to add more structures. I know we had a limited number. We didn't do them all, but we can add more to that list. But you're right, the circle may turn from white to more red, depending on which facility we pick.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to me to, well, I mean, we'll see. There's a lot there, right? And it's a long-range plan, but it wouldn't make a lot of sense to start doing a lot to a facility where you hadn't yet analyzed the seismic, because that's sort of the essence of it, right? You gotta seismically retrofit it before you start dressing it up again. So,
And if I remember correctly, excuse me, just real quick, Gavin, there are different levels of the seismic, right, criteria that could be met. And so I believe we had a conversation about trying to identify if there was going to be any use, you know, understanding what the uses of some of the buildings were, so we
Yes.
could understand what level of seismic to get it to.
I thought there was some, I think there was some degree of, because I mean, Bob's point is right on, that there's no point in doing this analysis. The analysis is incomplete without seismic, right? But I thought that that was incorporated somehow. I just don't remember what Griffin said about that.
We incorporated the ones that were completed,
But
but if we have additional ones, they would be added in. But I think the conversations the council is going to have over the next few months on these is, and I think this phase 3 is important, is there's moving pieces where it could be where the building is in such a place where maybe replacement is better. And so seismic isn't really necessary because you're going to replace it. And so all these conversations are kind of happening together where, or as Mayor Pro Tem Orgel kind of alluded to, it's the service there. And then what do you need to do do you need to do a full retro on it to get the service you want, or it could be less?
Yeah.
There's just a number of moving parts. And I think a lot will kind of clarify itself as we move through these workshops.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Quest. Well, thank you, Gavin. Appreciate your work on this.
Jeremy's next few minutes on environmental sustainability efforts. Again, this is kind of an update.
Good morning, Council. We'll go through this quickly. I'm going to cover the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and some of the subsidiary projects that we front-loaded underneath the plan, specifically microgrids and fleet conversion. I will say that everything you see, all these studies, including the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, will be coming to Council within the next month, end February and into March, so 6 weeks, in much more detail. First, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, at really the center of our environmental initiatives. As a quick reminder, this is a community-wide roadmap to how we achieve carbon neutrality. First, understand what our carbon footprint is. That's the chart you see on the right. And then we come up with a series of strategies or actions that we as an organization and the community can implement to get that number down to 0. And then simultaneously, it also prepares for the inevitable effects of climate change. In our community, it identifies what we're most susceptible to, in this case, wildfire, sea level rise, and drought conditions. Then it's wrapped around by all of our city planning documents, like our hazard mitigation plan or general plan. So it's really a holistic approach and view to climate planning and action. As I mentioned, this report will be coming to the council on 2/25. There is a draft report available online should the council wish to take a look ahead of that. And what myself and the advisory group are really working on right now now and the 25th is in light of recent events, really making sure that the fire safety component, we're ready to prepare or to present that to the community and the council. We really also want to strengthen the community connection and not just have it be a prescriptive document, but more of a call to action and a galvanizing document. And then there's just CEQA components we're working on. With the microgrid, which is solar and battery backup, we've looked at 10 locations. If you recall, we presented 4 locations in 2024. Council gave us direction to look at a few more directions and a few more scenarios. And we've been doing such. And we're at 10 locations and we'll be presenting 60 models essentially. And that is these 10 locations with direct purchase costs, lease purchase, then 24, 48, 72 hour. So we'll present that in a hopefully easily digestible way for the council to look at and understand.
Jeremy,
Mayor has a question.
Just to clarify that, so when did we put out the RFP on this for these?
Second quarter of last year.
And then we have responses?
We have one. So we'll be presenting that contract to you.
Do we know we'd be leveraging this one is a little bit frustrating because we now potentially could lose out on all the federal money, but are the tax, so we'd be leveraging tax credits, which we can get, I think, through direct pay. Is there any, if we were to apply for that tomorrow, is that funding still available or?
Well, yes, technically, yes. We've seen what's happened out of the federal administration the last week, but technically, yes.
So when will this come? So remind me, when is this coming to us?
February 25th.
Because it seems like this is what we should be our high priority. The climate action plan and all that that's a good planning document, but if we need to get, it seems like there could be a difference in months, and that could be whether we get money or not if these programs go away. So I don't know if that could be sooner than February 25th, but I don't know, Dave, what you think about that?
Let us talk about that. We'll see. Yeah, or whether we can just, achieve what has to come on the 25th? Approvals for?
It's a contract award.
Okay.
And if I can confirm, basically we're trying to shore up our battery, the battery acquisition. So the solar side's taken care of. If I can confirm the cost figures on the battery side,
okay,
then we could potentially get on the 11th.
We'll look at that.
Is the contract for this, whatever vendor it is, are we reliant on the grant funds?
It's up to the council. I think it would make it, it's a 30% tax credit. I think that's a significant savings. It makes it a lot more viable. We will present at these 10 locations, ballpark $15 million worth of projects. I don't anticipate that we'll be doing 15 all at once. We are going to break that down so the council.
What about with the lease?
Less. Our size is, I don't want to get too far into it, but the leasing option is difficult. Typically you lease in when you have systems in the megawatts. Many of ours are in kilowatts.
Okay. Any other questions on the microgrid?
Is your concern bringing it forward to the council on the 11th rather than the 25th, that the chaos with federal funding will make it harder for us to accomplish the project?
I just feel like it seems like if we could potentially lose out on millions of dollars, we should do everything to put this forward. But I don't know how all the regulations work and whether because if it's a tax credit, you might be able to get baked into it without, because it's not a grant technically. So I don't know the answer to that. It just seems like this should be the priority compared to all the other efforts, like the planning documents. That'd be my feedback.
Thanks.
Well, my question still is, so sorry to be dense on this, but when we talked about, advancing these projects, were we doing it based, and I don't remember, so was it based on a financial commitment on our part of X number of dollars before the grants, or did we bake the grants into what we wanted to have done?
We would have
pick
to
this location.
Well, the tax credit, we'd apply for those. We'd have the costs up front and then would receive on the back end.
Which are what?
Up to 30% of direct purchase costs for the IT investment tax credit.
Yeah.
Grants, different. We're not aware of any pending grant, though. It'd be more the tax credit option at this time.
Okay, got it. Well, good luck with that right now.
I know this is one where if we did it in December, I'd feel a lot better about it. So,
Yeah.
any other questions on this?
Just briefly, Alex, you know more about this, and Bob, than I, but so if we rushed into this and we did a portion of it and we didn't have an idea of where the next funding for the next phase is going to, if we didn't have it, at least an idea where it's coming from, and we had to wait several years, are we concerned at all that there's going to be a change in technology that's going to put what we originally did would be outdated by the time we could secure funding?
There's a potential for that, but I mean, the technology with solar cells and batteries has been pretty consistent over the last 20 years. You might have a solid state battery that comes out, but generally, I don't think a game changer is coming out, nothing that we're aware of.
I mean, as I recall, what was exciting about this was that many of these projects were basically going to pay for themselves through the tax credit and through the reduced use of electricity in the future, so that it would be over time, it'd be creating resiliency where you'd have a battery on site, which is good from an emergency situation, but then lower costs over time. So it was like a win-win. And so the fear that is now without that tax credit, the numbers might change.
Yeah, I
right?
understand that, yeah.
And I think it just get one project going or two. We don't have to do everything, but get something going, because we've been talking about this for a long time. Bob.
Well, I don't know. Maybe staff can confirm whether the tax credit, where it stands in the whole federal swirl that's going on right now. But I mean, we'll see this when it comes back. If you don't have the tax credits, your repayment, your time to positive repayment is just going to be pushed out X number of years, right? Eventually it'll turn positive. But some of this is going to be safety oriented too. So we're going to just say we need it because the point you just made, we need battery backup, we need generators. I think I don't honestly think the difference between February 11th and February 25th is going to make any difference in the federal world. So
agreed.
I think we just deal with it as quickly as we can when staff's able to get it to us.
Any other questions or feedback on this? Good. Okay, Jeremy, keep going.
Sure. We're also working on fleet conversion. This is really Frank Lopez and Public Works and Mark McAvoy working on this. They'll be bringing that end of this month too. Just recognize here that fleet conversion is more than beyond just buying EVs. There's a lot of upfront investment in subterranean infrastructure and grid infrastructure that you need, the council would invest in to the tune of approximately $3 million. There's various programs through Edison that Public Works is working with. And they will be presenting, I'm just going to leave it there. They'll be presenting this in much more detail at the end of the month. It's an update and basically the next step there that they'll be asking is an RFP for design and construction if the council desires to move forward. Key point, all of these initiatives are coming forward within the next month. Each has an associated cost. We know there's uncertainty. One of the things we are doing here is integrating. We've been sure to integrate our approach with our microgrid systems and our EV fleet conversion, so they're not siloed efforts down the line, because they are very much connected efforts within the overall goal of the community. And then with the microgrid, Gavin and I will be speaking with the consultant to see how we can integrate these microgrids into our facilities master plan too. So we hopefully can, if we're not going to do everything at once, we can strategically put it into the organization for down the road. And that's my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any other questions on this? Good. Okay. CIP update.
Yeah, Mark, you want to come up and join me here? Tom? We wanted to briefly give you some updates on some key projects that you're following. So thanks, gentlemen.
I'm impressed with all the city attire from the staff today.
Yes, we like to represent the city well. So good morning, City Council. Mark McAvoy, Director of Public Works and Utilities. I also have Tom Perez, our city engineer here. We'll do a very brief capital improvement program update just to highlight basically a little bit of an overview of the program assessment that we've been working on, and then highlight a few projects. Next slide, please. Thank you, Jeremy. So just wanted to start with this slide here. This is relevant from the discussion this morning. We have combed back through the existing CIP, which consists of the current year's budget appropriated capital improvement program projects, as well as all the carryover that are still on the books. Some of the projects vary. Let's just say they're a little bit older, from more than 10 years ago, sometimes up to 15. We've identified 135 active CIP projects. And actually, it's more than 135 because some of those projects are a capital account line item that might be a program that includes several projects, like future facilities or the Downtown Action Plan, which represents many projects. The CIP is funded by a lot of different funds: Capital Improvement Fund, Parking Authority, Gas Tax and Measure M, Street Lighting, South Laguna Fund, Wastewater, as well as grants. So what we've been working, Tom and I, diligently on, and we've met with finance several times to go through, is identify all those CIP projects that we could, quote, close. There will be a variety of reasons why we would close these projects, not the least of which is a project has been completed, yet the funds sit in the project and get carried over each year. And so there are some like that. There are also projects that were maybe a previous priority, and that priority has gone away over the years for a variety of reasons. And so we have identified many of those projects. An example might be a storm drain project that wouldn't make sense to start today because a drainage master plan update is in the current calendar year to be completed. And so we've identified several of those projects. We're up to, the plan with those would be to return all those unused funds to the fund balances. We're in between $8 and $10 million so far, and we're still going. The plan would be to return those unused funds to the fund balances, prioritize the remaining projects, and then we will be bringing this as a comprehensive action item for the City Council at the mid-year budget adjustment. So that's the plan. We have a little screenshot there of the ongoing work that we're doing, and we can answer any more specific questions on the CIP related to that. But next slide, please.
I'd just say, that's great. Keep going.
Yeah, there's one project, actually, I will cover that, was brought up earlier by a member of the public, was Coast Highway. And just as a matter of background, when COVID happened, the city made some budget decisions to pump the brakes on a few high dollar value projects. Coast Highway sidewalk closure was one of them. And it was originally part of the Caltrans South ADA project that's ongoing now, their sidewalk project. And those funds were, the City Council decided, let's not move forward at this time. Caltrans removed those from their project and kept going. They were able to secure a few additional funds to cover some of the deficit, but they did end up removing those locations. The three that specifically come to mind are in front of the CRC, basically north of Ruby's to Cardinal, and then also down near Village Green Park along Coast Highway there, and then 5th to 7th. So those are the three locations. Staff actually secured a $5 million grant last year to pay for those. And we are in the process right now of preliminary engineering and design. It's a difficult project it's on Coast Highway, which is a Caltrans facility, and there is some right-of-way constraints there. So we're diligently working, and I hope to report later this year that we're making good progress on it. But that is the plan for those sidewalk gap closures.
Just to follow up real quickly, so is the update that you're going to provide the mid-year, that'll be, because like when I'm looking at my budget, my CIP for 24, 25, will this include the ones that were started even before that? So it'll be like any CIP project that we have funds for or that's currently part of it will be part of this update that you're bringing to us in March?
Yes, it
Okay.
will be that one slide. It will be the comprehensive, here's what we've determined are projects we can close from fiscal years 2008 through today. Here was the criteria that staff, Public Works and Finance used, and the assumptions we made that, we would certainly want council to give feedback on. when we complete a project, we could just close the project, but since there's such a large number of them and
Yeah.
previous priorities, we thought it best to just do a more transparent city council feedback on the assumptions we made, especially for things like a drainage project that may have been a priority in 2012 and for whatever reason just was never constructed. And so we wanted to lay them all out, but it will be
Including ones that we're still moving forward with, but maybe we're
Yes.
programmed for like 22, but they're still going. So
Yes.
every project.
every project
Thank you.
that we consider part of the CIP will be listed in a very large attachment. So to highlight a few of the projects we do get asked about a lot and our priorities. So first is Fire Station 4 relocation. So the schedule of the project is listed there. The next big upcoming action on that is we are planned for Planning Commission for design review in March. We're looking at I believe it's March 18th. It's the second Planning Commission meeting in March. And so that's the next action that we would be taking on the project. The demolition of the site is planned for around June. We do need to demolish the building. We completed the lead and asbestos testing of the building. It is currently vacant. And so we're going through permitting to demolish it, and we'll be putting that out to bid in March.
Hey, Mark, is there any chance, back to what Bob mentioned earlier about, maybe striping that, once the building's gone, striping, is there any way we can get that building down faster so we could use that space during the summer?
Yes, so it is staff's hope to use that as temporary parking. And so I say June, I would love to demolish it faster, but we do have to go through a bidding process because it is a public project to get a contractor on board. So we'll go as fast as we can. There are lead and asbestos abatement that's necessary for the structure. There is an existing parking lot there that can be immediately used. And then there is the rest of the site that will be made available once the building is removed. And we will get it done as fast as possible. The plan is to try to use that for temporary parking for the summer before we start construction on the actual fire station.
How many spaces are there now? Do you remember?
Approximately 20.
Yeah, okay.
Is there an opportunity, to go back to Bob's point, to put a temporary restroom in that parking lot over the summer?
Yes, thanks for clarifying that. Yes, and so a point of the design of the fire station is permanent restrooms there. And so, yes, we're planning to put temporary restrooms there. We generally use a trailer, and that's how we place them there. And that is the plan. Just have to get the building taken down and provide room for all of that. Yeah. So we are looking to, assuming Planning Commission approval, final design would immediately finish and be completed in the summer, followed by bidding and contract award. So we're looking to start construction in the fall. I'd love to do it faster, and we'll do it as fast as we can, but that's our current schedule.
And I know we've set aside previously some budget, some money in the budget. How are we feeling about budget versus cost?
Every day that goes by, construction costs they're outpacing inflation. And right now, I believe in the project account, we have roughly $7 million in this project account. Our latest estimate, I don't know that will be enough. And so we will have a good handle on those costs, assuming Planning Commission blesses the design review. We will be able in the spring to have a pretty good handle on whether we need to program more money in the CIP for next fiscal year. All the more reason to identify all those old projects we could close and free up funds for. Next slide. So on Laguna Canyon Road, Protect and Connect project, I wanted to just briefly highlight, we will have a much more comprehensive city council item on this here, I believe in March. I believe we're coming back to council in March because there will be some decisions to be made by city council or some direction to provide to staff. But we're in the middle of relinquishment negotiation, as in we're at the end of relinquishment negotiation with Caltrans. We're at $14.4 million is what they've verbally agreed is the dollar amount that would come with the roadway to the city. We will be getting a formal offer letter from them in the spring is the latest verbal we've been told. and we would like to present that written proposal to the city council before moving on to next steps. It takes approximately 2 years to complete relinquishment, and the Caltrans District 12 director is very interested in getting us to the finish line on that if the city chooses ultimately to move forward. We're currently going through many grant opportunities. We have the BUILD grant, formerly called RAISE, which is the one we just submitted. That one we just submitted this week, the formal grant for final design. There's also the PROTECT grant and then the BRIC grant, which we've talked about many times in the past. And so we will continue to pursue those for final design and for undergrounding. Edison's design is currently ongoing. We meet with them constantly, and we're looking to put the overhead utilities under the roadway. And there's a lot of discussion to be had about that, but that's one of the primary drivers for why relinquishment may still be the right move for that roadway, is because we want to minimize open space impacts. And by putting the utilities under the roadway, we can do that. CEQA is another big issue on the project right now. Caltrans, as the owner, would be the lead agency requiring their design standards applied to the project, which the city would not want Caltrans design standards to be what we would end up building. So we'll be back before you in a couple months with a very robust, comprehensive update. We have our project website, and I know council members, Alex and Bob, you're at those update meetings on occasion, so we can answer any questions if you want to get any more details about that. All right, next slide. Utility undergrounding updates. We have several active underground projects going right now. Park Avenue is more or less wrapped up. We will call it complete next month when the poles are formally down, but that one has mostly wrapped up. A lot of utility coordination there, private connections, and there's a lot of coordination that goes on between the various property owners, all the utilities, and then our staff tries to herd cats, but just about done on that project. Bluebird Canyon Drive should be done right around April. And just for some context, because I have been asked about this recently, Edison, they had to move their resources up into LA to deal with the fires up there and restoration efforts. And so that's caused some delays very recently on their projects. And so they are starting to come back to the area and get back on projects where they previously had to pull off. Our contractors for the portions of work that are ours are still ongoing. So Bluebird Canyon Drive, we anticipate in April, the project completing. Woods Cove is under construction right now, and we're tearing up the roads, installing conduit, and so that project's tracking to be finished next summer. Pretty big district. Fairview La Brea district, that we're looking at an anticipated formation coming soon. I skipped over West Street is the other one. Anticipated formation coming soon, and so we'll be coming back before council for things like percent contribution that council will be providing for the public safety and general benefits before we authorize going out for a vote on those districts. And then on Coast Highway, we have 2 districts there. Those are Rule 20A projects. And to say that Edison and Caltrans don't see eye to eye would be an understatement. Staff is continually trying to push as much as we can. Right now, on Coast Highway, there are 2 Rule 20A projects, and one will trail the other. But Edison's trying to get a permit from Caltrans, and that's been a many month delay that's still ongoing. And so we're trying to elevate to the level we can. We don't anticipate the first district starting construction till after the summer season, because even if they had approval now, there's no way they'll be out there before the summer. So we're looking at September for the Coast Highway districts to start.
We should, we don't have to do it here, but we should talk about how we elevate further. I mean, that's gotten to be a ridiculous amount of time, and that's what's that went on for years on the 73 project out there. Caltrans and Edison just banging away on each other. And, you know, this is critical. We've got $10 million tied up in these two districts to complete complete any poles and wires on Coast Highway. You can talk about evacuation routes. That's it, right? That's the key. So, you know, when we had the District 12 director out, she was on Laguna Canyon Road, she was very helpful and supportive. I mean, maybe we need to get another call or meeting with her. I mean, it's hard to emphasize how important this is. And, you know, I don't know what this permitting is, some encroachment permit or something. I mean, it's a highway, for God's sake, and it's paved over, and all we're doing was digging up and putting the things underground. So, you know, it's frustrating, right?
Yes.
Mark, do you have any idea what's going on north of El Toro Road?
Yes. So on that project, it's actually fairly far along. And so the stage of the project right now is Edison pulling cable. So there's more or less two projects there. There's the Caltrans safety project, and there's the Edison undergrounding project. And so Caltrans did a lot of work. Then Edison came in and are doing the undergrounding work right now, which was installation of all their vaults and conduit along that stretch, which is complete. And so the phase that they're in right now is actually Edison pulling their own infrastructure through their cabling. And that's the part where they're doing that and then pulled off to support restoration efforts in LA. We met a couple days ago with Edison, with the Saddleback district manager, and he let us know that he has 3 crews. They start returning next week to be able to work back in their home district. And he estimated that it was, when we met with him, about 2 weeks before they'll be back out on El Toro or on LCR finishing the work. And so once they're done pulling cable, poles start to come down. And so it also includes telecom. There's one outstanding telecom company that they're working through. But it's on track to finish right around summertime to be done with poles down. Once Edison's done with their work, Caltrans will show back up and finish the paving. And as a reminder to everyone, the paving portion of the project there gets rid of the bottleneck that was there. So we end up with 2 outbound lanes. Once it widens, it doesn't neck down and widen back out. So we're pushing to the extent we can on that as well. And we'll be happy when that is complete.
So you anticipate that entire project being done by summer? Is that what you're saying?
It's
out of our control, I know.
Let me say it's end of the year, but for the parts that impact the traveling public, we're still working through when it's, I can tell you by December, they're done.
Okay.
But there are various stages of, wires coming down and then poles coming down and then pavement going in. So I don't want to say the wrong thing, but we'll continue to get better updates, and we'll have a pretty good understanding once Edison crews are back out on the project pulling wire again. So I anticipate in a few weeks being able to give a better update.
Okay. I'm just thinking about evacuation needs and the narrowness of that road. And
Understood.
I can't wait till it's wide again. I don't think I've ever said that before about a road, but I mean it for that one.
We need to start wrapping up too, Mark.
Oh, okay. And so
there we go.
And that's it. So if there aren't any
As
other
the
questions.
mayor's indicated to me, maybe we could.
Yeah, so what
put
do
this
you
one
guys,
till later.
should we do, how long will this one take, Dave?
You know what I might do is I might include the Raftelis report at a study session, so I don't have to talk about that. And that you have it in your packet, unless you wanted to talk about it, which we could.
Well, it could it just be an agenda item too?
We
at
could
a
make it an
future-
agenda
At our
item.
next council meeting?
Yeah, sure.
That might be better.
Is that okay? Okay,
What-
let's do that.
I
So
think
then
it-
it'll take me 3 minutes.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So I do want to incorporate more performance measures in your budget coming up this year, and not just widget counting. And I've talked to the management team about this, but how well are we doing things? I'll give you some examples of those. And then the other thing you try to look at, and it's challenging, is how do you measure if people are better off because of what we do? This is called results-based accountability, which is more in the human services field, but it's kind of an interesting way of making sure we're really doing good when we're working. And we want to be public and transparent about them. Next slide. Here's some examples. Pavement Management Index from Public Works. Response times, Part 1 crimes from PD. Response times and maintenance of whether we were successful in maintaining all the FMZs. We had enough funding to do that. It's a yes or no kind of thing. Community development, I really think we need to stick to the total time to process an application. You guys have talked about that a lot. That's the best metric. City as a whole, are we meeting or not meeting our public timelines? And I think we do need to do some more community satisfaction surveys because that's the real guidance is whether or not people are happy with us. Next slide. The community development example, this is hard to read, but this is the 30-30-45 rule. We have it for 30 days. It goes back to the applicant, 30 days or less. They have it for 30, they have it for 15 days, whatever. They give it back to us. We have a second plan check. We have it for 30 days or less. These are goal. And I show in there, it's kind of hard to read what we're at now. We're actually at about 36 days for plan checks, which is good, but that's on average. So we have some that are a lot longer and some that are a lot less. So this is a further discussion when we met last 2 council meetings ago. We've refined the data better. But the goal is to have the zoning plan check process be within 4.5 to 5.5 months, where right now we're on average 6 to 7 months. And you see that last box, we want to have a goal of 45 days to finish up zoning plan check and set you for hearing and hold your hearing. That's right now in the 70s right now. It was in the hundreds. So we're making progress. We've got more progress to get. This is an example of what that might look like in terms of a metric for community development.
So Dave, you guys drill down in each one of these boxes?
That's what lean should do.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have been drilling down, but it'd be good to have a more professional approach to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Next slide. 2, community development. These are the things that we've been working on. We've upstaffed. Megan's team has been doing great training. Energov is online. It's started on the 15th. We're trying to do better data collection reporting. The slide that I just mentioned is that. We have a historic resource consultant coming on board very soon. We finished the RFP for that. The headwinds and tailwinds. The tailwinds, the good stuff. Staff turnover is a little lower, which is great. We do have the new staff on board. Training programs are working well, as I mentioned. The pacing of the DRB and Planning Commission meetings, they're tackling more projects now, which is good. We have more projects before them. Headwinds, the code is still really complex. We make mistakes. You guys know about those. We have had some tough weeks with some staff on leave just in recent, say, the last 2 weeks. So we're hoping that they can come back because they're important staff members. Next slide. That's it for now. Happy to take any questions on those first 2 parts.
Any questions? So we'll break for lunch and be back by what do you think, 12:40?
That works good.
Does that work?
Yep. We can be concise about the next part too. 12:40 then.
Or what time do we budget in here? Oh, then let's just do 12:30. We'll be back at 12:30.
12:30? Okay,
Yeah.
so 12:30 return.
special strategic planning meeting. So now we're at the, we're going to get council direction, quick hits. I like that way you describe that, Dave. So do you want to start us off with number one, the community pool?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the issue about the community pool, I'll frame the issue and then welcome your discussion. If you have any questions, we may or may not have the people in the room, but.
Before we get to,
Yeah.
what page are we on?
Oh, sorry. This is, at best, these are covered in the issue by issue, but I don't have specific slides about each one of these. I tried
So 16.
16, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see the community pool highlighted there, right? So the issue is, in the case of the community pool, council, as I understand it, gave formal direction to pursue another pool option because the district was and is going with a larger pool that may not have accommodated all the programming we'd like to accommodate. It probably would accommodate generally the programming we have now, with I think one exception, and that is youth splash ball. And Michael can help me advise further on this one. But so we've been looking at the pool through the facilities master plan, but knowing that if we were to construct a new pool, it's not as easy as the district doing that because we have to have parking for it. So it's a pretty massive effort and expensive effort to do our own pool. So I've been pursuing the approach since I got here and talking with a few of you, been kind of watching what the district does and saying, district, whatever you decide to do, we would like to be a partner with you. But we'd like to see for this interim period before we construct our own pool, if we construct our own pool. And we'd like to see what that relationship looks like. However, we haven't said, hey, we're going to contribute half the capital or half the expenses, because I don't see that in our budget future, especially if we're reserving the right to have our own pool. So when we last left it, as the mayor's noting, there was a conversation between the district and myself that said, okay, we're going with our own pool. We, the district, going with our own pool, 45 meters. City, you might be able to rent space in it through an agreement, upwards of $400,000 a year. And that seems like a good deal to us because we could do almost everything that we wanted to do and do now at probably a slightly lower expense than what we're incurring now. So that's how I left it. So I'd appreciate if you feel like that's on the right track or the wrong track. Or
Can you elaborate a little bit on the cost we're paying now versus the cost you anticipate us paying?
I need Michael here to help me.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's about as much as I know.
Hello again, Michael Litchi, Director of Transit Community Services. Probably the easiest thing is we did a report to the council about a year ago, and we really broke down in detail all the costs that the city is currently paying under the joint use agreement with the district for the pool, which primarily is we pay currently 70% roughly of the operating costs of the pool. So that includes everything from the chemicals to the utilities. And then on top of that, the city also provides staffing for the pool. So we provide lifeguards during all hours that the city is using the pool for community programs. We also have an aquatics coordinator who's a full-time employee in my department who oversees the programming of the pool. So what we're looking at under the district model currently, in that report that we brought to council, broke down those costs and what those anticipated costs would be if the city continued on that joint use model at either a 70% or perhaps a 50% share. Since a larger pool, we would be using less total percentage of the space in the pool. What we're currently discussing with the district is perhaps not going with that percentage-based model, but rather going with a rental model based on the number of hours that the city programs are using the pool. And then there's also a few other factors that could change that. So for example, I think there was a speaker earlier who said they had a daughter in age group water polo. We also have age group swim classes. So age group water polo is now kind of subleasing the space from the city, but those registrations aren't going directly through the city. So there would be the potential in the future that there would be some aquatics programs that are run by kind of a third party that would contract directly with the district rather than going through the city to process the registrations. But we can provide some, a little more background and then some detail on kind of the more recent discussions we've had with the district.
So Dave, if we wanted to, because when was this offer made by the district to the city?
September last year? Yeah.
Yeah, around that time.
Right. And it was included in a fairly long letter to the city from the district's council. And it talked about how exactly what Michael is saying, that we'd have a rental arrangement more than a capital arrangement. And we could be bumped by only school district events. We'd have priority over other things.
Is there a time commitment in that agreement?
I don't remember a time commitment that they said get back to us by.
I don't believe there was. I mean, we do have regular meetings with the school district.
Like a time commitment, like it's a lease agreement,
Oh.
but you have to have a minimum of 10 years. That's what I meant.
I don't remember that being fleshed
I
out
don't
either.
believe that was
Yeah.
discussed, no.
What about Sue or Bob? Do you guys have any input because you've been involved with this?
I don't know. I think, I think what Dave was reacting to was originally, if you go way back, we had $1.5 million. The pool needed $1.5 million to $2 million worth of the existing pool, work. So we had that kind of in our budget. And then the school district was looking at the 50 million. And the first discussion was, would the city contribute, 12 to 13 million? And we all had that conversation and decided we wouldn't. So I think it's worth pursuing you don't want the water sitting there empty. I mean, the school district's not going to use it between 7:30 in the morning and 1:30 in the afternoon or something like that. So I think it's worth pursuing the lease option and see what staff can work out with the district on that.
I agree with that.
I agree.
So Dave, what would a next step be?
We'd probably bring this back as a consent item, just memorialize it. The council discussed on January 31st, prioritizing the lease option versus going into design work for our own pool.
Yeah.
Or a capital investment in the district's pool.
And then you could have that conversation with them and hopefully we could get this ratified.
I could probably potentially, if that's still on the table from the district's perspective, I could get authorization to enter in negotiations with them to ratify it.
So you'd have to bring
Probably
back.
I think I'd probably have to confer with Megan about that. We'll try to bring back something that's as finite as possible. Yeah. In other words, it gives us thorough direction versus more check-ins. That sound okay?
That sounds good. Is there
Okay.
any other direction that you need on this?
No.
No, okay. So that'll be coming back probably at our meet, not next Tuesday, the Tuesday after that,
Right, the 11th.
the 11th. Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay, the next one is the downtown action plan, and I apologize, I'm saying two different things. I realize this. The downtown action plan, it looks like, so this is a document developed by SWA, and you folks know it better than I do, although I've learned a lot about it. And it actually went back to the Planning Commission as recently as September of 2023, but it hasn't moved ahead since that time. It's a completed document. It does need more approvals, and it envisions multiple things, as you know, tree well improvements, sidewalk improvements, tree placements, tree removals. As I understand it, the tree removals were quite controversial at the time. So the question is, do you want that brought back to you? And I'll say that because I've been looking at it and I've been talking about this with Mayor Pro Tem Orgel and Public Works, I've been saying there are a lot of elements in that plan that I think are pretty non-controversial, like what our tree wells should look like, and some of the improvements that could be made. And I've been saying if we're investing any money in the downtown, we might as well follow kind of that guidance from the downtown action plan. So I've been using it informally. Would you like to see it brought back more formally?
Well, I mean, so it's the plan itself's not really the outcome. The outcome is the the projects that are part of it. So wouldn't there be
Right.
value in us in bringing that back, and then we could say which projects we'd want to put in a CIP?
Sure.
You know, I think as I remember that weren't there like 22 or 24 distinct projects in the downtown action plan? Because wasn't that right?
They break down every sub-block
Yeah.
almost.
And so the whole controversy about removing trees, we never voted on anything.
Right, it never got to. you.
No, everyone got all carried away.
Yeah.
As usual.
Not in Laguna.
Yeah, not Laguna, but I was thinking that, and we could bring the whole thing back for review, but I wanted to focus particularly on, so we have the promenade, of course, on Tuesday, then we have, like, I wanted to work on the alley,
The Forest Alley?
Ocean, and Broadway.
Yeah. I think when Mayor Pro Tem Orgel and I look at it with Public Works, it's Ocean seems like it's in the shape that needs addressing the most.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we bring back a proposal to use components of it and focus on those streetscapes.
At one point, we had $1 million in our CIP budget for the
We
alley.
still do.
Yeah, so.
1 point what? 1.1?
Yeah.
It's still there.
We need to work that out. So to me, there's no use in not doing the alley if you're doing Ocean and the promenade. I mean, it's a horrible transition if you don't fix up the alley.
So it seems, couldn't you,
So the
Dave?
question is, do we do a light version? So let's just assume that all of the healthy trees are going to stay. And as you know, Dave, a lot of the design centered around relocation of trees as far as where some of the curb realignments where they did kind of planting areas and pop outs. I can't remember what they're called. But anyway, maybe we should have that reflected in a plan that SWA could amend just to reflect the current conditions and how you and I had talked. So what I'm saying is, instead of doing the plan based on new trees and new locations, like those big wood deck areas and all that, that could be eliminated. He could just apply the design as it relates to existing trees.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think we could ask for that, yeah.
Isn't the simplest approach to just bring the plan back to us and then pick out a couple, Sue has identified, pick out the priority projects and then get council direction about which projects we should try to implement and then just go from there?
I think it's going to be hard, though. I don't know.
I think this is harder to be speculating about having where Hallie and I don't think I've read the plan,
Okay.
so why not just keep it simple, bring the plan back, make recommendations, and then figure out a couple of the projects that we want to fund, and then get them in the CIP and go from there.
Okay.
My point is, you're not going to be looking at a plan that is achievable without ripping out trees.
No, but it is, because there's components of the plan that would be achievable.
So would an alternative be for Dave, you to come back to us with a smaller version of that plan that just highlights kind of the low hanging fruit? Would that?
Mark and Tom, does that sound okay to you guys? Yep. Okay. Good answer.
I guess I just don't understand, why don't we just keep it easy for them where they just give us the plan comes and then we pick a couple of projects from the plan? Because it's
My
not like,
concern about doing that is that we're going to open up a gigantic can of worms about tree removal, and the community is going to get really concerned about it because it's going to look as if we're reconsidering the removal of mature trees in the downtown rather than looking at specific projects that we think will be less controversial.
I don't know, I think it's framed as, look, here are some recommendations from this plan. I mean, I don't know, it just seems like, yeah, so you're saying because we're worried that people will perceive something to be what we're not doing, that we should, okay.
We should look at what we're actually really considering. If we're not really considering removing mature trees in the downtown, we shouldn't be considering it anymore. I mean, I'll defer to what's going to be easiest for you and city staff, Dave.
I feel like I'd like to bring it back to you as a document and then pull out early things that you think we should go forward. Megan's mentioning to me that aspects of it affect historic resources, so we certainly don't want to stumble down that pathway.
That sounds like the simplest approach.
So
That's okay.
maybe you could just bring an agenda report attaching the plan, right? And say, we're only recommending proceeding with A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark and Tom, they got a thumbs up. Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Okay.
The next one is a village entrance parking structure, and I think we summarized that on page It's in the V's. Sorry.
What about the downtown?
Did I skip over something?
Well, I guess there's two different lists here because on page 16 it has downtown specific plan next, but then on this it has.
Oh, yeah, we could definitely talk about that one.
16.
But I
Oh,
thought we
you're
were following-
going through the whole thing.
I thought we were following page 2 of the agenda.
I was following page 2.
Okay, what page are we supposed to be looking at?
Page 2.
Page 2, and then you
Okay.
flip back, and if you want an update on the village
Got it.
entrance parking structure, it's page 22 of 187.
Got it.
So I think the big issue here is the last direction given by the council was a fairly significant parking structure and to do some design work. And that design work has been sent back to us in a draft format. I think the question for you all, especially with Hallie being new to the council, what would you like us to pursue? Would you like to pursue something smaller, something not at all, or the larger vision of it?
Well, I thought, Sue and I are the subcommittee on this, and I thought when we met and we looked at there was some draft information that came back from pursuant to our earlier request from the designer, for the 323 roughly, spot parking structure, that we wanted to go back and look at a smaller alternative, right? And I don't know whether that's progressed or not, or whether you're asking the whole council to validate, kind of the subcommittee's discussions there.
Yeah, that would be helpful, I think, if the whole council feels comfortable with that. And not that I felt uncomfortable, but it's just an opportunity for all 5 of you to weigh in on that. So what would you like to see next?
So what would that smaller version, like how many spaces at a high level would that be?
Well, I don't know. We didn't, I mean, here's what I think is a practical matter. And this is where we're all sort of siloed a little bit, right? But the facilities master plan, if we're really looking at a building adjacent to City Hall, right? To make a higher and better use of that space, we're going to have to, in my mind, replace those parking spots or replace and or add to. So it wasn't a particular number. It was, more like trying to reduce the number of spaces and reduce the cost, primarily because with the big structure, you're looking at an enormous retaining wall on the huge, very, very expensive. So we were saying to Mark McAvoy and Tom, let's look at a smaller alternative. But I think, to me, the planning objective in mind would be to, at a minimum, replace those parking spots so you could create a building pad over there that might be a fire station or might be something else, right? Isn't that where the facilities master plan is looking at too?
Yeah. So Gavin, would we in June so like if the fire station, if we were to move fire station 1 there, would we be able to have, I'm not recalling the specific deliverable, but will we have like a conceptual understanding of how much room that would take? And that would be when? In June?
March. The first workshop is Griffin will go over all of the City Hall area and the village entrance area.
So at
in the
that,
concept, and just the space that's needed.
So then at that time, we would know how many parking spaces could potentially be impacted.
Yes.
Right?
We
And
would
then
know.
That would allow us to figure out, okay, we need X number of replacement parking, or we could make a determination, we want to go above that, or maybe there's a way to not do that.
Yes, and just to add a little bit more, but when Griffith comes back, remember, they're looking at both the Playhouse and the festival area and the tennis courts and the whole civic area here, and they could come back with what their proposal is and just options for the council to see. And then you'll see the parking impacts as well.
So then is there value in just waiting until we get that to figure out how we proceed?
I would think so. Sounds like it.
That makes sense to me. Same page.
When we do look at the parking, it seems to me as though we would look at the replacement of what's there, and then if there were ambitions to increase the capacity there, that we would first kind of study and see where the threshold was feasibility. So at what point does it become just not feasible to keep increasing the number of spaces? It's just not worth it.
Great. So we can have, it seems like the most, do we have consensus at the time to have that conversation about next steps for this would be maybe maybe when you come in March, you could ask for direction about the parking,
Thank you.
right?
So if we did that, so we'd only be replacing the parking where people park now as employees, right?
Well, I think what Mark's saying is it is a design challenge, right?
Yeah,
I think
right.
what we saw in the subcommittee was the 3-story above ground structure has a huge retaining wall and is probably not worth the cost.
Right.
Right. So can you design something smaller that is more economical but maximizes the number of spaces you can get back there? I mean, it's I think TBD.
Yeah, I think that what it sounds like our consensus, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we'll have that conversation about to what extent we replace or maybe even go beyond based on the cost, but that is worthwhile to have after in March, give the direction on that in March. And then otherwise we're just playing with variables that we don't know because we don't know how big the building
that's
footprint
good.
will be. Okay. Are you good on that, Dave?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Pretty clear. Anybody else? Okay. The next one is Lang Park. I just wanted to make sure I was on the same page as council. Council has that included in the facilities master plan as a potential site for more community amenities. And if that happened, if I were a betting person, I'd say the odds are the pickleball courts would be moved to the other side of the park from where they are now. So that is included in the FMP right now, is a potential redesign of Lang Park. But at the same time, we pulled back funds and didn't spend them on a possible short-term redesign that would allow the pickleball courts to be moved over to another side of Lang Park. We haven't moved forward on that because we feel like it's contained well within the facilities master plan. If that's a comfortable position for the council, that's how we have been pursuing it on staff level. In other words, no separate redesign for Lang Park right now included in the facilities master plan.
I'm comfortable with that.
The document that will have all answers. to everything.
Yeah, we're putting a lot in this.
I did have a question as I was going through this. What about, because there is this playground master plan. Is Lang Park not part of the playground master plan?
Yeah, maybe Michael or Mark can help me out on this.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the playground master plan was specific to playgrounds. The more comprehensive effort last summer, council directed to just stick to playgrounds and defer the overall park planning effort. And so that we will have a final report next month in February that we'll be bringing to council.
The playground master plan.
The playground
So
master
again,
plan.
it's components within the parks, the play components. It's not the whole park.
Correct. It's an analysis of all the playgrounds that the city owns and maintains, and basically will help us accurately include them in the CIP for the following 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
So there's something in the playground master plan. There is a playground, Ed.
Correct.
So there's something in there about that playground.
Correct, but it doesn't analyze redoing space programming within parks.
So it sounds like we want to look to the facilities master plan, I guess. Okay.
Michael, are you still hearing that there's a need for the pickleball court, additional pickleball courts?
Yes. We do hear that. I'd say it kind of comes in waves. We're maybe in a little bit of a lull with people asking about it, but there is still demand for more pickleball courts, and concern by tennis players about taking tennis courts to turn into pickleball courts. So I think there's a continuing need for both amenities. And I think if we did have additional pickleball courts, they would likely be used. We do have indoor courts available at the CRC gym, which are used during inclement weather and, by some people, but overall, it seems like people prefer to play pickleball outdoors.
What about batting courts at Alta Laguna?
So we did look about a year or so ago at a couple different locations, potentially add courts. One of the proposals was adding courts behind the existing tennis courts on kind of the grassy area. We didn't go too far with that analysis. Again, kind of waiting for larger study, but we got a few initial comments that were very anti that from people who were involved with the design of that park and wanted that area kept open for view purposes. But that is one of the locations we looked at initially.
Will that be addressed at all in the facilities master plan?
Gavin, are we looking at Alta Laguna Park in that plan, in the FMP? Yeah.
Or the facilities master plan as a whole. For just the pickleball courts at Lang Park, if it's looking at locations for the pickleball, yeah. I don't think so. I don't think that's in Alta Laguna, no.
The question is, does anyone disagree with staff's assessment of
Lang
doing-
Park would be studied within the FMP.
And that's coming to us in when, Gavin? That's March, where we'd have Lang Park.
It's going to be quite a study session. Yes, that's coming back in March as well. There'll be a lot of, a big reveal on that day. for sure.
Hypothetically, even if we wanted to move it forward, we wouldn't be able to, right? Because it's 2 months away.
Practically,
Okay, so anyone disagree with staff's characterization? Good, okay.
Thing up.
Community and Recreation Center.
Okay, so the next one is about the CRC and specifically its parking problem. Remember, we constrain some of the activities there because there isn't enough parking. And Councilmember Whalen has worked with us on this to try to do two things. One, we have an an update to the interim use plan coming to you in March 11th. So again, what additional programming could be done at the CRC? At the same time, and I think we're pushing the envelope maybe in a good way on parking, but we do need to talk about the CRC's parking and whether or not to pursue something on the field below it. We are pursuing, as I mentioned, some Laguna Terrace parking, but that's quite a ways away. I mean, harder if you're pushing kids in strollers. But some discussion and direction of what you'd like to see teed up for a parking solution to the CRC would be helpful.
Well, I think when we met out there in October or November, whenever it was around then, I thought we talked about two things. One was, and I thought staff was already pursuing this, but again, maybe this is just kind of reconfirming some things. But one, I think there was some discussion about utilizing maybe half the field for surface parking and maybe even looking at some other uses on the field. So converting that field from just grass to other uses, whether it would be parking and maybe pickleball at one end, or parking and potentially a pool tucked up against the hillside there, the footprint for a pool. And then, so you had your surface parking alternative. You had, I think, I had talked about whether you could just talk to which part now of the property's on the market, but talk to Ruby's next door. Was there an opportunity to just kind of do a deck right over their open parking lot on the north side? And then what would be the most expensive alternative would be parking underneath off the highway where you come in under the field, basically. So I thought the surface one was being looked at already, maybe not, but we do need to make some decisions as to what we're going to analyze there and how we're going to analyze it.
Mark, can you remind me, have we had time to start to look at that, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, I'm just not sure.
So I'll also defer to Michael in case he's talked to Ruby's, but we have not pursued parking options at the Ruby site. As to the field itself, with the use plan coming back on March 11th, the plan was to include that We had originally proposed appropriating between 50 and 100,000 at the time to convert the field to temporary parking when we brought the original interim use plan. And so it would be a form of that to do half or all, here's a cost. And we were going to include that as part of the March 11th, and we can implement that rather quickly.
Okay.
Any other solution is not quick.
Right.
It just isn't. And parking down below and pushing up is not a great option as far as pedestrian accessibility. If it's a city public parking area, it becomes problematic if it's not adjacent to the use to try to get ADA access through there. And so that was going to be included, I believe, with the March update.
Great. Okay.
But that's where.
On that last one, you're referring to the Hometown America property.
No, it was, and yeah, there's the Hometown America property, which is nearby, but not only for CRC parking, not
Right,
just be
right.
regular public parking. But I was thinking, you brought up, parking deck at Ruby's. We have not done analysis of that
But
at the
we,
staff level.
we will bring back in March with Michael's plan, a concept that would have parking at the field.
At the field, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's something we can, for interim, implement rather quickly.
Gotcha. Okay. Good, thank you. So I don't know if I need additional direction on that, but that's a nice update for me too.
So that part, that will be basically, oh, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to get my arms around. So we got an interim solution, which that will be coupled with, you said that there is currently a need for additional parking because you guys are starting to fill the need for that.
Yeah, Michael will be able to chime in more, kind of some of the impacts we're seeing of events that are overlapping, that are limiting use.
Yes, I know we did discuss this, I think, at a previous council meeting, but we do see periods of time when we have insufficient parking. We have gotten already a number of complaints from residents who are taking classes at that site who are frustrated that they come to take a class and they're not able to find a place to park. So we have been trying to be fairly intentional about how we schedule classes at the site so that we don't have too many overlapping classes. In keeping in mind which classes tend to be more of a drop-off type class. So the older kids who are playing volleyball in the gym, most of those parents aren't staying. A lot of them are dropping off and leaving. But we have classes for younger kids where the parents are staying. And if you have 15 kids in a class, you're probably seeing about that many cars in the parking lot. So we have been trying to tackle it from the scheduling side, but we are seeing periods of time, and again, not all day, every day, but periods of time where parking is impacted and people are not able to find parking, which is leading to some frustration. So I think there's in the community been some sense of nothing's going on there and there's just tumbleweeds rolling through the facility, and that's really not the case. We have a lot going on there right now. But the report that Dave mentioned is really intending to take a look at what council approved about 2 years ago when we closed escrow on the property, which was an interim use plan to make the best use of the facility and the buildings as they currently stood. So the report we're planning to bring in March is going to provide an update on what we've done out of that first interim use plan, as well as some options the council could consider to continue to work to provide more community serving uses at the site, looking at artist workspace, looking at some sort of a community fitness center, a few different options that we're looking to bring forward. And as part of that, we'll be discussing the parking availability and some short-term options, as Mark mentioned, to provide more capacity.
Is there an option in there to look at both Lang Park and the St. Catherine's site? I mean, we got two gyms, right?
Yes, we do have a small gym, half-court basketball gym at Lang Park. The action council took previously allows us to, and we do use that gym for some recreation programs, the Lang Park gym. This item that we're planning to bring is intended to focus solely on the CRC facility, though.
And it looks like those buildings at Lang are in need of some repairs. I noticed that some of the roofs are covered with plastic
And that is being evaluated as part of the facilities master plan, that the park and the buildings, I believe, right, Kevin? Yeah.
Well, so it sounds like in the short term, we're going to get back exactly what I thought we were going to get back, Michael. So thank you for that. on interim uses, but as part of the analysis or as analysis moving forward, can staff do an analysis of what the parking need is there? I'm not talking about our code. Our code is whatever it is. I'm just talking about the physical need, what we think the physical need for parking is there. You know, just again, just from a practical standpoint.
Based on what would be, like, based on what we'd want to do at the St. Catharines, or on the assumption if it stayed the same?
No, based on, you know, the assumption if we implemented some of these new activities that staff's talking about. More of a, I think there is a fair amount of utilization, but you know, I was just sort of looking at more, okay, if we up the utilization and it's really humming along and we, you know, have overlapping events, I don't know if it's possible to project what we'd need or.
I think we can come up with some rough numbers in a few different scenarios. We have looked already at, for example, just based on the square footage of the Suzy Q and the number of parking spaces provided there. And we know from experience there that when the building is at full capacity, Laguna Beach seniors are having programs, we're having programs on the rec side, the police department's having a meeting there. We know there's insufficient parking. And so we typically, when we have those sort of meetings where there's staff meetings, we'll tell people they have to park off site for those staff meetings so that residents can park and take care of the programs. So I think we could come up with some rough scenarios of, you know, if every room in the building is being used, here's what our parking need would be projected to be. Right now, we're not using every room in the building at one time. But again, it does depend a lot on use. So if you have a gym full of kids in practice, 30 kids in the gym, you have a community meeting that has another 30 people in the library room, and you have, you know, a kids art class in one of the other rooms, it does exceed our current parking supply, but we can come up with a few scenarios just to kind of give a little perspective on that.
Thank you.
So, and giving us that study, so we're actually, Dave, thinking of that would be like we would just be studying the options. If I heard Mark McAvoy correctly, I think he said that there was a problem with trying to create additional, I'll call it structured parking where the sports field is. Is that correct?
I can start to respond to Mark.
I thought he was saying something about ADA accessibility or something.
I think, Mark, were you talking about down low because, you mean like at the Rubies or Laguna Terrace?
Correct. As to parking on the sports field itself, there's a working elevator there, which is functional and ADA compliant, permitted by the state. We were able to rehab that when we absorbed or when we bought the property. So parking there, not an issue.
But I think, and I had the same confusion. I think if you had an underground structure, I'm not saying we're going to do that, but if you had an underground structure, you'd have an elevator that went up through the whole structure, so you wouldn't have an ADA issue.
Correct. So if we were to build a structure there, you know, 1 level below, 2 levels below, it would be, yes, a replacement elevator probably for that location. But yeah, that would work.
So I guess you were talking about the lot on the other side of Ruby's maybe, or?
Yeah, I was referring to, you know, let's say if we leased space from the Ruby's parking
Okay.
lot or down the street, that if that is designated for CRC, it becomes problematic to get up the hill.
Yeah, it does.
Because you'd have to do almost a second elevator.
Yes,
because you can't get up that ramp that
yeah,
easily.
the grades there
Grades
are a
way too
little
steep.
tough. They're a little tough.
Well, being a non-engineer, the question is whether you can just go from like our property, you come in, and instead of turning onto the field, you turn left onto a deck that's built at that level. So
I always say you can engineer anything, but we have not done preliminary engineering.
No, I
on that.
understand. So I was not talking about walking up from Coast Highway, parking surface down, but anyway. Another day for that.
But I think the discussions about the because I mean, the discussions about the CRC that'll come back in March, right?
We'll come back with the proposed revision to what has been the interim use plan with a parking solution.
But the ideas for long-term uses, that'll come back in.
That's more with the FMP.
March. Yeah,
right?
because
Also in March, probably the second meeting, right? First meeting, second meeting.
It's all coming back on that first meeting. So
Okay.
yes,
Oh,
we'll be
yeah,
talking about the
March.
long-term
Don't
parking
miss
as
it.
well. Yeah, you don't want to miss that one. It's going to be.
Hold on to your chair.
So do you want
Yeah.
feedback? I guess you don't want feedback on that right now because we're gonna get that in March.
I think that would be fine if March was the feedback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Item. Okay, design review changes, comprehensive code update.
Yeah, so I'm going to lean on Megan a little bit on this one, and this is something we've talked about kind of tangentially, and I hope folks are aware of this, but I wanted to make sure it was at least aired at council one time, and that you know, we've had a workshop about this in October of last year. And sorry, I'm talking about two things: design review changes, which is the primary reason for that workshop. And there is an effort that I think we've been all trying to take to say, how can we improve the design review process? And that necessarily means exempting more things than are currently exempt today from design review at all. It means moving some things that were within the DRB's purview to admin, administrative, or the department director's design review abilities. So I think after our community workshop back in October, we were left with, we had a fairly grand approach, fairly robust approach that included looking at the design review elements, the design guidelines, as well as this move of DRB to admin, admin to exempt. And I wanted to make sure that the council was comfortable with that approach enough to, I think we have a planned study session coming up with DRB and Planning Commission to update you and kind of roll out something. And I think, I don't want to speak for Megan, but we're going to roll out something bigger rather than smaller. And you could always pare it back.
Yes.
And in part, this is because this is where the state's guidance is going, especially in regards to housing. So it's, and I'll stop there and welcome Megan's comments.
And yeah, that's, Dave kind of hit it on the head. The state every year continues to pull back on local control, the regulations each year. We have, as we see and we hear about a lot, we have ADUs, we have SB 9, we have ministerial projects that the city has limited control on over. And the state has, one of the ways that the state has gone about regulating is objective design criteria. And so that is part of this discussion for you to consider is moving towards what we would kind of say is like a very low level objective design criteria, so that you would, if you wanted to circumvent the design review board and the discretionary process, you could have a 1-story, you know, whatever the objective criteria are that we determine. And something more than that is going to need to go to design review. And the idea being is to get us to kind of move in line with the state, because the state's not going to continue, it's not going to stop moving the way that they have been moving. And we are constantly on our heels, and we're trying to get us in a position that we're not as reactive, and that we're kind of able to be where the state is. Not that we want to, but that's the reality of the situation. And so part of what Dave is referring to is this movement towards or at least the discussion about this low level objective design criteria. In order to facilitate that, if I had to guess, the state's going there anyways in some way for pretty much all housing. So anyhow, that's what the idea is. And so we want to have a robust discussion with you both about what we put forward in October about the ways to address procedural issues, to who approves what requires what kinds of approval, and then this concept of objective design criteria.
And just as a question, what's the timing of when this joint meeting would be with the DRB and the Planning Commission?
Right. We have a task item to complete involving looking at how our general plan, how our proposed changes would be affected or not, would affect or not affect the general plan. And we're hoping to do that either the latter part of February or March to have
Got
this
it.
larger session. We figured it's helpful to, obviously for the planning commission, the DRB, to hear your folks' perspective as the decision makers.
And for us to hear theirs
And
as
for
well,
you to
right?
hear
As
theirs.
opposed to them just doing it on their own and us not being in
Right,
the room to hear
right.
that, right? Anyone want to, any questions or comments?
I like the idea of establishing objective design criteria. And you started to mention, just to make sure everybody understands what she said, you actually had said one story at one point. So we could tailor the objective design criteria however we think that it would best suit our desired, outcome through various neighborhoods. And then beyond that, if somebody wanted to push beyond that, then they would go to design review. And that would keep us safe for the time being, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I like the idea of it. The question is how long would it take us to craft that baseline objective design criteria?
That is, to some degree, a question of policymaking and community engagement, and to some degree, engagement with Coastal Commission. And so whatever we do is we're going to have to go to Coastal. And there is that component to it. And it really, I think, depends on what you envision as part of this process for objective design criteria. I think that there are examples of other cities, coastal cities, that are trying to do this as well in order to find the balance between the state law issues that are out there and protecting our community in terms of, Laguna has a deep love for its design aesthetics. It doesn't want everything to look the same. And that is like very much part of this idea, is controlling it now as opposed to waiting for the state to issue you some laws that you're going to have to then respond to and wait for Coastal to come through. And
If I understand you correctly, and maybe for people that are watching or are going to watch this in the future, if, for instance, we changed the criteria in a particular neighborhood to a 16-foot height limit as the objective design criteria, that means any other ancillary structure could not exceed that?
that's the idea.
Right, meaning an ADU or whatever could not exceed that baseline objective design criteria.
Generally, that's the idea. Whether ultimately we'll hear back from HCD or Coastal, I mean, we are going to have discussions with state agencies, those two agencies, just like they're talking about Edison and Caltrans. Apparently that's true of Coastal and HCD. They just don't see eye to eye. And so we are often in the middle of them. So they may have reactions to what we propose as well, but that would be the idea.
So it seems like the question before us at this point that you're asking for direction on is whether we want a robust set of options before us on all the, is that a fair characterization?
That's helpful guidance. We were pursuing, like, we should give you all the options and let you winnow them down if you wanted to winnow them down. But if you want to see less,
So I wanted to see all the options.
Okay.
That's what I'd be supportive of.
And then like, what would be the associated impact as, like examples?
Yeah.
And then, but are there any other things that relate to this you want direction? Or that's really the key,
That's good.
the key
I just
question. And
wanna
then
make sure it wasn't a surprise. when it
this will
comes.
come, because I mean, it doesn't mean that we could say, we want to pare it back for X, but we want to at least see it before
Right.
we have that opportunity.
Great.
Bob?
Yeah, so I'm moving to this, that was design review changes, moving to the second part of this comprehensive zoning code update, which is me and you, right, Mark?
Yeah, you guys with the ad hoc.
So we had one meeting originally with the consultant and staff, and I talked briefly with Megan afterwards, but I'm not clear on really what the task of that is. It's a 2-year project, which is, first of all, hard to believe, but are we looking to make substantive changes? For example, we need to make a lot of changes, in my view, to our parking code, right? We need to make changes to zoning, and in my view, again, changes to certain areas of the city for zoning purposes to allow We did one, for example, on the commercial zones to, to fix the residential second story stuff. I think we need to deal with the, and I've said this for years, I think we need to deal with the zoning that's currently, from Big Bend in, all that single story tilt up concrete stuff that is currently M1A, that we want to have be something more robust. Is that all going to be part of this comprehensive zoning update? Or, because I had the sense really from the consultant, it was much more of a mechanical, we're going to go through section by section and clean up inconsistencies. And
It's like, what does that mean? What's the goal, right?
yeah,
That's sort of.
yeah. So I think I don't fully understand. I've got some things I want to see come out of that process. I don't think we're synced up at all in terms of
that. I think, because I think we should go into, it's not just like a comprehensive code update is not a outcome in and of itself. It's what do we want to comprehensively change about the code? So maybe to Bob's point, could we break it up and maybe come back with in phases? So like, phase one is where we look at the parking, we look at, and then because it seems like if we don't know what our goals are with that code update, why would we spend all this time doing it?
What if we started with council giving staff direction on what our ambitions are, and then
I like that. Yeah.
then they can just come up with the game plan moving forward as far as both cleanup and what needs to be done to achieve our goals.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so there's a cleanup bucket, a compliance with state law bucket, which those are probably the same, and then there's a bucket of what do you want to see come out of this? Because I do think it'd be better to have more dialogue about that early.
Because you don't want to clean up things that you want to change, right? You would just rather change. So
that's good direction.
would you want to have that as part of this discussion on that joint meeting where we're going to give, so we can look at, in the short term, these design review changes, kind of the low hanging fruit changes, and then give direction, or could we give that direction earlier than that on the high, what's our vision for this comprehensive code update?
I think we should do the latter, the comprehensive zoning code update as soon as possible, because the consultant's starting to work, including public workshop sessions. And
Yeah.
your vision should be in those public workshop sessions.
Absolutely. So
they might run parallel for a little bit.
maybe you could come back to us and kind of work with the ad hoc committee and come up with a better scope that outlines, that's based on what are our goals here, and then get council feedback on that.
That sounds good.
And then, okay.
And the reason, in Mark's idea about breaking things out, maybe that's something we can talk about as we go through the process with you, Dave. But, in the new strategic themes, right? The economic development, parking holds back a lot of that. It really hinders that. So,
I do have that as a breakaway project in one of the initiatives, right? It's in there as one of the bullet points, is to apply the 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet across the city.
Yeah, because it's just easy, right? So,
yeah.
So that would satisfy, so Johann has been all
Trying to
over
get it going
me
soon
about
rather
this.
than later.
Yeah.
So this would take care of so these parking regulations that we just talked about, like, Joe's pushing for, the same standard for the rest of the town as we just did downtown. So that'll be covered in our code update.
that's breakaway.
I think it's a breakaway, but the timing would be good for either the second meeting in February or the first week in March, that'll be in your bucket, things you want done, and we'll see if we can pull them out earlier. In other words, the zoning code update, when it's all said and done, will include everything you wanted, but what comes out earlier versus what stays in the larger update. We can do that.
It seems like there'd be value if we just had, like, you had someone whose sole job at the city was advanced planning, because that's really what this is. This is all advanced plan. We want it to not be, driven by, but
Yeah, that's where a normal city needs to be, and I think that's where Laguna can be and needs to be. But right now, all hands are on deck. File it.
totally. 'Cause it just seems that'd be
Going
more
through our-
cost effective too, right? For what we're gonna pay.
Right.
But, anyway.
Right.
Okay, so do you have enough direction on this, Dave?
I think so. Yeah.
And then, so we'll have a joint meeting that will go over the design review changes and the, objective design standards and change and an update on how the state law impacts all that.
Right.
Good. We're all on the same page? Yep. Okay.
Okay. So the next one is revenue enhancement, and this is a check-in that this committee is, I'm forgetting all of a sudden, is it Mark and Bob again? Okay. We have an ad hoc committee working with Gavin closely on potentially going to the voters in November of 2026. And it's not too early to talk about that with something that would hopefully address especially our capital needs. So a funding source that could reliably be used to build fire stations, address all the other projects in the FMP. So we've been marching down that path. I wanted to make sure it was still a path we should march down. I think it is. And Gavin can fill you in any more as to the preliminary work, which is really, it involved the community survey from last time. I don't know, Gavin, you want to chime in a little bit, what the other preliminary work is?
Yes, so we've already met, the ad hoc committee met, and we've already put together kind of a schedule out of what it may look like over the next 2 years. But the big thing is to take a lot of the information we had for the strategic planning session. You got information about the budget, some concerns there going forward. You've heard a lot of the capital projects, the impacts of the FMP, and a lot of the projects the council wants to move forward with. And even, I think Dave's going to talk a little bit later about some of the efficiency improvements. So not only looking at all the needs we have, kind of the budget concerns going forward, a lot of the efficiency improvements we're going to make, getting to the point where looking at a lot of different revenue sources to help backfill some of those gaps that we may have, and eventually going down the road of looking at a ballot measures. Because a ballot measure itself, when you look at it, to get the kind of revenue you may need, for example, a 1% sales tax will get you about $7 million. A 1% TOT will get you about $1.5 million. And you can see those kind of dollars you need to kind of work with what kind of the projects we're talking about, the Laguna Canyon Road, the things you'll see in the facilities master plan. You just need those kind of dollars. You can't get hundreds of thousands. You need, the millions of dollars. And with Laguna, we'll kind of exhaust kind of a lot of different revenues, but the bigger revenue sources are the more important things. But those are the kind of things we already started to talk about and schedule out. And we talked about communication. I think we could all agree we tried to get a ballot measure last year. I think the communication, we just didn't have a lot of time. And so communicating with the community, understanding their needs, their concerns, and kind of voicing kind of things we talked about today will be important measures. But all those things are being kind of scheduled out. It just takes time for people to understand the issues and time you want them to absorb some of the issues we have. So we've kind of laid all that out. Dave, I hope that answers.
It does. So the question is that an appropriate approach you're comfortable with? If that's so, we don't need any new direction. It's just good to check in with you.
Yeah, I think, and Gavin did a good job of summarizing it, but when we met late last year, and then I went to a webinar, I think you went to that same webinar, and then basically they say, this is a 2-year cycle. This is a 2-year cycle to educate the community. And the first step is to educate the community that there is a need, right? So we've got all the pieces moving on that, with the facilities master plan, I think with the wildfire safety plan that's going to come back, it's all going to show a need, for additional revenue if we're going to accomplish that. So that's establish the need and then select the mechanism or mechanisms and allow time to get it to the ballot. So, it's you really need to be having conversations by next spring, of the exact mechanism you want to utilize to put on the ballot. So we need to get going.
So I think, do you need further? I think
Nope.
we're on the same page there. And
All good.
And related to that, I think the more that we're talking about, Lean Six Sigma and showing the community that we're also looking at how do we reduce our expenses, that's going to also benefit, so to show that it's not like we're just getting the money because we're not interested in reducing our expenses, but because there's we're a 100-year-old city with a lot of deferred infrastructure and have to make these investments. So I'm on the same page. Should we do the ad hoc committees last after we do agreeing upon key initiatives? What do you think about that, Dave?
That works, sure.
Okay, so then let's go to other council and administrative policies.
So I don't need so much direction on this. I just wanted to inform you we were doing this. This is something Megan and I looked at to make sure that we have a lot of policies. We know we have a lot of policies. So some of them have come to the council, some are in the code and adopted by the council, some are more admin kind of back office policies. And I just wanted you to be aware that Aggie has taken the lead on this, thankfully, and she will be coming back to you with a spreadsheet of all of these policies and any recommendations we might have for updating them. And this is in part for the public too, because I wanted to be more publicly transparent about them. Not everyone's going to want to look and find where the policies are on the website, but they should be on our website. And I know that's where I look for them, and I love to see more transparency given to that. So that's just know that that's part of our existing workload.
So related to that, I pulled, I have my strategic planning document from when Sean was our interim city manager, and we talked about how the municipal code was last recodified around 1953. And so the idea of just bringing in a consultant to go through that and take out some pretty archaic things. Have you thought about that? I don't want to add that to the,
Yeah.
there's I guess, question of whether there's a higher and better use of our time. I think there would be value at some point doing it.
I think there would be value at some point. We haven't proposed it yet. And I read Sean's notes on that too, and I think they're spot on, but that's yeah, got to do sometime soon, but.
Can I just clarify what you guys are talking about? Are you guys talking about looking at all of our policies and figuring out what can be dumped and what needs to be updated?
Yeah, it's that too. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
you understand
Okay.
where I'm headed.
Okay. It's looking at all our policies, making sure they're all visible. There's nothing hidden, that everything that should have been approved by the council was approved by the council. So Aggie has a column that shows whether or not most of them were approved by council, which is good news. And then where they didn't have to be, maybe they still don't have to be, but at least we can bring more transparency to them. And yeah, I think the next step is, okay, well, how many of these are needed and how many of them need to be revised? I know in one of my former cities, we used to have it go through the exercise of revising them every year. Not all of them, but just ones that we felt needed to be revised. It was very time consuming, but a good effort. Okay. Next is the frequency and timing of joint meetings. And I think our practice has been to generally try to do this once per year and as needed should something come up. I just wanted to verify that that's the right approach from your perspective as well. And whether or not I missed any committee that you'd like to meet with, or without taking offense, a committee that you may not want to do a joint meeting with.
Well, I sort of think that we should do the joint meetings should be based on like I think PC, DRB, LBUSD, and Arts Commission. We should probably always have those meetings, but in general, I'd prefer that we do them when they're needed and have something to discuss. And so maybe we have to meet several times per year with one of the groups, but I'd rather be less prescriptive. What do you guys think? I don't want to just have more meetings for the sake of meetings, but like for the school district, for example, if, our joint use agreement, I don't remember where that is on the other things beyond the pool, but I'd rather have those conversations sooner rather than later if there's a need to have them.
Okay.
If there's an outcome that we're trying to achieve, but I don't want to just have meetings for the sake of meetings.
Okay.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
No, I think, yeah, some of it's going to be driven by events like some of the stuff we talked about today is going to result in a joint meeting. But generally with the PCDRB, we have had productive meetings. I didn't know that we needed it, but when the agenda gets put together and because a lot of times it comes from the committee, right?
Yeah.
The committee will say, hey, we really want to talk to council about, this, and this. And those have generally been pretty good. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to, I would, for some of those committees, I think we need a minimum one a year is what I'm saying.
So what if we say for
But we may need more.
Yeah. So what if we say PC, DRB, and LBUSD and Arts Commission, which I think already we do one a year. That's the default. And then for those committees, as well as any other ones, can make a request, with an agenda, and that and we can make the determination
Yeah.
about whether to have it.
I think that's a good approach. I think that's a
Could
good
you
approach.
say that one more time for me?
So the default would be that PCD we keep the default the same. We're PC, DRB, Arts, and LBUSD.
Okay.
The default is that there's a joint meeting every year.
Okay.
Right? And then for all the other committees and commissions, including those, they can make a request to have a joint meeting. And, based on the nature of that, we can determine that it makes sense to meet with them.
Sounds good.
But we don't need
Well-
to just have meetings with them for the sake of having a meeting.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got a lot of committees, like what is the PTC wants to meet with the council?
So I don't,
Like,
but
why?
But I think the council would be able to say, no, there's no need to meet.
Which
Or
is
the
how it
city
currently
manager could
works,
just.
right?
Yeah, I have
Could
Dave
decide.
decide.
Dave could decide, right?
Dave could
I
be
could do
the
that.
gatekeeper. Mhm.
Yeah. So maybe the liaison of the committee could go talk to Dave and figure out and bring that forward.
Okay.
Because I feel like, with most of the committees, we approve their work plan. So,
Yeah, but like recreation, for example, the playground master plan, that might be something that we'd want to go through with them. So I wouldn't want to preclude them from having that. So,
Well, I think it would be Dave in consultation with the council liaison to the committee, right? To determine, is it,
There you
does it
go.
does
That's
it
a
make
good idea.
sense? Right?
yeah, no, that's what I just said. Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good.
Thank you for that. All right, the next one is other subject on attachment 3, and that starts at page 13. Was there anything, and no, I didn't give this to you in time enough, that because all the staff's here, that you wanted a little update on? Mayor, you mentioned downtown specific plan. That's summarized in there. I think it'd be in the 16. So there's a little update on where it is. What I'd like to do is give these some more of a refined timeline per our discussion today. So rather than it takes as long as it, and I don't say it disrespectfully, it takes as long as it takes. To try to hew to a timeline on that. I would point out something Chief Calvert asked about, and that is on 21, the quality of life ordinances. I think the chief feels strongly that council should consider these programs. They're maybe not all in priority order, but if you wanted to weigh in on that a little bit, it might be helpful. If you wanted to have it come back as a study session item, we could do that too. There's e-bikes, there's sidewalk vending, which I don't think we have a problem with, but I think the question is, what if we did?
Mhm.
Is it too late to adopt the ordinance once we did? And then there's one about tobacco sales that might say, hey, if you can't smoke here in town, why should you be able to sell smoking products?
Is the sidewalk vending proposal?
Join us, chief.
Yeah, I can ask Joe.
Details, I think. Isn't there a page that has more detail on that?
There is, it's page 29.
It takes a while to
Takes a
warm
while
up.
to warm up or whatever. Should use the other one.
It
Get
does.
over.
Ridiculous.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Jeff Calvert, your police chief. So we worked in tandem with code enforcement on this ordinance. Lily and Iris specifically, when we receive these calls for service, code enforcement is responding, and typically that means that an officer is following up with code enforcement to back them up. And so we thought we'd loop all three of the ordinances in on one memorandum. But I'm going to pass it over to David because code enforcement falls under his leadership.
Thank you, David Contreras, Community Development Director. I do have Lillian Irish on the call. She is at home recovering, but she is available for us if you have questions for her.
So yeah, the issue, I think the larger issue is, would you like us to bring something back that might look at this, or do you feel like you need more information? And/or feel like you need more information on it?
You know, on the sidewalk vending, I remember when that was, the state law was passed, right? And then we said, well, you know, you can only have vending if it's it has to be, there were space limitations, like if it's too close to I don't remember, crosswalk or sidewalk, storefront, whatever. There were all these rules. So, and I thought, that's why we don't have very many street vendors, because we made it
Yeah,
pretty
So
difficult.
I'll take a shot at
Yeah,
this.
what is the issue on the sidewalk vending?
So there, SB 946 was passed, and under that legislation, the city had to identify particular locations where vendors could actually set up through a permitted process. And Lillian can correct me on any of this, so I'm kind of shooting from the hip here a little bit. But where we're challenged is these fruit vendors. So Lillian's been out in the canyon right at the 73 and LCR. And she's been out there over 100 times contacting these fruit vendors. And under the current legislation, they don't have to provide identification. So there's a loophole there. And a lot of these fruit vendors, they're actually being human trafficked. They're paying off a debt for the coyote who brought them over the border. And so they're out there, they've been instructed not to provide an identification. And even if an administrative citation has been issued, they're not paying the administrative citations. So there's really no teeth. They can keep responding out there. And the idea behind the ordinance is that it gives us authority to impound their equipment. And if we have that authority to impound their equipment, it's going to curb these illegal vendors from coming into the city. And you're seeing them stand up operations across the county. I've seen them in Lake Forest, where they're literally taking up 30 yards of a sidewalk, setting up, restaurants, and they're illegally operating throughout the county. And I've seen the fruit vendors outside of Target off Alicia. It's the same crew that's doing this, and so really we have no teeth to stop them from operating.
Has this ordinance that we would look at, has that worked in deterring street vendors? And you mentioned Lake Forest or places where this problem has existed.
Yeah, so I believe Anaheim and a few other cities have an ordinance in place where they can actually impound the equipment.
So that solved the problem in those places.
We start impounding equipment, they're going to stop coming to our city. It's
Okay.
typically the path to least resistance.
Yeah.
They're going to go to cities where, they're not going, the restrictions are looser than our city.
Got it.
So question, it's interesting to hear all that background that, you'd say, wow, I got no idea. Because I see these guys sitting out there every once in a while, that's cool, he's selling some oranges. But could you be legal and get a permit to do that? I mean, if you were not part of this, larger organization, can you?
So we have specific areas identified within the city for street vending. So this is outside of those designated areas.
So the question before is whether we want to have an ordinance come back to us on this, right?
Right. I didn't want to leave it, again, because other cities are enacting these,
Yeah.
and we may not have the problem yet, but the chief has articulated a concern about it. So.
Yeah, and so of course we'd look at all the details and there'd be analysis,
Right.
but the question is, do we want that? And I think the answer is yes, right?
And
And then-
they're starting to migrate toward the city.
Yeah.
So they've been out at the 73 and LCR, but I've seen them come in on Liggett Canyon Road further towards the city. And if there's no repercussions or sanctions, they're going to continue moving, towards downtown.
Yeah, no, I think an ordinance with some analysis makes sense.
So the question before us right now is, do we want the chief to come back with an analysis of the ordinance? And then we can make a final decision about it?
Yeah, like a staff report and everything.
Alternatively, we just are hands off and you guys do what you want to do? What are our options? Is that, if we say no, we don't need that?
Then it's just the status quo.
I
Right.
personally support it.
Okay,
Support bringing something back?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
that's fine.
What about you? Bob?
Sounds like-
Oh, yeah, I'm fine with having something come back.
Yeah.
Yep. based
What
on
about the
chief says.
e-bikes
We
and the
bring back
tobacco?
a staff report with a draft ordinance, but,
Yeah.
or a staff report with an ordinance potentially ready for adoption.
Yeah, but just not like, I think we don't want to just have the ordinance without any, like,
Here it
we
is
want to
with
be
no
able to
context.
understand the issue
Yeah.
and be able to make an informed,
Yeah.
you know,
Does
'cause it
that
sounds like
okay?
it makes sense, but we
Okay.
want to do our due, right?
I think we're good.
And then e-bikes, do we talk, same thing?
I really like the e-bike ordinance
Yeah.
Right. So that's
concept.
coming back.
To bring that, and
So
then,
we've taken the County of Orange and several cities throughout the state have drafted really good ordinances. Our municipal code can't preempt state law, and state law hasn't caught up to this emerging technology. So it gets a little murky when the officers are trying to do enforcement. This really outlines what reckless behavior is, gives us authority to write administrative citations, and also impound the bicycles. I've come out publicly and said this is a parental problem, not a police problem. So this will allow, if a kid's riding recklessly, for this not to go on their permanent record. We can issue them an administrative citation and then bring the parents down to, get the bike back and pay the cite.
I also really like the idea that, because I never could keep 'em straight in my mind, it eliminates the class 1, 2, 3. You don't have to differentiate. You're looking at the behavior, right? The
Correct.
speed and the.
We're looking at the behaviors. So, speed, helmets, riding double, wheelies, down the center of the street.
Riding triple.
Yeah, and giving the officers, more clear guidance on what they can and cannot enforce.
Okay.
I think one, if, it sounds like there probably is a consensus to bring this back to us, but I know, Chief, one thing that we've done a really good job, the department's done a really good job at the schools, right? With, kind of educating kids and having classes and, they have to get certification to drive their e-bikes to school and so on, but sort of, this would be the next class lesson, right? Where the city's looking at an ordinance to do, and you guys need to be aware of this.
So other cities have looked at our model, and we were very progressive, working with the school district, and that the kids that actually ride their e-bikes to school had to go through an e-bike safety course in order to get a permit on their bicycle to ride it to school. And if that permit's not on the bicycle, the school takes administrative action to lock up the bike.
then I think there's consensus on those two. What's the basis for the tobacco sales? And then did this come before the council at some point in the last couple of years?
So we've had we prohibit smoking in public places. And I oftentimes go out with the park rangers, and the park rangers contacted somebody right outside the parking lot at the mobile station at Broadway and the highway. We're having a conversation with him, and he got the citation for the smoking in public. And that was his last cigarette. He's like, I'm going to the mobile station and grabbing another pack of cigarettes. So we have this prohibition on smoking in the city, but yet we have all these establishments in town that are actually selling tobacco products and vaping products to our citizens. So Beverly Hills and Manhattan Beach have both adopted a ban on the sale of tobacco. And I really like their ordinances. It does carve out an exception for cigar bars. So I think we have one in town where they would still be able to legally operate. But there's many reasons why, especially for us, for wildfire mitigation, public health, littering. There's just a lot of reasons why this just kind of ties into our ban on public smoking.
What was the reason why in the past the city didn't support this sewer, Bob? Do you guys remember?
So smoking is illegal in public, but obviously not in your home. Is that, that's
Correct.
correct?
Is that the reason, kind of?
You know, we do our coastal cleanups, and a lot of the trash that's in the, that we pick up, it's all cigarette butts.
I think we certainly could look at the ordinance. It could come back to us and we could look into it a little bit more if the council isn't in a majority ready to make a decision.
Yeah, I think it's fine to bring it back and let's see the analysis and see what the benefits are, see what the response is from the community, right?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Anything else on that attachment 3 that popped up in your eyes? Otherwise, we're ready to move on. Unless you want to do a 5-minute stretch break.
Let's do a 5-minute stretch break.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I have a question for Chief Calvert. So what about the Be Well, the homelessness and the Be Well and all that? Do you have a recommendation about how we should, analyze that ahead of, because we don't want to just be at the last minute trying to figure out what to do.
I think that the return on investment, when we get outside the grant, I think Jeremy can correct me on this, the city's going to be, it's going to be roughly about $1 million a year.
Yeah.
And I think that we can manage it for much less than what Be Well is going to charge us for annually to keep the service. in
When you
place.
say that, Chief, what do you mean? You could do it for a lot less. What would be your alternative proposal?
Either bringing adding a staff member. We have a social worker with us. We already have a mental health clinician that works with our park rangers. Our park rangers are being trained and they're doing a really good job of managing the homeless problem that we have right now. Bob touched on it a little bit. We're starting to spread them a little thin. We want them to do a lot of things and wear a lot of hats, but they have a passion for this and they're doing a really good job currently right now in managing our homeless population and getting them into the services that they need.
And then there's also, so it's the county clinician who is embedded with us.
Correct.
So
And
maybe
I don't want to downplay, what Be Well has done for us. Mental health is a challenge in everywhere. But I think that when we're talking about the overall cost of, the service itself, I think we really need to take a good look at, are we getting a good return on investment?
that there might be a more cost-effective approach to achieve the same goals or perhaps even, improved goals of, yeah, that makes sense.
I know that, oh, go ahead, Mark.
How many, what, do you know offhand the percentage of who's using Be Well? You mentioned the homeless, but do we have many residents that are taking advantage of it at all or a need for it?
I don't have that data in front of me, but
Jeremy, me.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Orgill, or pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem. Generally a 50-50 split between unhoused and the range is ballpark 50-50 split between housed and unhoused with the Be Well program.
So, but you were insinuating maybe that you could handle it, meaning both residents and the homeless. Would rangers do the residents as well, or?
No, we would work with either the county clinician, mental health clinician, that's already working side by side with the rangers, or bring somebody on staff. That would be their directive.
I think this is a pretty big topic, and I know Jeremy's been doing a lot of analysis, and I think Housing and Human Services Committee has been doing some analysis. I think we really need to see some data on I don't disagree with the chief on the cost, but I think we need to see some data on what Be Well's been doing. To your point, it's not all homeless on the street, and how are we going to continue to provide those services, in our community, and if so, how? So, I'd be in favor of getting information to review and think about.
it'd be nice to do a study session with you and I would throw into that too, the ASL and the day program, because that contract is coming up and it has changed in light of Grants Pass. And I'm not in any way diminishing what Friendship Shelter does and ASL's role, but that used to be a place primarily for Laguna residents. And now I think we have 2 of the folks out there are Laguna residences. Am I right? 2 residents. So in other words, we've become someone else's shelter.
We're a regional shelter, essentially.
We're a regional shelter, and not that there isn't that need, but I'm not quite sure why we would continue to have to step up in that regard.
So it seems like,
Besides
there'd be, to what everyone else up here is saying, there's value in getting, because Supervisor Foley was also saying we might be able to get more county resources from, the mental health department there, but then also look at, there's a Cal Optima program that's available that could leverage the Medi-Cal dollars, and so we don't have to pay for it. For the homeless population, the park, maybe we have a deep dive and we have a study session ahead of this, the deadline, so that we don't have a gap in services. We can figure out what the most cost-effective way is to achieve our goals.
So
Does that sound good?
Yeah, no, I think it's a pretty,
It's an important issue.
yeah, and fairly complicated. I mean, I guess, my sense of it is we need to evaluate it all and look at it, right? But my sense also is, and I don't know, I'm going to give credit to our department. I mean, the homeless problem has not been a big problem lately. It's really gone down in terms of, think back a couple of years ago, we were constantly hearing from community members about how bad it was at Main Beach and other places in town. So not to say that we should just keep doing what we're doing, because it sounds like we won't do that. But on the other hand, let's not upset the apple cart and create an issue for ourselves where we've got it well contained. So let's focus on making sure that wherever we go, we continue the great work that the department's been able to do in addressing this problem. So, yeah.
I've got a few thoughts on this, if it's okay. So I'm going to say some things that are probably not going to be popular. We were the gold standard in how we managed our homeless population since 2009. And Grants Pass, the recent legislation, has evened the playing field. So you're seeing surrounding communities, Huntington, Newport Beach, Dana Point, they're upstaffing their homeless liaison officers. They're standing down their shelters and they're firing Be Well. And what's happening is they are sending these people our way. So we're importing people into our community. We also have the behavioral health unit at Mission Hospital. So what's happening is, because we're a designated psychiatric facility, agencies from across the county, specifically the Sheriff's Department and OCFA, are transporting 5150s into our community. And, they are being released from the hospital out onto our street. The Rangers are doing a really good job, but we're burning them out. And my fear is, coming into the summer when it starts getting warmer, we're going to see an influx of homeless in our community. So not popular, but my recommendation is to stand down the shelter and stand down Be Well.
Maybe this is something where because I think there's a lot of key decisions here that we're going to have to make and do it in a really informed and thoughtful way. So maybe when we get to the ad hocs, there's value here in having 2 council members work with you, work with Jeremy, and figure out what the best strategy is here, because we don't want to do anything in a way that, especially I think Judge Carter's settlement agreement with the South County cities, that's still in effect technically, but that expires, I think, in later this year, Megan. So at that point, right now, the Sheriff's Department, they're not allowed to enforce, even despite Grant Pass, because the settlement agreement's not invalidated, but they will be able to later, which is going to your point, Chief, about how it could get even worse.
Good conversation.
And when we originally talked about Be Well, we were told, and it might have been, that this was going to free up the police department. It was going to, assist the police department. We might want to look at the beach closures that we heard about this morning in LA, and I guess they're going to be, from all the way down past Santa Monica. indefinitely is what they've said. For the, they don't know when they're going to open back up. I'm just wondering how much of the beaches are shut down and how many people are going to come from up there down here.
And I've got a great relationship with Judge Carter, and he's essentially told me that we're going to see impacts from Grants Pass because we're going to be the victim of our own success and having these resources available to people.
Well, I get it from a strictly local level, but if everybody's canceling their resources everywhere, where are these people going to get the treatment they need? Now, maybe the county's got a plan or Cal Optima. I haven't seen
That's
it.
the problem. is
But,
the
right.
The county, I mean, this is a county, it's a regional issue and we can't, the county needs to step up and come up with a plan and they haven't done that. And I feel like in Laguna Beach, we would be part of a regional plan and do our fair share, but we can't just bear the burden of being the regional provider on our own in the absence of other entities. But I agree, it's kind of depressing in many respects because you can't solve the problem if no one's doing anything. But so anyway, okay, so maybe we can talk about that when we talk about our ad
Jeremy,
hocs.
do you have something you want to
Yeah,
add?
I just want to chime in that Chief and I speak very regularly on this. We're aware of the timelines, with B-Well and with our ASL contract. It's a very opportune time. I think we're probably looking to have this conversation with the council in March. All the strategies, making sure that we can cover our bases while potentially continue providing services. We want to be able to hook up with, the Orange campus and the Irvine campus with B-Well are no longer under the purview of B-Well, but they're going to become under the purview of some entity. And we want to make sure we're at the front of the line strategically with whatever that entity is, because those are two vital resources in the county. So things like that, Chief and I are very granular on this, and we'll probably have that to you in March.
Not just probably, got to promise. That's our new commitment, timelines.
Promise.
meeting in
Second
March?
meeting March.
Okay, there we go.
Let's take a quick break and then, yeah, that was interesting end of this session, Chief. Thank you.
9 miles
Good.
been shut down. Just get to that.
Maybe from Malibu down to LAX.
Dave, what's next?
Sure. I did want to let everybody know too that we're putting out a press release about this, the bluff top failure, and the dogs have been inspecting and thankfully have not found any scent of any individual that might be under there. So we think we're all clear. The homes have been able to be cleared for reoccupation, although there will be building inspections going on, and we're advising people to obviously to stay away from the slide area. So press release going out in a minute on that. So that's a nice relief that apparently nobody's hurt. Okay, so the next step here, the last step, besides the ad hoc committees, is to talk about what I think we've framed up the whole day of the day today about 5 key initiatives. And the first one, if Jeremy can help load it on there, and I'm not going to go through them all in detail. They're in the handbook. The first one is basically what you talked about on Tuesday night, is that wildfire and prevention and preparedness. I moved this to the #1 initiative because I do think that's a real priority effort for us and potentially an existential threat to our community if we don't get this right. So I don't think there's anything in the description of this that isn't what you talked about, but I'd pause there and welcome any brief comments on this one.
Looked like a good summary, a good compilation.
Yeah, if anything, it's not thorough enough based on what the ad hoc committee is working on.
We have some more things, but they fit in most of these categories.
Yeah. Okay, the next one is Initiative 2, and we also talked about this. This is economic development to sustain and revitalize the downtown and other business districts. And we've talked about many of these things, including communication with business owners and property brokers, moving more aggressively on beautification and the commercial property maintenance ordinance. I do put in here addressing parking needs in the area. Actually, I think there's another, way down low is change the code to make the 3 spaces per 1,000 square foot consistent across the community.
64.
And then work internally on an economic development function. I don't know if that looks like corralling a new group of current staff to focus on this, but it does involve, likely to involve, as Councilmember Orgel knows, an outside consultant for retail mix development and recruitment. So if you're okay with this, sorry, it also involves incorporating more residential and second stories, which you folks have been following and supportive of. If you folks are okay with this, we consider this the #2 initiative.
Yeah, I think it's good. I really would like to, and you have it as the final bullet point there. I really would like to see if we could develop a timeline on that. I don't know what that takes exactly, but
That would be the next fleshing out of this, is to have timelines and updates for the effort, including those key things.
But Dave, I agree that, I like the inside-outside analysis you've done on the economic development function. And I think clearly I don't think the city has the expertise to do the retail mix development and recruitment. So how would that be with the chamber, do you envision? Or is that?
Ideally, I'd love to do that in partnership with the chamber, and I think the chamber has expressed an interest in that. And that'd be one of my first things to do, to reach out to Erin and talk to her about that. Whether they need additional funding, we could partner in it, but we really want somebody who's going to work closely with everybody to make that done, get that done.
So would it be something like Cosmont would or somebody would put together an economic development plan, and then it would fall on us for implementation?
I kind of feel like we have the plan, but I could be wrong. I was going to follow their recommendations and just construct that. Because their recommendations were the same ones that we internally had talked about.
Mm-hmm.
More events in the off season. And I think we can do that rather than waiting for a plan. But I'm always respectful that I don't know everything I should know.
My only concern is with that is I'm not sure the chamber has the resources to do this work.
I agree with that.
I can see why they'd want to, but I'm just not sure if they have the resources to do it.
Well, I intend to propose that either way. So if
Come
we
up with a
fund it,
solution.
maybe we're alone funding it, but I think it's essential to course correct.
Yeah.
So part of it would be, in my view, would be, understanding your demographic, understanding what kind of retail environment is going to best serve that demographic, right? Talking to some of the hotels and see what their new direction is, and also segments of the community. It seems like it would be step number one. And then building or developing the retail mix based on that information. Is that?
Yeah, exactly. Easy to me to say, but yeah. Again, I feel like if the right person or firm is selected, they'll do all those things.
Okay.
Yeah. And happy to work with council members on that. We don't have an ad hoc committee on that yet, but initiative 3 is stewardship. We did talk about that quite a bit. So same bullet points as you've heard today. Is if you're comfortable with that, that becomes initiative 3. And we map this out too.
And with the things that we added with the walkability and
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. Good ideas.
And
What
water
is-
resources.
What is right size the Public Works Park and Restroom Day Porter Program? What does that? What does right size mean? Is that up or down?
It could mean up, but it could mean something Mark and I have talked about, just a little bit better oversight of their activities to make sure that that's a contractor that's performing well.
And then we talked a little bit about examining ways to increase parking enforcement during the summer. I mean, I know we touched on that earlier, but I agree with Sue. I really think that's going to be that's what we're going to hear from the community about.
So that's a conversation I'd have with the chief about how we can maximize either maximize current staff. If they're already maximized, we need to think about an additional resource. Okay. Next one is 4 about community development. And let me see if there's anything new in this one that we haven't talked about. We talked about design review changes. We talked about how to have a more protective approach to our historic resource preservations. I think the council should consider, and we can bring this back to you, whether the Heritage Committee should be a historic resources commission that would see design review changes associated with historic resources, and planning commission and DRB would not. I don't know if that's the best idea.
What problem are we trying to solve?
I think we're missing things. And maybe there's another way to not miss things with a better staff resource on that, maybe.
How are we missing things? I mean, I'm not disputing it, but
Well,
what's
the
an example?
place just 2 weeks ago, and Christoph had to flag down that the place at the corner of, is it Oak and Coast Highway? Yeah, next to the Sandpiper, was replacing windows in the manner that wouldn't be historic. It's not a historic property, but it could have some historicity that should have been studied. Megan, correct me if I'm not saying
Okay.
that correctly.
And, there are, besides that, there are, during the meetings, because I do attend all of the meetings, and I know Heather gives it her best shot, but we are, and Dave, you and I have talked about it. It's like, well, why does Pasadena, Claremont, and Redlands, why are they capable of managing this stuff, and what are they doing that we're not doing? I would like to better understand that. So what is it that is getting missed during the meetings? There's a disconnect from what the translation that comes, and I know, Megan, you've had a problem with this, what comes out of Heritage Committee when it gets to planning or design review. There's inconsistencies there. There's also some inconsistencies, it seems, just in the following up on the maintenance programs and understanding.
Right. Yeah.
And are
Those
we,
act,
are they even the correct?
Yeah.
programs, are we getting what we really need out of them? Remember not long ago, we had it.
Yeah, no, I'd be supportive at looking more at the Mills Act properties and the historic register properties to make sure that that, you know, when we give them an incentive or when they're on that list, that they're treated properly. But I want to be careful not to, because I know that technically something could be eligible for the state or national register, but so that, which requires a lot of analysis, but I just don't, I want to be careful that we're not
Well,
taking.
I would encourage us not to look at it through that lens. I mean, we have, that can be addressed. I'm not insinuating that we have to force people into the historic, you know, being claimed historic, that, you know, that's not where I'm coming from. I'm coming from, we do have certain historic elements, and how is it that we're going to approach them and take care of them and have it just be a meaningful process.
Yeah, but I think that's a different problem than what Dave's alluding to, which is about that there's this sort of, I don't know if loophole is the right word, but where there's all this analysis required because we have to make sure that something's not eligible for the state or national register under CEQA. And that's what you're alluding to, Dave, with the building with the, so maybe at some point we need, I think we need
Well,
to
I
have,
think it's a legitimate thing. When they tore into that building, the Sandpiper building, I think it was inappropriate.
so I think what we need though is to understand what's the problem that we're trying to solve here with historic? Because
With the commission itself or
no,
just the
just
role?
with our, because it
Yeah,
seems
well,
like there's disagreements about what we're trying to solve.
That's in
and this
part,
isn't the place to-
again, reminding myself that we have that consultant coming on board who's supposed to actually scope this out for us. Say, what do you have? What are you doing? Is it right? And they're going to report back to us.
Well,
So, go ahead.
slightly off topic, but I want to talk about this because we're subsidizing almost $750,000 out of our revenue for giving people these benefits. At some point, we have to stop it. I mean, we can't give $1 million a year in subsidies to people. I mean, that's our tax.
Yeah, and I'm open if the community decides historicity structures aren't an important element of this town, then so be it. I just don't think that we're going to hear it.
I think the community has spoken very loudly that the charm and the character of our historic structures is important. And I think that the problem we're trying to solve is how do we balance protecting our charm and our historic resources with making our city more efficient and making processes more predictable. And we're not going to solve that right now, but I think that is, we are directing you to try to work on that. And whether that is converting the Heritage Committee to a commission and certain properties somehow get sent to that commission, whether it's bringing in someone with historic expertise on staff into the planning department, there's a bunch of different ways that we can approach that. And we're not going to figure it out right here, right
So
now.
you hit the nail on the head right now with what you just said in general, more predictable. And we actually had one come before the committee earlier this week. It wasn't a Mills Act. It was just they wanted to put it on the inventory. I don't see anything wrong with
On the
that.
register.
I mean, on the register. And so I do believe that the committee has done a good job over the last couple of years on, you know, promoting using the carrot, not the stick. I'm not a fan of the stick at all. That's not what I'm insinuating. I'm just insinuating that I think that it deserves a thoughtful process.
I get that. I just don't want to devolve into what we had before.
Exactly.
Was a council chamber packed with people and out the door because when they came in to put a new window in, they said $4,000 historic assessment. What? That would, I mean, I can't tell you how outraged people were about that. That went on for
That's what we want to
years. I just want to avoid repeating that. Our character of our historic buildings, our commercial buildings, we always protect. There's not one historic building in this town in the commercial that we've done anything bad to. Nothing. Everything's been restored.
Well, there's one he just mentioned right now that's being torn into that I'm not sure if we know what to do with it.
Which one, the Dirty Bird? Well,
next to it.
Who knows what to do with the Dirty Bird? I mean, I know what you do inside the Dirty Bird, but
What's that?
So in terms of direction on this question, Dave, it seems like we want to make sure we have a clear definition of what the problem is that we're trying to solve and a consensus and then go from there. Is that a fair, could you feel like you have that? Because I don't know that you have that consensus.
Well, appreciate the point. I think I tried to phrase it, update and reflect more protective approaches and then consider changing, but this is all pending review by the consultant.
See, I would say protective, I mean, if it were up to me, I would say protective approaches if it's a Mills Act or register. But that's a disagreement. So that's-
yeah, I
that's why-
don't agree with
That's
that.
why I feel like we have a disagreement.
I think we can agree on protecting our historic resources, right? We're not defining those right now. But I think we can agree that that's a value we share.
Yeah, but the problem is the ambiguity of CEQA makes it, turns that into a nightmare where basically like homeowners can't even remodel their house without.
I totally agree with that.
So that's what we need to figure out
Absolutely.
that
You got other people saying that's a
that
historic
balance.
resource.
Right,
No, it's
absolutely.
not.
But we're not solving that right here, right now.
No, I know,
We're
but if we
acknowledging it's an
try to
issue.
solve for the problem that this is trying to solve for, I don't want to it could have the consequence of making it more difficult with that problem. So then we're actually going to make that problem worse.
Should we just ignore it?
No, so I think, I just think that this is something that we should define what the problem is. I don't think we've defined what the problem is.
Yeah, we need to have it. I mean, I don't
Feel free.
favor having a historic commission. I mean,
Well, I understand. So we have a disagreement on that.
yeah,
We disagree.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. But now how do we move forward? Do we just?
Well, I think we need to we need to really.
Well, I don't think we even have the base. I mean, Alex, your view, which I get is, and I don't, you know, we had this conversation one night, I forget, on the Dornan building over there, right? But I don't think we currently even have an inventory, or not an inventory, that's not the word you want to use, but a list of the commercial buildings in town that would be eligible for state or national, because we haven't done the analysis,
Yeah,
right? So you'd be okay with that because that's your view of historicity.
Yes.
You're saying if they meet either of those criteria, I'm okay. Nothing else has got in your view, has got, you know, a historic
unless
aspect
it's
to
on
it.
the register, yeah.
I don't know as though that's the consensus of the majority, but I mean, that's a starting point, right? You'd go through the commercial properties in town and the residential, I guess, and you determine which ones would meet either of those criteria, because then you know those have to be, you know, big red asterisk. You can't do anything to those without some kind of analysis. And then the more difficult one, I think, is the third category, which I don't think we really know what it means.
Yeah.
Which I forget the term, Megan.
Discretionary. It's
Discretionary.
the
yeah.
local discretionary.
And that's, I think, where we have the disagreement. But we could make a lot of progress just on those first two categories. And then see what else the consultant has to say. But that I think at a minimum needs to be done.
Yeah, because the approach of inventorying what would be eligible for the state or national register would solve the problem of having all these people get caught up under CEQA when they might not be. Well, I guess, but then it goes to the discretion. Well, but then the problem is if you take the view that you can just arbitrarily say use your discretion and call it a historic resource, well, then that throws that out the window.
All right, I get that. And that's a difficult thing to analyze. I don't have the answer to that. But we can certainly, sounds like we're going to do, Dave, with this consultant, right? We can fix we can identify the first two categories. Is that right?
The consultants also, part of their scope of work was to actually provide the city a plan as to how to proceed for staff, at least when applications come in to flag them. And so that's part of this. And so maybe a way forward for you right now
Bring back that plan.
is to have that consultant bring back that
works.
plan, and you guys can then see what that proposal is, and if you agree with that path forward, putting aside you don't all see the discretionary resource the same way, but that doesn't have to. I agree with Councilmember Whalen. You can go a long way still, and that consultant's plan I think will help get you there.
I do just want to clarify that I'm not arguing that, you know, one person should be able to say, I think that building's historic, therefore you can't touch it. I'm not saying that at all. I do think that discretionary category of CEQA allows for us as a community to put in place standards and things that matter to us, right? That can be applied fairly.
But with those standards in place ahead of time. not in the middle of that's,
We
I
need
think, the
those standards
disconnect.
in
just think
place.
You can't just arbitrarily say this is a historic resource without, like, you can't change the rules in the middle of the game.
Well, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to do that work ahead of time.
Yeah.
And at
If
the
there's
same
clear-
time,
Clear standards.
if there's clear
This
standards.
is an important part of, I believe, who we are. You said it, the charm and that, right? It's the goose that laid the golden egg, right? It's part of our tourist industry. It's why a lot of us live here. I hate to go into this and try to develop policy just because we're all built around our fear of CEQA. There's much more I think we could get out of it.
Well, but I think that it's fair to if you have standards, then you can apply that. Just I'm open to having that conversation. But what I'm not okay with is, which was what happened with the Dornan things, where in the middle of the game we basically said we're gonna use our discretion without a clear defined set of rules. That's the difference, I think.
You and I can relitigate that right up here right now, because that's not that was not my interpretation of that
Oh,
conversation.
I still, just so you can make me understand this a little bit better, Mark, what is once again, what is because we have this historic ordinance.
Yeah.
I feel like do you think the historic ordinance doesn't work? And we spent a lot of time on that. We had a lot of public testimony.
No,
on that.
I'm not insinuating
is
by
the-
any means that I think that the historic ordinance isn't working. I think that there are elements of it that the commission and Heather are struggling with, you know?
I think
And I think our whole process that, you know, from when I first got on the committee, and I'm not an expert in this. I mean, I was just trying to help and I joined and I was the staff council liaison to the committee. You know, how people, when they get to the counter, what they're told, we tried to walk through the process and make some improvements through the whole process. And part of redeveloping that process was, you know, the carrot, not the stick. So we're going to comply. And there was an emphasis on complying with the new ordinance. So it wasn't trying to battle the new ordinance. It was actually compliant. But I just still think that there are some elements that need to be ironed out.
So I think we're all on the same page in the sense that when this plan comes back, we'll have the debate then, right? And if a debate is needed to make sure that we, as Sue said, we're solving what the problem that the majority wants us to solve for. Is that a fair characterization? Does that work for everyone? So
Does,
the
I'll
cons-
change that bullet point then.
Yeah, when's the plan coming? Do we have any idea? Yeah, March, everything's in March.
Wait.
Well, the RFP is at the next meeting.
I was
Sorry.
gonna actually, I think Gavin or David might know.
David, do you remember?
So Megan, would you mind kind of just telling us your challenges with what you would hope to get out of it?
I primarily,
March?
first and foremost, I want staff to have clear direction.
With
I
the
want
contract.
them to be able
That's
to
what I
know
thought.
when an application comes in, that
Thank you.
how to handle it and where to look in order to determine what they need to do from a perspective of evaluating historicity. And I think that is critical to eliminating the issues that we have where we get an email that there's construction going on on Coast Highway, for example. So I think that's first and foremost. I just think we need to, secondarily, I think we need to better organize ourselves. I think we, part of that process, part of the scope of work, for example, is looking at some properties on the register and those property files to evaluate the state of their contracts and whatever. We also don't have we're not organized on the Mills Act contracts. I think there's a lot of value in creating a system that we can rely on to eliminate some of the mistakes that we're seeing. And I think that will help a lot of these applications when they come in proceed. As to the ultimate policy question for you guys, as to there is a pending policy question for you that we will ultimately need to reach on evaluating the discretionary resources and how you go about doing that. And I certainly intend to help you with understanding that. But anyways, to answer your question, I'm very hopeful that this consultant will help us get more organized and have systems in place to help us address some of the hiccups that we experience.
Thank you.
And that contract comes before your council on the second meeting in February, the contract itself with the consultant. So RFPs are done. Okay, want to move to the last one? Okay, the last initiative 5 is about city fiscal sustainability and building a culture of excellence within city government. You see, there's a lot of bullet points there, and I think I've talked about most of them. He did talk about whether or not we should consider becoming a charter city, and once you go down that pathway, there's a lot to do. And so I said consider, and I don't know how much time it would take to consider that. It would be potentially for the November of 2026 ballot. I do think it advantages Laguna Beach in the long run, and for many reasons, including revenue, including parking, including housing law, possibly, at least for a while. But I haven't scoped out what this would look like and what kind of time it would take.
Because hypothetically, you could just be a charter city for one small component.
You
like the
could.
parking thing. and
You
then
could
just
follow the
defer
general
to
laws
general
where
law
the
for
charter
everything
is
else.
silent.
So
Yeah.
you don't have to, because I don't think we want to go and,
Wait.
start a new city essentially. And,
Right.
we don't
Say that one more time, Barry.
because, some cities, it's like their whole city's essentially a charter, right? Where they go and they wrote it from scratch and it's very comprehensive. What I asked Dave was whether you could just have it be essentially follow all the general laws with the exception of, parking.
Carve-outs.
Enforcement, and maybe like one or two other things without having to, go through that process of creating a whole new form of government.
Well, I think it's a huge undertaking to, maybe not this discrete approach you were just describing, but, to have a full-blown charter, you'd need a whole commission, you need a whole, task force to come up with a charter that was going to work for a full-blown charter city. But, yeah, there may be things to look at. I mean, the other way to look at this, though, is what do you think the benefits are, and can they be solved through legislation? Now, I don't know what the pushback is in Sacramento, but why can't we outsource parking enforcement, right? That's a statute that can be done, but, okay, the unions don't like it, whatever, right? But maybe it's worth looking at some of those things we think we could achieve, we think we would like to have, or that the charter would give us, and see if we can address any of them through legislation.
I like that.
Even without a charter, we're maybe worth asking one of our legislators to run up the flagpole to try to remove that. Worst we can do is lose and be in the status quo. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
so I think-
or, you can't lay off any of the existing,
Right. You
people,
wouldn't need to.
right? You can only add to the
Yeah.
current level of service. I mean, that's probably too rational, but,
I like the idea.
there's consensus that we're not interested in drafting a whole new charter.
I did notice here, Dave, and I think it's fine the way you drafted it there. The ad hoc for this one is the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, but this has got a lot of reference to revenue stuff
does,
that
right.
actually Mark and I are working on as a separate subcommittee. So there's probably a little bit of overlap.
Good
but-
point.
Take me off that. I have no
Okay.
things to do.
I'm trying to think of anything else in there that should be aired that I didn't add. I think that's it.
I don't want to interrupt. But so Dave, do you envision coming back with something like where each of these different initiatives is like in an Excel type document where there's more information about like the status and the timing and all that? That's what you'll come back with, right? It's not going to look like this. It's going to look like something where we can achieve the goals of having
That's right.
understanding the timing and all that. Yeah.
This is a
got it.
little amorphous, and
Yep.
if we're amorphous, we can weasel our way out of things, and I'll be the one who will do that too.
Good.
So yeah, I'd rather put timelines to it, bring it back to you.
Well, and then your last paragraph here on the next page, you say, we're not abandoning those, but we've got the whole 24 initiatives. A number of them happily have been completed. Some of them we're not pursuing anymore. A lot of them, though, you are pursuing. And it seemed to me as I went through them last night, I don't know if this is something you want to do or not, Dave, but the ones that are going to live on, that are living on, I think it pretty well fit under your big
Big five?
Big five, yeah.
I think we would take a look and scrub through it on that basis and see if there's anything clearly that we're not working on anymore, we'll let you know and you guys can comment on it. Or if the staff says we just can't get to it. So I can come back with that. Okay? Feel like I have direction?
You have direction. And then so now we're just going to ad hocs, is that it?
Yes. Just as a correction, the ad hoc list that you have leaves off the comprehensive zoning code update one, which is technically 16. Oh, sorry, and this is page 68. So I think the first thing after the addendum tab.
So Mission Hospital Laguna Beach, Bob and I are meeting with the CEO, I think in early February. I think that on that one, we should come up with a really specific work plan, you know, of how we should proceed. Well, first of all, so I guess I'm interested unless there's anyone else who's strongly interested. And I'd be interested in framing this around like the potential closure, and then also we figure out the status of the substance abuse facility. Well,
You mean sorry, you mean at the hospital, the behavioral health unit? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've told us that's going to close. I can't remember the date. The chief, I don't know if the chief remembers, but yeah, we should definitely include that in the
mission accomplished. You already got one thing done.
Yeah.
No, so I guess that's the question. So I think George was there, and I'm interested in doing that. Let's
68.
And then Sue and I were just talking about Leadership Laguna, about just copying what we did before and getting that going again, just having 5 seminars.
It should be, Jeremy, worked out. We have a framework for it. If you just look at that, and adjust it what you want.
Just get more people involved in government. Promenade is good. Road enhancement's good. Laguna Canyon Road. So I was talking to Hallie about this. If you're, because you know you have so much involvement in the canyon and Bob's been so involved, I don't need to be on this if you're interested. Okay.
You told me you could bring Caltrans into line. So. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll switch me out for Hallie, and then Community Land Trust, you guys are moving forward there. Keep that. Facilities master plan is going to be done soon. Well, we should make that end in June 2025, right? Not December 2020. So let's change that. Pool, do we still need that? Okay. Facility, so we probably don't need that, but there's nothing to preclude us from, if we were able to reopen that, reforming it.
I did see something in here that there was a note that they were open to a conversation. The school district was open to a conversation on Vista Lisa. Did I see that somewhere?
I think so. No, yeah, Michael, yeah. I think that's a conversation I should have with Superintendent Dixon.
Okay, so should we just keep it? AD legislation that got killed before committee. So that didn't work out.
That one's gone.
Yeah, that one's gone. Stewardship and visitor impacts, you guys are still working on that.
12 is done.
Should we revise, didn't we talk about revising that to the CT, the coastal treatment plant?
Yeah, we could.
You want to do that? And then also understand the opportunities for Oasis. That's as written there. I think the description's good. It's just change the title. Fire department strategic plan. That's done, right, Dave? So we can get rid of that. I think didn't we get the government efficiency stuff I've done? I thought we were going to sunlight it ahead of this meeting. I thought that was. Yeah, let's get rid of that. You know, wildfire and safety, that's good. And then Hallie, you want to take George's spot on the estuary?
The comprehensive zoning code update
Yeah,
still,
keep that.
yeah, Mark and Bob.
Oh, and then for the hospital stuff and the substance abuse, we can also look at the issues with Be Well and ASL.
Okay, so that's okay.
Okay, are we good?
Let me check. Anybody from staff have any questions about what someone was taking good notes? I just lost my pen.
And you can bring this back to us for
Yeah.
ratification, so.
Okay. Any questions at all from anybody? No? Okay.
I just want to confirm, so ADU legislation is gone. Fire Department strategic plan is done, and government efficiency, that'll be come back to the whole council, so we can remove that
Remove that.
So really 3 ad hoc committees are completed.
I think so. Good. Okay, all good?
All good.
You'll bring that back? Anything else that we want to discuss?
I don't have anything else on the agenda.
I feel like that was a really good meeting. Very productive.
Good. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys for all your work. I know this was not easy to pull this together. It was a lot.
Thanks to staff, class dismissed.
Thanks, you guys.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
Yay, it's Friday. Oh, my microphone's